The time is 9:31 a.m. on Wednesday, the 22nd of June in 2021. We are meeting remotely via Zoom to hold a budget oversight hearing on the Office of the City Administrator and the Department on Aging and Community Living. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive public and government witness testimony regarding the mayor's proposed budgets for these agencies. I ask that the public witnesses keep their remarks today limited to 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for organizations to give courtesy to those who will be delivering testimony after you. We will begin the hearing by hearing from our public witnesses regarding the Office of the City Administrator. The mission of the City Administrator's Office is to facilitate the effective and efficient implementation of the mayor's policies by providing leadership, support, and oversight of district government agencies. The City Administrator is responsible for the day-to-day management of the district government, setting operational goals, and implementing legislative actions and policy decisions of the mayor and the council. The district's agencies and deputy mayors report to the City Administrator, and the City Administrator reports directly to the mayor. The Office of City Administrator is also the main liaison with many of the district's independent agencies and the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. The Office of the City Administrator houses several offices of critical importance to the district, including the Office of Budget and Performance Management, which prepares the district's annual operating budget and provides direction to all agencies to ensure that they are meeting the district's residents' needs. The Office of City Administrator has expanded in the past few months to include 2 new offices, and they are the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and the Office of Racial Equity. I'm eager to hear from Director Harper about activity plans for the Building Blocks Gun Violence Prevention Program in the upcoming fiscal year and learn how the $193 million proposed budget for Building Blocks will achieve its goals of connecting people to resources and reducing gun violence in the district. I also look forward to Chief Equity Officer Hewitt sharing the Office of Racial Equity's budgetary needs and planned activities in the upcoming fiscal year. At this time, I will recognize any of my colleagues who have joined us. Okay, all right, well, then we will move forward and hear from our public witnesses regarding the Office of the City Administrator. There are 3 witnesses signed up. I will ask staff to bring them into the room.
Councilmember, we should have everyone with us.
Okay, so who do we have?
Yes. Our first panelist is Shara Greer from the Children's Law Center, Roger Marmot representing DC Moms for Action, and then Reginald Black.
Okay, all right, your voice is going in and out. I know.
Sorry. They're all here. Shara can start.
All right, I have on my list Ms. Greer, Mr. Marnott, and Mr. Black. All right, okay, we'll start with Ms. Greer. Happy to have your testimony this morning.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Bonds, and good morning. I am Shara Greer. I'm the Policy Director at the Children's Law Center. I'm also a resident of the District of Columbia, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Children's Law Center. I'm here today to ask this committee and all of its council members to ensure the Office of the Ombuds for Children is fully funded in next year's budget. The fiscal impact statement for next year's budget would be $800,000 in local recurring funds. I'm testifying here before this committee, in part because this would be a new agency that's created, so exactly where the budget would live is unclear. We've testified before the Human Services Committee, the Committee of the Whole, And Chairperson Bonds, at the suggestion of your staff, we also thought it would be appropriate to be here before the city administrator. In appreciation in part for your recognition of the importance of this office, as well as the role the city administrator plays in implementing legislation this council has promulgated, and the role they would likely play in making sure this was a successful office. We felt this was an appropriate committee to come before to talk about the importance of this office. The office was created through legislation that was passed unanimously in December. It was then vetoed by the mayor. The council, recognizing the urgency and importance of this office, overrode the veto. And we really appreciated your comments and support during that vote, Chairperson Bonds, in terms of the importance of having this office as a way to ensure there was transparency and accountability in the child welfare system, and ensure that we are meeting the needs of DC's foster children. When we take children away from their families and place them in foster care, the district takes responsibility for their lives and well-being. And we owe these children our highest level of duty and care. The Ombuds for Children is a critical tool to ensure that there is transparency about the functioning of the child welfare system and accountability. And this is a system that goes far beyond just a Child and Family Services agency, but also encompasses an alphabet soup of agencies, from the Department of Behavioral Health to the Department of Healthcare Finance to the Office of the State Superintendent for Education to DYRS. We are hoping that the Ombuds for Children will hold all the relevant city agencies accountable for meeting the needs of the child welfare involved children and families, and actively facilitate interagency cooperation to ensure that they are appropriately served by the different agencies that are working with them. For almost 30 years, DC has had the Center for the Study of Social Policy monitoring and reporting on the district's progress in implementing child welfare reforms. But on June 1st, the district entered a final settlement agreement in that case. And this is going to largely end the Center for the Study of Social Policy's role. Losing the court monitor and its regular publication of detailed analysis and data about the impact, about the child welfare system, is going to significantly impact the city's ability to understand how foster youth are faring and where there are areas of concern. Performance oversight hearings held by the council simply cannot cover the depth and complexity that the court monitor's reports were able to do, nor does the testimony of the agency provide the independent insight into the agency's performance that the court monitor's reports were providing. The end of federal oversight in LaShawn means that the funding and the standing up of the Office for the Ombudsperson for Children in this budget cycle is more important than ever. The Ombuds will have direct access to Child and Family Services data in the same way the court monitor did, and will be responsible for regularly reporting data trends and analysis to the council, just as the court monitor did. Every year for the past 25 years, Children's Law Center has served as lawyers for hundreds of children in the care and custody of CFSA, and worked alongside CFSA and other government agencies to implement systemic change. We've seen a great deal of progress in DC's child welfare system, but many of our foster children are still struggling to have their needs met and are aging out into instability. Decades of experience have led us to conclude that DC's child welfare system has a critical information and accountability gap, and that the creation of the Ombudsperson for Children is the right solution to fill that gap. I did submit written testimony that has additional information about the office and its importance, and I will leave it with that, and thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just would like to get from you a sense of what do you see the government doing towards addressing maybe the needs of those young people that are aging out of the system? Is there some particular follow-up that we should do in order to make it clear that we're still concerned about the welfare of these individuals as they enter this adulthood of our society?
Definitely is. I mean, I think in part the Ombuds role, the Ombuds for Children role, can really help with that by doing some dives into how youth are faring as they age out. And we have some of that information from CFSA. But we also know there needs to be more coordination between, problems that youth are having when they age out. Many of them are behind educationally, so they need more support in their education. Many of them don't have the kind of jobs that will be able to afford housing in the city, which is a problem across the city with affordable housing. So having better supports for them as they age out. And we've had some really interesting experiences in the pandemic because we've extended foster care beyond 21 because it's been so hard for kids aging out. And it's given us an opportunity to really look at what can we do better? And I think we've seen across the board, we need to do better for our teenage kids in foster care across the board, with education, with housing, with job training. And that's going to require real work across the agencies to do that.
Okay. I guess as you were speaking, I was trying to envision for our community the number of young people that might be in this situation, and how are we helping them to navigate into the broader world. And in concrete terms, are you thinking that we need to have assurance that these individuals will not only have housing and employment or training for a bona fide job? Is that your thought? Should they have a guaranteed income for a period of time? This is very important. It seems to me if we're going to do the job, we're going to do the job. So I know I'm putting you on the spot.
My dog also wants to testify. In case you're wondering what's popping in and out of the screen, my dog would like to testify.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily suggesting that all those things be guaranteed. And the really great thing is that over the last decade, DC has done a really good job of keeping more children safely at home. So the numbers of kids in foster care have dropped dramatically. I mean, right now we're like at 700 kids in foster care. And so the number of older youth in foster care that are at risk of aging out into homelessness and joblessness, we're really only talking about less than 100 kids a year, which is and it's an important and critical community, but it's also a very manageable community. And so then the question is, what can we do both for kids who age out, but also for kids who are teenagers in the system? Do we guarantee them housing and jobs? I don't know. It's a really interesting question. Do we make sure that they are getting the support so they're successful in their education? That I think we have to do. Do we ensure that they have either the education or the job training that they need to be able to get a job where they can afford a market rent? That I think we can do a lot better on and can help them move in that direction. And can we help them with, I mean, there are small programs to help foster youth aging out with housing. Could we expand those potentially? Because it's very hard. I mean, for any 21-year-old in this city to afford a place is difficult if you have not had the appropriate educational supports and guidance of a family and support of a family. That can be very, very difficult.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm one of those who believes that from the data that I've seen, that it's not good enough to just provide a individual with housing. You need to help them figure out and have the wherewithal to remain in their housing. So they need some source of income or some process that they can navigate so that they can be assured that they will have housing. So, but thank you very much. Our committee appreciates hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next witness is Roger Marmot, representing DC Moms for Action.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning. Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee, thank you. My name is Roger Marmot. I am the City Gun Violence Lead for the DC chapter of Moms Demand Action. I'm also an Everytown Survivor Fellow, but most important of all, I am forever the loving father of Tom Marmot, who was killed in DC's 2018 epidemic of gun violence while driving home from his first job out of college, working for So Others Might Eat. I'm here to testify on how in this budget cycle, the city administrator is critical to leading DC out of the position of having the highest per capita homicide rate compared to all 50 states, and our position as one of the most deadly cities in America. And the path to a safer city is abundantly clear, with solutions that have been mostly piloted here, but proven for over 2 decades in other cities. DC's response to gun violence is one of the city administrator's most important responsibilities. And I know that Mr. Donahue is both compassionate and committed, because we cannot truly address many of our other problems, such as racial equity, closing the wealth gap, housing, or education, until we also solve our gun violence problem. And while we should invest deeply in each of those areas, for example, it's difficult to successfully open grocery stores in a neighborhood where 5 people actually got shot inside a 7-Eleven. Solving community gun violence leads to exponential improvements in every other aspect of community life. And DC has made some good progress, including the hiring of Linda Harley Harper as Director of Gun Violence Prevention in the City Administrator's office. But her role must become permanent and her authority broader. And most of all, we need a clear plan, unity of purpose, and we need to apply our resources with laser focus on reaching the right people with the right tools. And while we're grateful for the significant investments planned in this year's budget from the American Rescue Plan, without a DC strategic plan for how we change behavior among the small number of groups and individuals driving our gun violence, we will never connect all the dots and find the clear path to solutions. And we have so many strategic plans in other areas. The city administrator's website alone names almost 36 planning initiatives and projects that help guide decision-making, and nearly 24 CAPSTAT plans. But no plan for gun violence reduction, other than the Safer, Stronger plan that dates back to 2015 with outdated methods and no community capacity building. The city needs to provide transparency during this planning process, both to agencies, community-based organizations, and the public. Agencies and community-led organizations are key, but need the data to know whom to focus on. For transparency, the Chicago Gun Violence Reduction Dashboard is an excellent model. This year and right now, we need a Vision Zero for gun violence, and we urge the council and the city administrator to come together to make that happen. The Building Blocks Initiative is excellent, but gun violence is not about blocks or geography. It's about groups and individuals. And Building Blocks is made up of largely detailed staffers from other agencies. We need a robust full-time staff and structure. And the Emergency Operations Center, created to respond to gun violence, is by its nature temporary, something used to respond to a natural disaster. So we urge the council and the city administrator to turn the EOC from a FEMA model into something like the New York City Crisis Management System, which provides permanent intervention through community-based support systems in the New York neighborhoods most impacted by gun violence. Gun violence is multifaceted, multidisciplinary, and an all-in effort. We can solve this problem, but only if we use every tool in the toolbox. Ongoing expert and academic advice and evaluation. It's a fundamental right of children, adults, residents of every neighborhood to be safe, at home, at school, on the streets in their neighborhood. And right now we aren't delivering. And while none of us can bring back the countless beautiful lives ended far too soon by DC's gun violence, we can save so many who are still out there, desperate for help, searching for hope. This is about our unity in this fight. This is about collective impact. We must all act now, act urgently, act strategically. The city needs a real plan to keep DC alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. As you know, along with the city administrator in this morning's hearing, we will also have Ms. Harley. So we will have an opportunity to explore her ideas as well as the bona fide plan that is in place. Mr. Marmick, I really thank you for your testimony and your thoughtfulness as it relates to transparency. But could you go a little further and give me a better idea of what transparency would mean in the preparation of a strategic plan?
Sure. It starts with data, and I believe we have the data. It then involves the analysis to, and I believe the city has all of this, but it's really hard to find. But that analysis is, for example, what is the age of victims? What is the age of perpetrators? They're often the same people. A lot of this data could be really useful to violence interrupters, to community outreach, and it's very difficult for them to get it. It's not the, in other cities, you know, before you make a strategic plan, you have to do an analysis, and some level of this is going on. But it identifies the groups and individuals who are driving the violence. It identifies the trends, and it's kept up to date in real time, and that really helps guide our decision making. We know that individuals convicted of violent crimes, the age has been getting younger, but is it 16 to 24-year-olds we should focus on, or 18 to 27-year-olds? And so that's part of the data and transparency. Obviously, we know which communities are most impacted, but it's a very small number of individuals in each community. And so the laser focus on those individuals, giving them not a second chance, but a first chance at life, an alternative from the street economy, and replacing the gun in their hand with something else. In order to do that and do it effectively with that laser focus, it's really about the data. It's really about real-time transparency with that. So that's what I meant by that.
Okay, well, I believe that I've been to a few of the press conferences, announcements, and the ingredients that you mentioned were certainly those that have also been mentioned by the executive. And so sounds like we're on the road to perhaps having a transparent plan, strategic plan. You're correct. This data is not rocket science. I mean, it's collectible and has been collected by various agencies. So today I hope to hear from Ms. Hartley as to how she is using the data, and more importantly, how she can help community feel comfortable that the plan of action that she has in mind will actually benefit the community, that we'll actually see some reduction in gun violence. So let's hear from her today and see how we move forward. But I appreciate your comments very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our final witness on this panel is Reggie Black.
All right.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Black. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember Bonds. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds, members of the Committee of Housing and Executive Administration and District of Columbia residents. My name is Reginald Black. I am a native Washingtonian, formerly homeless Ward 4 resident, the advocacy director of the People for Fairness Coalition, and a lived experience appointee to the Interagency Council on Homelessness. The People for Fairness Coalition is a group of homeless and formerly homeless men and women who have come together to fight for solutions that will address housing instability in the District of Columbia. Our mission is to end housing instability through our outreach, advocacy, and peer mentoring. We, through the Interagency Council on Homelessness, try to forge a partnership with the Office of the City Administrator. I hope that the new city administrator knows that 180 of our brothers and sisters actually died while facing housing instability. And we call on the support of this committee for our suggestions for budget allocations and legislation that will bring about change in housing affordability to residents experiencing homelessness. First, we would like to see support for the Fair Tenant Screening Amendment Act and passage of that of 2021. And we also would like to see passage of the Human Rights Enhancement Amendment Act of 2021. These two bills will give people experiencing homelessness, one, full protections of human rights based on their real-time experience of discrimination, and it will create a framework for broader policy that will reflect true housing equity in the District of Columbia. We would also like to see a substantial investment. Currently, the District of Columbia only spends 3% of its overall budget on housing, and we would like to see a 9% investment in 7 programs across the system to protect, preserve, and produce housing for low-income residents. That incremental number would be $1.5 billion a year. We would like to see protection of the $400 million the mayor has allocated for the Housing Production Trust Fund. We would also like to see $183.3 million for the LSRP, Local Rent Supplement Program, and also $183.3 million to repair, preserve, and produce additional public housing units across the district, which would call for expenditure of $96.1 million for both activities. We also would like to see Homeward DC and Homeward DC 2.0 interventions funded to the tune of $549.9 million for rapid rehousing, targeted affordable housing, and also permanent supportive housing, which that would lead to an expenditure of $61.1 million for each program. We also would like to see a fund created with $200 million specifically for mutual aid networks like our partners, Serve Your City and the Ward 6 Mutual Aid, for providing hygienic supplies and vaccination support. Also, we would just like to note, we want to make sure that all of our offices are committed to racial equity. In the latter months of 2020, the Interagency Council on Homelessness conducted its own internal racial equity audit before the creation of the COHEA Council Office on Racial Equity, in which the Office of the City Administrator had the opportunity to survey its employees and its clients about how they experience racial issues inside the department and in the community. We, the People for Fairness Coalition, recommend that this survey be conducted, and we also want to be able to disseminate some of those results and add them to our recommendations and implementations for producing racial equity through Homeward DC 2.0. We also feel these recommendations will bring fairness and racial equity into housing. We know that over 80% of our homeless population is Black, African American, or people of color, and their deaths while experiencing homelessness is the worst kind of racial violence committed. We hope that you will support these recommendations and protect historic investments in legislation that will finally bring equity to our housing crisis. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Black, for your testimony and your ongoing really commitment to speaking out and on these important issues as it relates to housing for our homeless. And thank you again for those numbers. You shared them the other day, so I appreciate having them. It's a lot of money, and perhaps we can work towards these goals long term. But I don't think we have an accumulation of all of these dollars at this point, within the District of Columbia's purviews. But thank you very much. It certainly shows your commitment to these programs that help us to keep people in their homes. So thank you very much. Could you speak a little more about how you see the survey, racial equity survey being conducted?
Yes, so we actually, the Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness, who is our sole contracted collaborative on their HUD, actually had a person tasked to actually conduct the survey. So they spent months having one-on-one meetings with people, having focus groups. They actually submitted surveys to actually be completed by the agency. And they themselves were actually speaking with the different employees and managers and supervisors just to get a comprehensive look at how do all of the parts of our system face, racial issues. And so my suggestion has been for those government agencies, including the Office of the City Administrator, that for whatever reason didn't participate, is that CORE and the Inspector General can take those same questions and ask those employees all the way up to the City Administrator themselves. And one note there, the City Administrator actually chairs the Interagency Council on Homelessness. And since the change in leadership, we haven't seen our chair. I haven't got to meet them. I don't know who they are. I haven't shook a hand. And so these are the types of things we want to try to avoid. And if we have equity in our participation, it starts to get at things like Ms. Greer and Mr. Murmott are talking about. And, when we're talking about housing, like that is an essential issue to why we're having things that make our city inequitable, like gun violence, like the housing crisis that we have, because we're not making sure that even our government partners are as strongly rooted and accessible as they should be. And so I think if we take CORE, which is a great office now, it actually has a dedicated staff person to the Human Services and Housing Cluster, take those two people and folks out of the Inspector General's office, create like a small working group that will go into some of the agencies that did not have the opportunity or were just too busy to participate in that survey, have them take those questions in and take some of the pressure off the agency having to do it by itself and get those answers, because we need to know where are we going, especially with the Homeward DC 2.0 plan, in terms of making sure that we have equity across the system. If we have equity and we understand what happens to employees in our agencies, then it makes us better and more receptive to our consumers like myself, people with lived experience, and how they are experiencing the same thing. This whole racial equity thing isn't a one-off. It isn't just happening in the community. It's obviously happening in our departments, and the employees are really I think they need safe spaces to talk about some of their experiences within the department and some of their experiences with the community, because no matter where you are in this city, there are, racial issues and things that need to be talked about, especially in terms of wealth, in terms of how people are being treated, in terms of, even our Human Rights Act and what people can and cannot do. But we have to start with strong participation from our government partners.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Black, for your testimony this morning. I want to thank our public witnesses for participating in today's hearing. And we will now turn to the city administrator, Kevin Donahue, and his colleagues that may be joining us in the room. All right, thank you.
Good morning, council member.
Oh, good morning.
Here we go.
All right, Mr. Donahue, my air conditioning just flipped on. I hope it's not too loud.
No, I can hear you perfectly.
All righty. So if you would raise your right hand, we'll swear you in for your testimony. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, we can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. I'll begin with my testimony. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. For the record, my name is Kevin Donahue, and I'm the City Administrator of the District of Columbia. With me are members of my staff, including the Assistant City Administrator, Jay Melder, Jenny Reed, the Director of the OCA's Office of Budget and Performance Management, Dr. Amber Hewitt, the District's Chief Equity Officer, and Linda Harley-Harper, the Director of Gun Violence Prevention. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget of the Office of the City Administrator. While we continue to work to address the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, Mayor Bowser's FY22 budget remains focused on the health, opportunity, prosperity, and equity of all district residents. We're committed to ensuring that district residents in all 8 wards have access to a high-quality public education, affordable housing, robust economic opportunities, a comprehensive and high-quality public health infrastructure, and safe neighborhoods. The Office of the City Administrator works to achieve those goals by serving as a central hub for the administration of the district government. The office is responsible for putting together and managing the district's budget, overseeing the day-to-day operations of government, and working with agencies across the district on complex projects, such as our COVID-19 response. In addition, 2 new positions that lead critical initiatives for the district sit within OCA, the Chief Equity Officer, who leads the new Office of Racial Equity, and the Director of Gun Violence Prevention, who leads Building Blocks DC. I will speak in more detail about each office later in my testimony. To fund the OCA's work, the proposed FY22 budget for the office totals $10.4 million, consisting entirely of local funds. However, of that amount, $1.7 million is the American Rescue Plan Act funding that is treated by the OCFO as local funds. Approximately $9 million of OCA's total budget is dedicated to personal services, and approximately $1.3 million are dedicated to non-personal services. OCA's proposed personal services budget supports 65 FTEs, which is a decrease of 8 FTEs from this fiscal year 21. Overall, OCA's proposed FY22 budget represents a decrease of $482,000 or 4.4% from the approved FY21 budget. The office's FY22 budget includes 2 significant changes from FY21. First, the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, which is currently a budgetary program within OCA, will instead be established as a standalone agency separate from OCA. This change will allow for greater administrative clarity and aligns with the organization of the council's own budget hearings. The second significant change of OCA's budget in FY22 is the addition of several temporary staff, 3 civic design engineers, 4 temporary social and data scientists, and 2 temporary performance and data analysts to launch what we're calling the Launch Evaluation and Monitoring Hub, which I'll also talk about later in the testimony. Now, let me talk about some of the projects and initiatives that are supported in the FY22 budget. One of OCA's major initiatives over the past several months has been planning for and guiding agencies to return safely to the workplace, as our public health metrics have improved significantly over the past several months. Managers and supervisors return to the office for at least 3 days per week beginning on June 7th, and all other staff will return to their office beginning July 12th. The Return to the Office Workplace Initiative will be overseen by the Assistant City Administrator and the Internal Services team. I also want to take a moment to thank the thousands of government staff who've been working in person since the start of the pandemic, often without break or vacation. Another major OCA initiative, both this year and in FY22, will be the district-wide oversight of the American Rescue Plan Act funds and the district's compliance with the associated federal reporting. To launch this initiative, we're establishing the Launch, Evaluation, and Monitoring Hub, which will help agencies launch programs using a user-friendly and equitable resident experience, embed data collection and performance monitoring into program management, evaluate the programs using rigorous and transparent scientific techniques, and make informed decisions about which investments have a positive and significant impact on our residents. Gun violence prevention is another key area that OCA will continue to focus on in FY22. Building Blocks DC, led by the Director of Gun Violence Prevention, will continue working in partnership with impacted communities to apply a public health approach to reduce gun violence involving firearms by focusing on the people and places in the district most at risk. As part of this effort, the district and her office, the director and her office will work to connect district residents to mental health services, stable housing, good paying jobs, educational opportunities, and other critical supports. In addition, Building Blocks DC will partner with the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services to distribute $1.5 million in grant funding to individuals and local organizations to implement skill building programs, neighborhood beautification projects, and community engagement programs to reduce gun violence. In addition, OCA's FY22 budget and the remainder of FY22 will continue its work to address racial disparities and build racial equity throughout the district. OCA's Chief Equity Officer recently hired a communications and engagement specialist and is actively recruiting for 2 other positions for the goal of fully staffing the Office of Racial Equity by the beginning of FY22. The mission of this office is to eliminate racial inequities in the district by providing leadership, guidance, and technical assistance to engage and embed the concepts of racial equity into all facets of district government's daily operations. One of the office's first objectives will be to create a measurement and data strategy to enable the development of the district's first racial equity dashboard. This will be a collaborative process with agency leadership, citizen experts, the Council's Office of Racial Equity, and external stakeholders. The office will work with agencies to develop racial equity action plans based on root cause analyses of the underlying factors driving racial inequities and a racial equity training series to help normalize conversations around race. Lastly, I want to focus on OCA's performance management program and the work of the lab at DC. A key goal of this office is to develop and implement a data-informed and results-driven performance management program throughout district government. This process included an analysis of research studies, case studies, efforts from other jurisdictions related to this proposed enhancement. The performance team also oversees and supports the performance planning and reporting process across all district agencies. In FY22, we'll continue this work along with reviewing and discussing agencies' key performance indicators and initiatives throughout the year. Now, the lab at DC is a critical part of this effort. The lab will continue applying a rigorous scientific approach to the way district government develops and implements government policies and programs. For example, the lab will assist DDOT and the Washington Metro Area Transit Authority to evaluate a pilot of discounted transit fares for low-income residents. The pilot will also help us understand what makes transit affordable, effective, and equitable. The lab will also build a predictive model to help identify key risk drivers to support DDOT's Vision Zero work and will be involved in the district's efforts to pilot and evaluate alternatives to police dispatch for 911 calls. In concluding my testimony, I want to tell you how extremely proud I am of OCA's work this past year and the work of so many of our agencies and employees. I'm especially grateful for their efforts during the public health emergency. OCA staff led the Modified Government Operations and Mission Support Divisions of the COVID EOC, overseeing a large acquisition and stockpiling of PPE that we distributed to government workers and residents. And also the office had to rebuild the district budgets to account for both the initial loss of revenue and the subsequent increase in federal funds under CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan Act. These are just a sample of the many activities the dedicated staff of this office participated in during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the role of the Office of the City Administrator and our proposed FY22 budget. That concludes my testimony. I'm available along with my team to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. City Administrator. I gather from the 5 major areas of concern in your shop that you are busy all the time trying to bridge any gaps that we may find in the agencies and the service delivery. But more than that, you're actually at the forefront of much of the delivery that we require. And so I have a few questions for you, and I believe I see a couple of my colleagues that have popped on, and I'm sure they would like to be recognized. So if you will just hold on for a minute, sir, we will hear from my colleagues. I'll give them an opportunity to make a statement in the event that they would like to. I see Councilwoman Henderson. Is there anyone else?
All council member, just Councilmember Henderson.
Okay, Councilwoman Henderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I'm not a member of your committee. I don't want to stop your flow. So I actually don't have an opening statement. So we can go right into it. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much.
No problem.
And thanks for joining us. Mr. City Administrator, the Internal Services Department, it has no budget proposed for materials and supplies in FY22. What's going on?
The internal services functions is a division within the OCA. Sometimes we centralize the supplies and budget for acquisition. We often will increase it for a particular division if we know we're doing a lot of hiring in that division, because we'll know there'll be associated supplies to go along with that. In the case of the IS team, it is shrinking by a couple of FTE, and so there was de minimis needs for those services. And if they need it, we'll be able to draw from some of the other divisional budgets within the office.
Okay, thank you. You have an MOU with the Department of Public Works for fleet services. Could you describe that MOU and what purposes your office uses the fleet services?
I believe the MOU is to acquire or maintain some fleet vehicles. While we are based in the Wilson building, it's very important for this office to be able to get out to the community, to go to other agencies, and sometimes it's helpful to have access to a government fleet vehicle.
Okay.
And I should just note, we are also joined by my AFO for the OCA, James Hurley. So in my opening remarks, I should have mentioned his inclusion here.
All right, thank you. What agencies have absorbed the programming and resources formerly housed in the Office of East of the River Services? Are the residents of East of the River that use these resources aware of where they should go now?
They largely went to DEMPAD. When that office was absorbed by other offices, we looked at the functions, certainly some of which they did related to DEMPAD work involving community development. There were some customer service functions that went to the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, which is consistent with trying to connect people to improve government services.
All right, so the services are now performed through DEMPAD?
Yeah, and the individuals and positions were shifted there as well. So there was not a reduction in force. There was a transfer of the people of the activities to largely DEMPAD and to some extent the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs.
All right, so the organizational chart that's featured in the budget plan may have maybe a little glitch, needs modification because it shows the office as standalone.
Yes, I think that is requires an adjustment.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure.
No, your question is appreciated.
All right. You submitted this information in writing, but could you please answer the following for the public that may be watching? In which agencies are the funds for building blocks located?
The funds for building blocks are associated with several different agencies across government, and I'm happy to go into more detail. I will mention some of the larger funding associated with building blocks. And by the way, I know Director Holly Harper is here and she'll be able to talk in some depth. The role of the central office house in the OCA is to coordinate around people and places, the investments that we're making. The agencies will house many of those government programs. So there are several large categories of funding. One is the expansion of violence interrupters or credible contacts. That is within the ONE's office and DYRS. A second major category is expansions to housing, which is split between the Office of Victim Services and Justice grants for safe housing, immediate housing, and longer-term housing vouchers that are in the Office of the Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We have funding for mental health services that's located in the Department of Behavioral Health. And then I think probably the largest investment is the ability to do job training and jobs, which is between the Department of Employment Services as well as the Department of Public Works, an investment in government jobs. So much of what Director Harley Harper does is to help coordinate that these investments are focused on common goals and have operations that are able to intertwine and the different interventions that are housed in those departments.
Okay, Mr. Donahue, we heard from a public witness earlier representing the community greatly concerned with gun violence. And one of their concerns is they believe that we currently are missing a strategic plan, one that would have transparency, that would use some of the resources that I have heard articulated by the mayor and others as to what this coordinating function is, the Building Blocks program. And so could you please give us some sense of where you see Building Blocks going forward and whether or not there will be a strategic plan, a process maybe that is informative to the public so that they can follow and know that we are taking steps to actually change the gun violence in community?
Yes, so we will have a strategic plan. In fact, Director Harley Harper was recently able to secure a contract for its development. That will involve the community, that will involve stakeholders who've been involved in this work, as well as government agencies whose budgets require an investment around gun violence prevention. We are working with an individual and a group that has worked with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, or the CJCC, who was involved in the development of gun violence prevention programs in Oakland, California, which is one of the national models that many other cities have been looking at to adapt to their own particular jurisdictions. So that is something that this committee and the community members who have an interest will see and will be part of its development, and will be transparent both with the process as well as to the plan itself.
Okay, so you're saying that you've already entered into a contractual arrangement with a group and an individual that has a history of performance in California related to gun
yes,
violence
and has worked with several other cities around the country in developing their own strategic plans around gun violence prevention.
All right.
That's not to copy what happens somewhere else, but it's helped to make sure what we do is informed by lessons of other cities.
Okay, so you entered into a contract. Can you tell me the value of the contract and the company that you're contracting with?
I will want Director Harley Harper to be able to get back to you about that. If she doesn't have a response right now, that's something that we can provide the committee later on.
All right, she doesn't have a response now. You have already entered into a contract, right?
Well, it's the, we are leveraging a relationship that the CJCC already has. It's a group that recently put together some work products for the CJCC about gun violence in the district. And so it's leveraging a relationship that a sister agency has for the development of the strategic plan. And I will have to provide you with detailed answers.
All right. Well, we certainly will be asking. We certainly will be asking. I think it is one of the most important products that our government can come up with today, and that is how we will move forward to reduce gun violence. And so all of my colleagues and all of the city are concerned with what are we doing and how do we plan on going about it. My time has expired, and so I'm going to turn to colleague Henderson. I'm sure she will move this ball forward this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. Good morning, CA Donahue, and to your team. Like I mentioned sort of at the top, I'm not on this particular committee, but I'm told that the Building Blocks program is run through your office. So if I had questions about that specifically, I needed to come talk to you. And I'm really glad to see that Ms. Harley Harper is here. Because basically all of my questions are actually around Building Blocks and the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. My team and I looked, but cannot find the proposed operating budget for this particular office. Does it have a budget? How many FTEs are working on this initiative?
So the formal FY22 budget includes 2 FTEs in my office. Now, there's a broader question that you're asking that Councilmember Bonds also asked with her final question, which is where does all this go? So part of the notion of having an emergency operations center for gun violence was to be able to enhance coordination and bring resources that aren't in my office to bear for the work of Director Harley Harper. So there are resources that she'll go into detail with that are detailed to the function. There's also resources that she will not have chain of command authority over, but will be responsible for making sure are coordinated with each other that exist in city agencies. I think as we're still in the early stages of this, it's unclear a year from now, if you ask me these questions, what the response will be, in the sense that we have this pulling together for intensive focus and coordination that might lead to a conclusion that we need to have a more robust coordinating function in government. It might be that this effort can build into the DNA of those agencies that have to work together some processes that allow for this central coordinating function to stay relatively small.
Okay.
So the EOC lets Director Harper pull in additional staff and resources without making it permanent for such an early effort. But I see she has turned her camera on and can go into some detail.
Okay, I only have a few minutes, so don't filibuster me. Hold on one second. So the 2 FTEs that I would assume that's the director's position and then one more. Who's that?
Correct.
One?
Ms. Brittany Pinto, an analyst.
An analyst. Okay, great. And then besides just the personnel funding, is there any specific funding that is just provided to support their work outside of, obviously, there's a lot of money in other various agencies. I'm just interested in terms of.
Within the OCA budget, we do leverage some of the existing funding lines that Ms. Harley Harper has relative needs, but the bulk of it will come, at least for the time being, from other city agencies.
Okay.
As we determine how this should settle long term.
Okay, so we've labeled the proposed use of ARPA funds to support gun violence at a range of agencies. For example, at the ONE's office, you have about $7 million for violence interruption, $3 million for housing for gun violence victims. DHCD has $5 million to quote support Building Blocks DC. DOES has some money. DPW has some money. What's the total amount that we're putting into Building Blocks or gun violence prevention for FY22?
I believe it's
just a round number.
Not just a round number. I was going to say I believe it's about $60 million, but I have Director Jenny Reed next to me who might be able to give a more precise answer to that question, since you specifically said not a round number.
Well, I mean, you know.
And then I provided one.
Good morning, Councilmember Henderson. The exact number is $59,255,000 for FY22.
59 million in gun violence prevention. Okay. All right. And are the entirety of these funds one-time federal funds? Sorry, Jenny.
That's okay. They are not one-time federal funds. So we are using federal funding to fund the program starting in 21 through 24. Building blocks is one of the areas, though, that we put additional local money in FY25 in the financial plan to pick up when the federal funds run out. So they are fully funded across the financial plan.
Okay. Okay. And do we have, and maybe this is a question for Director Harley Harper. Hi, nice to meet you. I hate meeting people in these types of settings, but here we are. What are the specific goals that your office is laying out in terms of gun violence reduction, crime statistics, diversions, other measures? Like, what are we going to call success here? Or what are you going to call success for the work of this particular initiative 6 months down the road?
Good morning, Councilwoman Henderson, and it's a pleasure to meet you as well. And good morning, Councilwoman Bonds. To answer to your question, I think that I would say that the ultimate measure that we all should have is less shootings and less homicides. That really is the ultimate measure, and that's what we all should be looking for. It's certainly not my sole responsibility. It's going to take absolutely all of us, all of the government agencies, the city council support, as well as the community. But I do believe that that is the ultimate goal for all of us in the city regarding gun violence prevention.
No, I share that overall goal. Obviously, that's the reason that we're doing this, but I'm just trying to understand, right? Because I've had these questions with some other agencies in terms of, we have a lot of money that's going towards this effort. How do we evaluate whether or not what we're doing is actually working and moving the needle? And so I'm just curious in terms of, I know you are trying to build a plane while you are flying it at the same time in terms of being the flight coordinator, if you will. What is the communication that you're providing to your agency partners around, like, here's our expectations for, by August, this is what we're going to be doing. By October, this is the situation.
So what we're doing is speaking with all of my colleagues, and everyone has been extremely supportive. What I will say is that across the board, I look at building blocks as a coordination hub, and it is the responsibility of every single agency in the district to have a stake and to have a priority in gun violence prevention in the city. And so each agency has their own what their contribution is to gun violence prevention and how we're going to measure that specific contribution. But I think that the directors of each city agency have certainly been asked by Mayor Bowser and the city administrator around their contribution to gun violence prevention, because each agency should have their metrics that are associated with gun violence prevention specifically.
Okay. CA, in terms of, how this fits into the larger priorities of the mayor, do you all plan to sort of publish something, if you will, right? So, like, I can have a conversation with DOES and Director Morris Hughes and know what their goals are around trying to find jobs and those kinds of things, or at DPW, the specific jobs that they have set aside here. But I feel like we're missing a unified, like, this is how you hold us accountable to say that we did what we said we were going to do. Not specifically on just the homicides piece, but also just like on how we spent the money.
Yes. So for the gun violence prevention, you should expect to see a clear plan that reflects the investments that we know are in place, and data that we commit to being transparent about the impact that those programs are having, both in their ultimate impact of reducing violence, but also in their ability to successfully engage with the individuals that are referred to those agencies from some of our frontline workers at the ONE's office and at DYRS and at Cure the Streets.
Okay, I'm out of time in this round. We'll come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Henderson. Just to sort of continue on some of the thoughts that I had, I wanted to, if you could, give us an evaluation, a model of the evaluation that we would do as a government to determine that building blocks is effective. And also if there's a timeline that has been established for any of these accomplishments. I understand that building blocks is the coordinating center, Ms. Harper, but I'm trying to understand whether, for instance, let's say at the housing authority, the goal might be to maybe identify 15 units that can be utilized by those that are engaged in gun violence and need to move to better housing conditions. And it should be done, let's say, within 30 days after an occurrence, a violence occurrence, and that we should be able to see through that process some the individuals who have been moved are now in a jobs training program or moving to attending higher education. Can you, something that the public, I need some models that the public can understand and relate to and really feel that the evaluation process is working and that we are obtaining or getting close to our goals. And so just wondered, I know I took a little time to sort of give you, lay it out, but that's how people speak to me about these things. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your question. Thank you. We have decided that the building blocks is going to work with each one of the individual agencies to provide services and supports and opportunities to a specific population. And so our goal is to focus on those who have been victims of gun violence or who are perpetrators of gun violence. That is our target population, because we know that if we focus on that population, that the district will be a safer city. And so what the FY22 budget reflects is the specific requests of each of the individual agencies that we're asking for them to specify specific services that they're going to provide to the specific focus population and those focus communities.
And do you have from those agencies a sort of laundry list of things that they are going to provide? Do you have that yet?
Yes, and the FY22 budget reflects that. We certainly have started the process this fiscal year. And as you know, we started in February. And so since that time, we have been doing an assessment and identification of what we believe that those persons need as well as those community needs. And we also, I personally have been in a listening posture with the community, hearing from them about what they would like to see, what that population needs, and also what those communities need that are hardest impacted by gun violence.
And so could you share with us what you have learned from community, some of the desires and interests that they have?
Absolutely. So I think that one of the most pressing that I've heard is about temporary safe housing. So after there is a gun violence incident, there are persons who need to be moved quickly out of their communities. We, as a city, we certainly have been doing that by placing victims in hotels. But what we know is that that's not a sufficient longer term. None of us will want to stay in a hotel after being displaced from our homes for a long time. And so to be able to set up a safe housing program that I'm working with Director Michelle Garcia at OVSJG to create is the opportunity for us to create an immediate resource for victims of gun violence who need to be removed from their communities and to be able to be housed safely while we work out a longer term solution. That's just one of the examples that's really something that we get asked about quite a bit. Another one is the communities certainly have talked a lot about additional violence interrupters that they want to see in their communities. And so what you'll see in the FY22 budget is an additional 52 violence interruption credible contact staff that the ONE's office will be hiring to be assigned to the communities that are hardest hit by gun violence, and to be able to expand to additional communities than we are already servicing in the violence interruption model that we have in the district.
Okay, thank you very, very much for that. I'm getting a strong idea of what this plan might look like. I must say I'm one of those who was concerned when we said we were going to have a coordinating process, trying to herd us cats into formation, into some sort of process that's really going to make a difference. I wondered if you could walk us through as quickly as possible what would the day-to-day basis of this operations center be concerned with?
So initially, we're very concerned with streamlining and expediting service delivery to this specific population and these specific communities that we are servicing, that we have prioritized. So, as a district resident, we all know that sometimes it's not as easy as we would like to navigate district government. And certainly we are, as you say, herding the resources within the district government. Absolutely total support across the district government. I think that everybody knows that this is a priority, and I certainly have heard from my colleagues across various agencies about their interest in this specific topic. People want to contribute to this initiative. People want to be a part of this mission, because we know that when the district is safe, it helps every single part of our city to operate better. So first and foremost, the EOC has been concerned with staffing up. We pulled the best and the brightest from across the city government to be a part of this effort. And then from there, we moved into an assessment and identification posture, listening to communities, listening to residents, listening to other agencies with what they have experienced, and listening to ideas from national experts, from advocates such as Mr. Marmet, who testified earlier. We have been in close conversation with David Muhammad at the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform. We have been certainly just gathering information and identifying exactly what are the steps that we think we need to take moving forward. And then from there, we went on and began to identify those services that you'll see reflected in the FY22 budget.
Okay, so when can we as a community say that the plan is intact and that we are ready to move forward? You marshaled all your resources and now we are operational.
So I would say we are operational now. We are working every day, certainly on a case-by-case basis, and learning as we go. But our goal is to collectively create a plan. The strategic planning process that Mr. Marmet referenced earlier takes some time. It's going to require interaction and engagement with the community, and it's going to require listening to the community, and for Mr. Muhammad at the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform to be able to have some time to look at how we have set up building blocks and to assess and help us to figure out what our plan is moving forward. That being said, we have begun already in serving people and communities. And I know that you were at the recent press conference for building blocks when we released the community grants. And what that reflects is our belief that the answer is in the community. We know that we have to co-create public safety with communities, and the community grants is a substantial investment that we released this year, and it continues into next year at double where we started. So we $750,000 for this fiscal year for the community-based grants, because we know that there are residents who are committed to this mission, who want to be a part, who have amazing ideas who have been already implementing ideas out of their own pockets. And these grants will help to expand their capacity to allow them to be a part of the solution and to allow the government to partner with communities to do that. So in answer to your question, I think that we have already started, but I think that, this is a large mission and it's going to take some time for us to get to the place where we feel like it's done and we've achieved success, but certainly we are well on our way.
Well, thank you for that response. I wanted to talk a little bit about the management approach. Based on the press conference that I attended and the fact that already we have released community grants, I'm wondering, does that mean that each of the agencies may individually begin to respond to whatever the metrics are related to building blocks, as opposed to, let's say you have all of your 10, 15 agencies lined up. And so like, wow, we go into the community as a team effort. So should we anticipate that slowly but surely each agency will begin to do something, but it will be done independent of there being this centralized force panning out in neighborhoods where they are most needed?
No, that's a great question. We have a person-based and a place-based branch within building blocks. Our place-based branch has already started to collectively address infrastructure challenges in communities. Some of these are, for example, towing abandoned cars and addressing illegal dumping. We've already begun working with landlords and property managers and property owners around living conditions for our residents in those communities hardest hit by gun violence, and also going in all collectively to address the cleaning and greening of the communities that the person-based branch is focused on. For the person-based, I think I might have said, so the place-based branch has collaborated with various government agencies for a collective approach. The person-based branch is a little different in that persons require individualized services, but we certainly have begun that collaboration with our person-based agencies within the district as well.
Thank you very much. I'm getting it. Thank you so much for that. I do have a few more questions, but I see Ms. Henderson is still with us. I don't see a clock, just so you know, Councilwoman. So why don't we give you an opportunity to ask a few more questions?
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I want to pick up where she left off, Director Hartley. So just to clarify, the Emergency Operations Center is not a physical building or a physical space?
Yes, so the Emergency Operations Center is located on Shannon Place in the Lottery Building. That is where we are located. Certainly with COVID, we have certain of the staff who are working virtually. We have social distance the desk and filtration systems, and we've done everything we can to make sure, particularly during the heights of COVID, since we started in February, to make sure that we have offices that are safe for this effort. But we certainly are physically located at the EOC that is located on Shannon Place.
Okay. And how in post-COVID or non-COVID, just how many FTEs do you basically have detailed for that space?
So we have different percentages that staff are detailed to building blocks. And so it would be challenging to give you a complete number, but we have persons from across various disciplines who are detailed. And so, for example, we have someone who is detailed for finance, who is also, they all have home agencies that they're also working with.
Okay. I'm just, I keep harking on this just because this is a huge, I recognize that the responsibility is shared across the agencies, et cetera. Yet your title is Director of Gun Violence Prevention. So when shit goes wrong, they're going to look at you. No offense. My apologies to any children who are watching, but and so I just want to make sure that you have the resources necessary to be successful here. But also that in whatever the sort of management pieces that Councilmember Bonds was sort of talking about, that if something is going wrong at a particular agency, you feel like you have the agency to pick up the phone and call that director and say, this is not working and we need to do something differently. Or is that the CA?
I'll start with this response and then turn it over to Director Harley Harper.
Okay.
So I certainly have made clear, the mayor has made clear that this is a top priority for the city, that the investments that were put into the budget for the purposes of building blocks are in fact meant to focus on the individuals that are identified through the building blocks process. We also have a policy committee that allows for us to be able to regularly convene at the director level. So any adjustments to policy or operations can happen when it's appropriate to come from the top.
Okay.
Many of the people in place-based teams are consisting of individuals that work in the field already in those communities and do that direct interaction. There is, like, you're both raising a very good question that we think and talk a lot about. And part of these hearings is to try to have polished answers. There's this question of, well, what should this look like a year from now? And I don't know the full answer to that, to be perfectly honest. I do know that part of it will depend on how easy or difficult is it for agencies that normally work alongside each other, but not together, for the purpose to do so. If we're able to really change process and build relationships between field staff, it doesn't necessitate a large central coordinating function. If that process chooses to be really difficult and requires sustained energy, then it's likely that the budget we submit next year will reflect a larger coordinating function than we have here. So the notion of detailing people is a way of empowering Director Harley Harper with people, with really bright people, while we're still not sure what the right number is long term. And I think the same can be said with having just open dialogue about, we have as a city, we have made significant investments. What's the right structure for these investments? We have, as just one example, multiple staff or contracts who think of themselves as violent interrupters. They sometimes have different names, a credible messenger, a credible contact, a roving leader. And sort of to me, the question of impact is one of, as a government, are we able to focus, have a sustained focus on a person or a place in a really positive way when we have multiple agencies with different, often different budget lines, maybe sometimes different general counsels who are all we're trying to work through. When we're able to achieve that through pure collaboration, it doesn't necessitate rethinking structure. If it's really hard to sustain that, that kind of genuine collaboration, then we should probably look at the structure of how we draw our lines in government. But we just don't have enough information right now. So the notion of the EOC, which is this sort of like surging of staff without pouring cement around it, kind of seemed like the appropriate balance while we develop a strategic plan and develop the processes that allow for us to sustain that focus.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. I mean, in terms of like the coordinating function piece. So for instance, on the housing front, right? So I went to the ones hearing, budget hearing, and I talked to the director around how they plan to use, I think it's about $3 million that's proposed in terms of housing there. And, he had a really good answer in terms of some of it could be for hotels, some of it to move individuals who needed to be moved. Some of the funding he thought, which I actually never really think about, but he was talking about like cleanup. So for instance, if there was like a gun violence situation that happened in a particular home and we didn't want the family to have to return to that, we could use the funding, et cetera, to make those things. What's the process though, in terms of determining whether or not those are the appropriate use of funds? So does the one's office have the agency to be able to say, this is how we want to spend our $3 million, or do they need to coordinate through Director Harley Harper's office and, DHCD or DHS to determine like, this is the right way that you do this. This is the right way that you pay for a hotel or, X, Y, or Z.
It's actually a good example you raised. For that and other funding, let's take that housing example that you gave. My expectation would be that Director McFadden would engage and work with Director Harley Harper because it's not, for a couple of reasons. One is that we want to make sure the investments are consistent with the bigger picture of what other investments we're making at, say, DOES or a DBH. The other reason is that Director McFadden will have the subject matter expertise about what the individuals need the most. But procedurally, the one's office doesn't, they don't do housing as a regular course of business.
Correct, right.
The thought of putting the money in the one's budget is it actually does empower them because they can really work with Director Harley Harper to design a scope of what the program should look like before either directly MOUing to DHCD or otherwise providing it to a CBO for provision of housing. They have some authority over the scoping of that. But each and every investment that's part of the $59 million will, at some level, which could be a light touch, need to have a place or be coordinated with Director Harley Harper, which again might be a light touch or it might be something that is more significant. And I know I just say, just in 10 seconds or less, all the federal funding, the same question could be asked about in each of the clusters. And if you're able to stay with us long enough, I know Director Reed in the OCA is standing up a process for every agency, even beyond building blocks, to be able to have a coordination requirement prior to being able to spend the federal funding.
Okay.
We can go into it in a moment or go into now.
Councilmember Bonds, I know my time is up, but I do just have one last question on the building blocks issue. If you a little bit, Grace. Have we identified the 151 blocks yet? And where can the public find the list?
We have identified the 151 blocks. I don't know if that is publicly available. I know we had some internal discussion about the merits of putting such a list out there, but they have been identified, and it's based on the instances of shootings and gun-related homicides around the city. And it's meant to facilitate a focus of the agencies. So we do work on those blocks, but also look at the root causes on those blocks of the violence, which may necessitate some investments and work elsewhere in the neighborhood.
Okay, I mean, but can that be shared with council members? I'm at large, like Councilmember Bonds. I just like to know where we're focusing around the city.
I want to get back to you on that response. I understand it's a very fair question.
Okay.
I want to get back to you on that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Henderson. If I could just continue for a minute here. Is there a separate budget line code for expenditures from building blocks for each of the agencies that are engaged in this process?
I don't believe there's a specific spending code. Some of the documents that we created around public safety when we rolled out the budget was meant to identify how we come up with where the $59 million is distributed through at different agencies, at what amounts and for what purposes. I don't believe there's a funding code that's baked, however, into the formal budget chapters.
Okay, could we ask Ms. Reed if there's thought given to creating such a code so that it's easy to find, not just for the council members, but obviously for the advocate community that's concerned with whether or not we will actually have a strategic plan?
Thank you for the question, and good morning, Councilmember
Good
Bonds.
morning.
So we did struggle a little bit during formulation to figure out exactly how to make clear where all the funding is. We knew it was going to be challenging. We will have to speak with OCFO about creating a specific code that could be tagged within the system. I know we've created lots of codes for all the federal funding that we are getting. We don't typically distinguish amongst our local funds, though, by initiative. You will see in some of the table 5s in the budget book, we were able to tag items as building blocks DC. But I think just given the enormous amount of work that went into, and quick work into producing it, it didn't show up everywhere. So it's something we can talk more about and consider, and I can work with Director Harley Harper and CFO to see if, excuse me, there's an easier way to track it. In the meantime, as the CA mentioned, we do have a narrative document that we've shared with the council that does break it out by agency and by initiative type to make it easier for the public to see.
Well, thank you for that response. It just a thought came to me that maybe if we had that code, it would simplify to some degree. Of course, you won't be able to capture all of the dollars that ultimately may be expended towards the program, but at least gives individuals a baseline to look towards. And of course, if it, yeah, so yeah, let's really think about that. I think it would really help in everyone understanding the importance of this program. In fact, some in communities say that there is no program more important at this time than what Building Blocks does. And as a coordinating function, I think it would be very useful to see that so many of our agencies and services are directed to really, making a difference to changing this. And as a measurement tool, I thought it would be very useful.
Yeah, and if I could just add to,
Sure.
in the one's office budget, we did add an AFO for the one's office and a budget analyst. These are CFO positions. These positions are to help ones as they're growing, but also they'll be dedicated to support Director Harley Harper and the Building Blocks Initiative, so that we have CFO support for her and her team as we're trying to track and identify all of the funds.
Okay, so when we look at the personnel that are directly under the authority or leadership of Ms. Hart, can you tell me how many that is? Collectively, I'm not asking from DHCD, there are 12 or 2 or what have you. Collectively, how many DC personnel are really engaged in this on a day-to-day basis?
So thank you, Councilwoman Barnes. By very nature, the Emergency Operations Center has staff that are added and taken away as the need arises. And it depends on what phase we are in the Emergency Operations Center. We have identified approximately 60 persons who are assigned to Building Blocks, who are considered experts in their specific areas, and they are all assigned. However, there are different percentages, and based upon the need, how much we pull on each one of those persons to task.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I recognize that some of what we may be inquiring about today would really be in the world of some confidentiality. I understand that, because what you're doing is trying to protect our residents, not just the victims, but also those that stand to be accused, as well as the neighborhoods. You want to make sure that there's no stigma in some of our neighborhoods. So I appreciate your approach. At the same time, we know that citizens want to know what's going on, and particularly they want to know that you have the ability to end gun violence. I mean, that's our bottom line. And so let me ask you, what are your plans for providing, let's say, maybe a monthly update? Could something like that be featured on a website as an example?
Yes, so I'm excited to share that our website is almost ready to be released, and there will be public-facing metrics that will be on the website, as well as we certainly intend to identify and share activities that Building Blocks has participated in, as well as prayerfully lots of success stories without utilizing names necessarily, but also to be able to allow the public to see exactly what Building Blocks is doing and how we are doing it. And also hopefully to have increased community engagement. I've been so encouraged by the amount of community engagement and support towards this mission. People are so overwhelmingly involved in this and want to see the success of Building Blocks for the city as a whole. And it will take all of us. So I'm very encouraged about the website, which will have some community interactive assets to the website as well.
Thank you. The mayor has proposed a total of $1.5 billion be spent in FY22 on gun violence prevention. Does the city administrator, or you, Ms. Harper, as director of the gun violence prevention, have monitoring authority over this funding?
As city administrator, I certainly do, as part of a core function for all the areas, all the clusters of government. I think that large number also just reflected the totality of the investments in public safety budgets. So certainly Director Harley Harper would be more involved in those that really are a reflection of the kind of work and services that she is trying to coordinate, which will not be the entirety of the public safety cluster. It'll really be focused on the interventions that we've talked about here around housing, employment services, credible contacts, and mental health services.
Okay, so then I have to ask, is MPD a part of the strategy team, the agencies? Ms. Harper? You're okay.
So MPD, we are working in close collaboration with MPD around safety in the community. Building Blocks is certainly not a law enforcement effort by any stretch, but we certainly are working with MPD, and particularly around the summer crime initiative areas. We have recently hired persons who are identified as credible contacts who are going to be working very closely in those summer crime areas in order to support and be the bridge to Building Blocks in those areas. So we're working with them, alongside with them, and Chief Conti and I are in close communication. We have monthly conference calls, as well as there are MPD officers that are directly assigned to Building Blocks.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that there are officers that are assigned, because it seems to me monthly is great at the top level, but I believe that you would be operational and therefore almost weekly, or at least a contact that you can speak with on a more regular basis, seems to me would be appropriate.
So yes, absolutely. And unfortunately, probably we start our morning every morning with a morning phone call with MPD and the city administrator, the deputy mayor of public safety, and several other team members, and assistant chief Parsons. And we review the shootings from the past 24 hours and all of the details so that we can make an assessment. I also failed to mention that Director Del McFadden is also from the ONE's office, is also a part of those calls where we talk about what the next step should be around those shootings. And so there is no better news than when Assistant Chief Parsons says there were no shootings from the prior 24 hours.
Okay, so this happens every morning. So what happens within minutes after a shooting? How does your team, I'll say, populate the situation?
Yes, so the ONE's office has detailed a couple of persons to building blocks as well. And so we have, building blocks has persons who actually report to crime scenes and are able to assess the situation and to determine immediate needs, as well as if it is in a ONE's area, the violence interrupters are the key persons who report to the scenes and work with the victims' families, with the victims, work, assess, communicate with the community, learn about what may have driven the violence that came to the community, and determine next steps and begin an ongoing response to that particular shooting.
So, we customarily see the police leadership whenever there's a shooting, and of course, whenever it's aired in the media. Will we also be seeing Ms. Harper representative at these situations?
Yes, we actually have an MPD liaison who is assigned, who is detailed from the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, and he will begin to attend the shootings the shooting scenes as well, particularly when you're able to see them, the public facing events, the larger events that are covered where Chief Conti and Mayor Bowser attend.
Okay, and will that person be distinguishable? That is to give the community a sense that building blocks is on the scene,
Yes. We have polo shirts on order. They'll be here soon, and you'll be able to identify the building blocks team members as they move about the community.
Okay, no green jackets with writing, big bold writing on the back. Fashion, remember?
Yeah, I'm all about the fashion, but right now we're going to do polo shirts for the immediate, because of the weather. And then as the weather changes, we do expect to have jackets as well.
All right. I was just trying to bring about a little levity to what this important subject that we're discussing. I think in the responses, it was indicated that existing data from partners such as MPD, the ONE's office, and Fire and Emergency Medical Services would be captured to gauge citywide progress. What other data do you expect to capture to help us understand that progress is moving forward?
I'll start this response, then I'll ask Director Harley Harper to add to it. Prior to when I was Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, prior to the launch of Building Blocks, we did monitor very closely indications of violence and crime in areas that we were intentionally focused on reducing them. And it was helpful to draw data from a number of different sources. From MPD, we would look at not only instances of shootings and shooting victims and homicides and other violent crimes, we'd also compare that both to that area at a different point in time and compare it to other parts of the city. So we would know if as a city, if crime is going down or crime is going up, is this particular area showing a different trend that's more positive one? Not all crime gets reported though. So from fire EMS, we would look at calls for service, particularly on EMS, in which the victim sustained some kind of violent act that led to a transport. So there's sometimes a different nuance that drawing from FENS is allow us to be able to gauge the impact that we're having. Now that's all as it pertains to places. For the people, and this is where I'll have Director Harley Harper follow my comments, the data sources there really have to come from the outcomes that we're seeing, positive outcomes we're seeing around really are the individuals that we intend to help getting engaged with. In other words, when we call, when we talk to them, when a part of government tries to make a connection, is it successfully done? Two, is the individual follow through with the service, which it starts with an assessment of what their needs are that the person themselves drives. So do they follow through with the development of their plan and the services that are entailed? And third, does that individual become a victim or suspect in a crime of violence or a shooting later on. So are they safer as a result of that? So it's engagement, connection with the service, and the outcome that at the person-based level, we will also monitor. That entails a larger set of data than looking at place-based data that will come from WUNS and MPD and Fire EMS. And Director Harley Harper, if you could add maybe something about the person-based metrics that we look at.
Sure. So we are going to have performance metrics, as I said, listed, identified on the website. But what I also want to say about the person base is that, essentially what we are working to do is to change hearts and minds of people. That's not an easy task to measure. But I do think that we in this city have over 200 credible contacts who are doing this work every day. We have some of the most talented and engaging, committed, and passionate people who are doing this work. And I believe that they are serving as a bridge to the services and supports and opportunities. We can't make people engage, but I think that we have the right formula in terms of having an engaging group who are willing to continue to work without fail, to continue to try over and over again to engage with a very difficult population to engage who has been previously disconnected. We know that that's not easy work, but I do believe that we have the right people in place in order to do that. And I know that they're going to continue to try to engage those who and offer the services and supports and opportunities that will allow persons to make different choices. That being said, we also know that hurt people. And so trauma-informed care is something that is certainly identified in the budget as a need, but it's also something that it takes time to engage persons in and encourage. And we have to have the right culturally specific, culturally specific clinicians to engage with this population to be able to allow them to be in a posture where they believe that the support is going to be helpful to them. What they share is going to be confidential. It's a complex issue, but I think that we have the different pieces in place to make this happen. And we're going to try our very hardest to offer the services and supports and opportunities to this specific population of persons who have either been victims of gun violence or who are bringing the gun violence to our communities.
Thank you very much. I really wasn't going to go there because your answers, I appreciate them so very, very much. Very in-depth and very thoughtful response. What I'm looking at the data that you would collect that would develop your profile for where you will begin the work. The blocks that you have identified. And when I read this response in the prepared information, I was under the impression that there were data points that you collected from the various agencies that informed you as to where you might be concerned, which was beyond where we hear the gunshots, beyond the calls for service. But I wondered if there was, for instance, there is a feeling nationwide that people without jobs, people who are hungry, people who are feel that they've forgotten or left out of the mainstream are the ones that want to and are involved in criminal activity or create, public safety issues in a neighborhood. And so I wondered if you were collecting that kind of data and was that part of developing your profile? For instance, I know that at COHEA, they have a profile that a criteria that they use to determine what might be the situation once a returning citizen is back in community. So I was just wondering if we also were using or collecting data like that and creating a process where we might give us a clue as to where we might need to be on any particular day.
Why don't I respond to that? So there are cities that live by very strict and tight and disciplined data collection methods to identify, essentially create profiles of who will be at risk of committing or being victims of violence. To a limited extent, we certainly will use prior known histories. There's context that's really important that the ONES office does provide. So all the qualities that you mentioned are in fact risk factors for someone being engaged in violence. But there's two additional ones that may not show up in data that really have to be very important. One is the availability and possession of an illegal firearm. In other words, someone who does have economic hopelessness, who has been traumatized in their past, who may have substance and addiction issues, but who also has an illegal gun and has social influences and social networks that can normalize or encourage the use of the gun. So without those two factors, the presence of a gun and the social dynamics, it's hard to focus. So the ONES office provides incredibly important context as to what neighborhoods are heating up. We certainly have shootings in the city in which the origin of that shooting relates to a neighborhood dispute that's miles away. But both groups may converge upon a particular block or set of blocks, and that's where the shooting happens. So the context of the ONES office is incredibly important and allows us to be referred to individuals who are may not be on the radar of any traditional metric-based method of identifying them, but are caught up with illegal firearms and in a dispute for which there may not be a precedent in their history. So we have thus far focused on sort of this hybrid approach that allows for the uncertainty and changing dynamics that the ONES office see on the streets with information that we have of individuals who are in need.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of more questions, but I also want to talk about the other, I think it's 3 areas of significance that your office is engaged with. But I understand that Councilmember Henderson has another question. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I have a clarifying question for Ms. Harley Harper, and then I want to turn to something else within the CAA's world. When you all meet in terms of the data around gun violence, is it shots that have hit a person, may not have resulted in a homicide, but has resulted in someone being shot? Or is it just the sounds of gunfire in general, right? Because in certain neighborhoods, it may not result in a homicide, but there was certainly a shooting that happened in that neighborhood. And we want to make sure that those are being captured in the data as well.
Absolutely. So we look at both. You're absolutely right. You raise a very good point. There are shots that are fired. In some communities, it's much more often than others. And we have shot spotter technology in our communities that helps us to track that along with MPD. And then we also have those who are shot who are injured, and then we have homicide. So there's the varying levels of the incidents. And I referenced the morning calls earlier. It's where we dig a little deeper around the why. And, many more interpersonal incidents than we would want to happen. A lot of people think that all of the gun violence is feuding communities, but we know that particularly further exacerbated by COVID, but we know that we have interpersonal gun violence that happens as well. And so we actually look at the cause and effect of what's going on. We really look into each one of the incidents separately and individually.
Okay, thank you for that. CA, I just want to make this plea in terms of sharing the information with council members, is that I know what blocks or areas or communities are part of the summer crime initiative. I don't know what's in building blocks. So when a constituent contacts us about a particular area of the city that has experienced an uptick in shots, gunfire, et cetera, we have a really hard time knowing what resources we should be asking for, or who we should be calling to try to get some additional supports for a particular area, right? We could call MPD, but perhaps it's deep. In some cases, it's deeper than what MPD can do. So I just want to put that plug in your ear. But I want to change completely and talk about transparency about this money, because we got a lot of it. And, you know, and on the other committees that I'm on, we've had this struggle to kind of understand where some of the federal dollars are, because not all of it is necessarily present in the budget books, or it kind of moved around in a different area. And, you know, I wanted to ask you, or, you know, Director Reed, in terms of, this is like one of the largest influxes of financial cash that the district has received. Are there any particular initiatives that your office is contemplating in partnership with the OCFO to provide some public facing transparency about, like, one, where's the money? Two, how is it being spent? And whatever associating reports that your agencies are having to send to the federal government.
Yes, to all, the whole list that you provided, and Director Reed can go into more detail. What I will say is that we agree, first of all, we agree with you that it is a historic influx of federal money done in a relatively short time frame. With a long tail, multi-year spending plan that does necessitate transparency, both for council in their oversight, the public, and also the auditors who will be reviewing the spending. We are setting up a process in the OCA in partnership with the OCFO that will include training for agencies, first of all, so they understand the auditing necessities and transparency requirements of the federal funding.
Mm-hmm.
That will also require the submission of spend plans to be able to, for us to approve them to be able to move forward with obligating the money that's been approved in their budget, because we want to make sure before they spend a dollar that we have some assurance that they understand the limitations, intent, and auditing requirements of that funding. This will allow for a process that will keep us safe from a auditing standpoint, and I think produce work products that will benefit both the council and the public in understanding where the money is and how it's getting spent. And Director Reed can go into more detail.
I mean, basically, Director Reed, can I get a website where I can get a little drop down? I can find out, okay, in DCPS, they have X amount of federal dollars. This much has been spent. This much is left.
So, council member, that is, it is something that we are working on. So a couple things. One is, did you all get a copy of the federal funds narrative that we submitted? It's like a roughly 38-page document of all of the federal funding and sort of laying out tables and descriptions.
Perhaps.
Okay, I just want to make sure, I'll make sure to follow up because it is something we put together to help the public understand what is in the budget, since it's hard to pull it out of the budget books for right now.
Okay.
In terms of the sort of longer tail, so we are working on standing up a website that will show progress on spending funds.
Okay.
Will show key accomplishments and reflect data both on performance as well as financial information. We just got guidance from Treasury this week on their reporting requirements, which includes performance monitoring requirements.
Okay.
So all those documents, I don't know how they're going to have us submit them. Right now, we have to use a special portal, but there's no reason that information can't be made public, and that we can include it or include a more public-friendly version, depending on how they want us to submit, so people can understand and follow. We have also requested the infrastructure necessary on like a staffing side to be able to do this throughout the life of the federal funds, because it is so significant. So yes.
Okay, that's great to hear. So I'm going to ask you like in a little bit, in a couple of months, like, hey, where's the
Yes.
website? What are we going to
Yes.
do?
Look for it later this summer.
Okay, so the other thing too that is similarly related, right? And I keep getting these questions in terms of the decision by the mayor's office to park funds in future years, right? So to ensure that we're not just doing a 1-year XYZ situation. There are some who believe like, oh no, we should like be spending all of it now to like address the immediate need. And, you know, we have received guidance on the council side that we're not able to do that. When you all get that question, how do you respond to it?
I know how I respond to it because I get that question from many different directions. As a city, we do not want to create a fiscal cliff for ourselves that will have an unsustainably high level of investment in good programs, only to have that funding evaporate. I think the purpose of this stimulus that is different than the CARES Act funding, which is much more purely about responding to the pandemic, is this is meant to help us grow back and recover from what we've experienced for the past 15 months. And that necessitates a multi-year investment. Now, as a practical matter, there are programs that receive funding that if you were to say double or triple in FY22, that funding, I don't know if they can really meaningfully move the money. There's a capacity to be able to absorb funding that if it is too abruptly increased, it takes time for how we expend that money for those entities, whether it's an agency, a contractor, a CBO, to be able to absorb what we're sending. So we don't want a fiscal cliff, and we have to make sure the money keeps up with our capacity of our agencies to be able to properly spend it.
Okay.
And Director Reed, happy to add anything if you care to.
No, I think that covered everything I would say. Thank you.
Okay. Well, there's another hearing going on, so I'm gonna go talk to the Deputy Mayor for Economic Development. But I appreciate your responses today and in this conversation. I hope that we can have an ongoing conversation about the progress of building blocks, because this is a really important thing, right? It's a signature piece that we have here, and so many different agencies that are attached to it. I just want us to be successful because it means a lot in terms of what public safety means in our particular communities. And I think that there's some struggle, as with any new program, there's a struggle to understand what the vision is going forward. And I hope that you all will just be better in terms of communicating those expectations going forward. So thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and thank you, CA.
Thank you. I appreciate your advocacy and time spent here as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilwoman Henderson. If I could just get back to this spending cliff that you're trying to prevent through parking of the funds. I wondered if using this process sends a signal to the agencies that, let's say, over a 4-year plan, I have 200 million. And in the first year I spend 50, or my budget is 50, next year 50, what have you. Does this send a message that, well, if I don't spend all of 50, it's going to roll over to the next year? Is that part of the plan?
No. If an agency is, well, part of this process, part of it is meant to make sure we have an auditable spending history that can comport with the audits that will happen. Part of it, though, is to provide support and training to make sure they can get the money out the door. In the FY22 budget, in addition to some of the evaluation tools that we have housed in the OCA, there are also very important increases that we put into OCP, the IG's office, DCHR, that are meant to add capacity to allow for funding to be able to move out the door. But the part about this that makes me the most anxious when I think about spending is for the services that are by their nature contractual services, that can we move the money onto contracts at a much higher volume of spending than we've historically had for a particular service or agency. So we've made investments to facilitate that. And it's my expectation that agencies will successfully spend what's been allocated. But certainly if there are changes we need to make based on the performance of the agency, that's something that we would consider at the time.
Okay, I have another, thank you for that. I was trying to get a handle on, this new approach of 4-year plan and how, the public would be looking at it. Already, the mayor says 400 million in affordable housing, and people already saying, oh, well, does this mean this, that, or the other as it relates to the amount of money that we will have, and that will we have this 400 million, even if we don't spend it, blah, 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 this year. So I wanted to make sure that I inquired about that process. In addition to gun prevention, gun violence prevention, you have the equity process within your office. And I'm just curious as to how that will be applied across the government with each agency. What are the expectations? Are the expectations that we're going to save money? Are we, through this process of evaluating and making sure that whatever projects that come online, that they're designed to address the issue of systemic racism? Or is it something else that we are looking forward to the equity process to entail?
Well, Dr. Hewitt is also here with me, knowing that you
All right.
want to go in depth. So I'll give a brief response and allow her to give a more fulsome one. First of all, the law itself sets clear expectations about some of the priorities and projects that the office must go through. That involve development of an action plan and the involvement in both the performance management and budget process. So the placement in the OCA does allow Dr. Hewitt's office to intertwine itself as we formulate policy options to recommend to the mayor, and also make decisions about resource allocation around the budget, because that's our core function. It also is very much there to provide training and to create an open environment and atmosphere at agencies to be able to openly talk about racial inequity and the impact of our programs in narrowing it and hopefully someday eliminating it. So it's an office meant to empower agencies as well as provide some of the technical support that they can, as they develop their own formulations of performance planning and budget, that they can keep as a centerpiece what impact they're going to have around racial equity for the city. So it will, within my office, cut across nearly all of my divisions, and then certainly work with agency and agency staff and leadership around the underpinnings of what was in the law that created it.
Thank you. And as it relates to the reopening of our government offices, are you currently looking at the downsizing any of our space that we currently use in each of the offices?
That's a good question. I think you'll actually play out over the course of several budget cycles. So we are sometimes tied to leases. We are being careful to not, it'll start with being careful to limit any additional space requests that we get, knowing that even as we return to work, there'll be a greater prevalence of remote work. So it might be 1 or 2 days a week, even 1 day a week starts to free up some space. So there were space pressures before the pandemic, for example, where we knew we were hiring individuals that were beyond what could fit within a particular office. That normally would have led to increases in lease costs, and now we've held the line for many of those requests. My own office, to be as one example, since the pandemic, between the creation of the Office of Racial Equity, the creation of Building Blocks DC, the development of and what will be a temporary team in the budget team to work with them in monitoring and compliance. We have thus far not taken on any additional space, even though the FTE count has gone up. So that's where it starts. It may lead to some reductions in future budget years as leases come up, but I think this allows us to control for what's been, before the pandemic, a really sometimes significant increases in rental expenses that we've seen from year to year.
All right, well, thank you very much. I recognize that we've also been joined by Councilwoman Janice Lewis George, and we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions. Hello, good morning.
Thank you, Chairman Bonds, and good morning. I'll be brief because I am also I'm in DMPED's hearing as well, like Councilmember Henderson. But I did want to come over and talk a little bit about the building blocks program and sort of where we are with building blocks. And just state up front that my concern is with how quickly we can implement building blocks, sort of the pace that we're currently going. So my questions are around pace, then also capacity. We're looking at 100.
Jump right in.
Great. Capacity is 150. We're talking 151 blocks. FTE wise, what does that look like? And then understanding really funding wise, it looks like we aren't front loading here. And I understand the fiscally conserving fiscal year 21 and 24 for other issues, but here I feel like we should be front loading because of the crisis that we're trying to solve. So if you could walk me through first sort of implementation, what is this timeline looking like for us to get to the 151 block? And which block are we how many blocks are we currently in of the 151 blocks?
Hi, good morning, Councilmember Lewis George. Good morning. Good to see you, and thank you for your continued support of building blocks and your interest in this. Yes, in terms of pace, we started in historic Anacostia. I think it's important to note that although we have the 151 blocks identified, we also are addressing surrounding communities. We know that we can't go into a community and only address one specific block, but we also know that the blocks that we have identified in the 151 are those most violent. And so oftentimes the violence certainly impacts the surrounding communities. So we've started in historic Anacostia, and we have moved to Kenilworth and Mayfair and Paradise communities. From there, we've also been addressing individual communities as different incidents have come to our attention that we have addressed. We are working on a plan right now that I'm not prepared to share publicly, but a way for us to enter into multiple communities at the same time. And so we are working on rolling out that plan, and I would be happy to share that with you as soon as the details are finalized.
Okay. So right now I think we're in five communities of the 151 community blocks or communities. I think communities is a better way to say it, since
Yes.
It's not just going to be the focus of those blocks, which you've noted. So are we looking to add, are we looking at numbers wise? Are we looking to add a community every month, or how are we looking to do that?
We are looking to enter in. We are looking to enter into multiple communities at the same time. And as I said, we're working on that plan now. And so when we're able to roll that out, I will be happy to share it with you. But we are looking at different ways and methods that we will be able to, what is the capacity, what is the human resources that would be necessary to have a plan to roll out simultaneously without watering down the efforts that we want to and the impact that we want to have.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So that's where my budget piece came in, because I'm guessing we'll find, in order for you to enter multiple communities at the same time, then you're going to need more people, unless you're going to be pulling people from other communities, or we're going to be overworking people and burning them out, which is very possible in the line of public safety work for burnout. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how many FTEs are currently operating in the 5 communities, because that would give us a sense of how many FTEs we're going to need for the future implementation of communities.
So in terms of FTEs right now, I am the FTE that we have. However, we have persons detailed from across the city government. And so FY22 brings on an additional FTE as well, but we have persons who are detailed across, and we are looking at possibly contractually entering into an agreement to bring on, expand capacity.
Okay. So I think as we expand capacity, we're going to need to expand funding. So I hope there's like room in the budget. It needs to be a large amount of room in the budget to expand that capacity. I would imagine, in order for us to make that happen. Is there room in the budget currently to move the way we need to move? We have to be fluid here, because like gun violence is such a serious crisis here in the district, that we have to be able to like be immediate. And then hiring is also very difficult for this type of work, the skill training that's needed.
There is room in the budget. We will, the Director Harley Harper, myself, as well as Director Jenny Reed, be watching very closely the agencies where the money exists, for which who have the services that really the director coordinates. So the one's office, DOES, behavioral health, some of our school-based initiatives. We will monitor very closely their hiring timelines as they staff up, and their ability, when a service is contracted, to issue the contracts in time to be able to expand to multiple communities. Your fundamental question, though, is absolutely correct, that being able to sustain a presence doesn't require the agencies that have the funding to be able to relatively quickly staff up or move the money out the door, so that CBOs or contractors can staff up in anticipation of being able to expand to other neighborhoods.
Yeah. So I'm saying right now we have $9 million for fiscal year 2022. What are the streetscapes in the building blocks GVP funds? I saw it was $25 million allocated for fiscal year 23.
The streetscapes, I don't have that right here. If one of my colleagues can answer right now, they can jump in. Otherwise, it's something we'll have to get back to you on after the hearing. I can see Director Reed just turned her camera on.
Sure. Council member, we will follow up with the good morning. Still morning. We will follow up with the specific streetscapes. They are streetscape projects that existed in the CIP for Ward 7 and 8 specifically, but we have been able to accelerate and advance, and so they will be done much sooner. We'll get you the specific list.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And then my last question, Director Harper, when can Ward 4 expect to be brought online for support from the gun violence prevention interventions initiatives, or one of our neighborhoods?
Yes, I think that the neighborhoods are already on board. I know that there's been intensive efforts that have taken place in Kennedy Street area, which is not a building blocks area, but certainly is a Ward 4 area. And I know it's an area of concern for you. I think that we have there are building blocks that are in Ward 4 that you and I have spoken about offline, and that we are looking at. I will be able to give you a more solid time frame of the when, as we continue to make a decision about the capacity building that we are going to do in building blocks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time and all the work that you all are doing. And thank you so much, Chairman Bonds. I'm going to head over to DMPED. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. City Administrator and Ms. Harper and Ms. Hewitt and Ms. Reed, we're nearly done. I did want to There are a couple of questions from community. I think we better talk a little bit about this. The housing element of building blocks involves establishing emergency safe housing at a temporary site to address immediate safety needs for residents at risk of gun violence. What is the current status of this program? I understand it is primarily run through the ONE's office.
There are two housing programs that we put into the 22 budget that relate to housing and building blocks. One is for what we call emergency safe housing, which is designed for someone or a group that needs to be in a safer place for a relatively short period of time. So think days, weeks, sometimes going on months. The intent is to model that after the successful programs we have around domestic violence, whose victims also are in need of safe housing. So the funding for that program will be administered by the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, which runs the domestic violence program for which that will be based. The longer term housing program is at the ONE's office and does recur each year for the federal funding. And that is meant to provide longer term housing vouchers with supported services that will help some of the individuals that building blocks and the ONE's office together work with when we really can't make them safe without addressing an underlying need for housing stability, for housing relocation. And that program is new, so the scope of it has to be developed by the ONE's office and building blocks, and then the administration of it will likely take place by a different entity. But we wanted the ONE's office to really have a lot of ownership over shaping what it looks like.
Mr. Donahue, can you tell me what is the budget for the emergency safe housing?
I believe it is 1.1 million this year and 2.2 million for the subsequent years.
Okay. And what is the budget for the ONE's voucher program?
It is similarly a reflection of that, 1.1 million this year and 2.2 million in subsequent years for a combined total of $4.4 million.
Okay, so since
500,000 this year, 2.2 million next year.
I'm sorry, how much for this year?
500,000 this year and 2.2 million next year.
Okay, 500,000. Well, you know, to me, short term would require less dollars than long term because a voucher, just the voucher is actually going to take care of the cost of rent. And so it looks like your voucher ONE's office program, it could very well be deficient. And you just indicated that it's not even 1.1 million, it's 500,000. But your short term is, you said for maybe weeks or months, is a little more robust. Can you explain that? Are you saying that they're likely to be more, what are you saying with this budget as it relates to housing?
Well, one thing that we're saying is that there are two programmatic needs we have that are vital to the success of building blocks that are different from each other. So if I ignore the size for a minute, those will be new programs and functions that will serve a really important part of us being able to be successful with building blocks. The short-term housing, when it's managed well, will be able to service a higher volume of individuals because they will be able to be stabilized and then go back into their original housing environment once tensions have simmered down and interventions have been able to be made by the ONE's office and others. So the idea there is that you'd have a higher volume of people. With the longer term housing, we have individuals for whom we really need to have some longer term and permanent housing relocation to be able to have that person be safe over the long haul. And I'll ask Director Reed to add additional details about the exact calculations of how we formulate those numbers.
Sure. Thank you, City Administrator. So the reason you're seeing just $500,000 in the current fiscal year is given where we are in the fiscal year now, almost being at the end of June. It'll take us, a little while to get up a program that we can make referrals to. So part of what we need to work on with the ONE's office is making sure we establish criteria for how people will be recommended. We'll need to work with the Housing Authority to do the administration of the vouchers and have included, necessary funding to support their administration of that. And we'll need to work to establish an MOU with them. And then I think that we will look at how we are doing in terms of the referrals. And we will most likely need to add funding. As you know, Councilmember Bonds, and you've along with the mayor, have been a champion on affordable housing in the city. We know we need to do more. We do think this is a good place to start. And as the CA mentioned, we think the immediate need around the crisis stabilization housing is more urgent. And then we will, of course, work on the long-term housing strategy. I'll also add that these additional supports are not meant to be permanent. They're meant to be short-term, maybe 2 to 5 years. To help people move, get stable, and sort of like the DC Flex housing program, be able to transition off after 5 years if that is what's appropriate for them.
Okay, that's very interesting. Trying to conceptualize how this might work, and I'm sure the public is curious as well. I, for one, am familiar with some of the housing needs of the ONE's office, those who are participants. And so just this amount did not seem robust enough to really accommodate some of those needs. So we're going to keep an eye on this. And can you provide me with some metrics that would really demonstrate that these dollars are the appropriate number as to the estimated number of individuals that would be serviced in FY22 in particular? So that would, I think, help us to understand this process and whether or not the housing would be, let's say, I'm part of the ONE's team and I live in Ward 5 and I'm in a hot block or neighborhood, Ms. Harper. And so you want me to continue to do the work, but when I leave at 12:30 at night and I want to go home where I can sleep for a few hours and come back again, so I may end up being housed in Ward 8 or Ward 6 or somewhere else. Is that how you perceive the program to operate, to help us, or is it entirely different?
For the emergency safe housing, the shorter term housing, it would be a mixture of, and this is sort of based on the work in domestic violence, of consistent facilities and safe places that provide safe and stable housing for someone, as well as the utilization of much more flexible housing circumstances, such as hotels, when a fixed location is not sufficient. I'd be happy to provide additional metrics about the volume of need and the capacity that we have embedded in the investments that we've had. I would want to make sure I interact with the ONE's office before providing this with you. So something I can do shortly after this hearing.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for that information. I understand that you have chosen Progressive Life Center as a Building Blocks nonprofit. Is it a community partner? What services will have they provided in the past in a similar capacity?
We have partnered with them as a way to be able to monitor and move out the grant programs, both the mini grants and the somewhat larger grants to organizations. And I'll see if Director Harley Harper has anything additional to add.
Yes, so we partner with Progressive Life Center because they are serving currently as a grant-making partner with the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. And so we have become comfortable with their work and their commitment to and abilities to be able to do the grant-making in a competent way. And they do a very good job at monitoring and managing the grant process.
Okay, I know the group, so thank you very much. I wanted to make sure we had that information on the record. And team, is there anything else? Did I cover it all?
I think we've been very thorough, Councilmember.
All right, okay. Well, thank you, Mr. City Administrator, Miss Harper, Miss Reed, and Miss Hewitt. We didn't get many questions to you today, but it's not that we don't love you, but we just really spared you today. I know your time is precious as you continue to make sure our government is functioning full steam ahead. So thank you all very much for your responses today. And I guess we will conclude this portion of our hearing. We'll take a break and we'll come back very shortly. But thank you all so very, very much. And thanks to the public that may be listening with us and to my colleagues for their thoughtful concerns. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Amelia, are we ready?
We are ready whenever you are.
Okie dokie, all right. Is it too dark in the back? I'll turn more lights on.
You fine.
Okay.
We have, ready for the first panelist?
Well, let me now turn to, I better start my introduction. All right. We will now receive testimony about the mayor's proposed budget from public witnesses and the government witness for the Department of Aging and Community Living. I look forward to hearing about what this proposed budget provides for the FY22 operations and services that are a part of the department. The only government witness that we will hear from today is Director Laura Newland from the department. And I want to thank Director Newland and her staff for their continued cooperation with my office and look forward to discussing the vision that the agency has to ensure that the district's seniors are provided with appropriate programs and services to maintain a healthy life and live boldly, as shown on the department's logo. The mayor's proposed budget reflects some changes, which includes an enhancement of $4.5 million in its total budget and 13 additional FTEs, bringing the total number of staff to 115 in FY22 and compared to the 102 that are currently in FY21. The agency budget in FY21 is $52.3 million, and the proposed budget for FY22 is $56.9 million, an increase of 8.8% to support programs and services to the district's seniors, individuals with disabilities, and their caregivers. However, the FY22 proposed budget includes a removal of one-time funding totaling $3.5 million, which includes $3 million from the Safe at Home, $215,000 to support senior financial intervention programs for adults over 60 years of age with memory loss and other cognitive impairments, $200,000 for senior centers programs for participants who speak a language other than English, and $100,000 for LGBTQ community dining. From the $4.5 million enhancement, the mayor's proposed dedicated budget of $3 million is to expand senior socialization hubs, senior villages, and $1 million for the connector card transportation program, and $500,000 to expand virtual wellness programs. Of these budgetary reductions and enhancements, I would like the agency to share whether they are local or federal dollars and in its breakdown for public awareness. Further, the FY22 proposed budget seems to have removed the $8.9 million allocated in capital improvements funds for a new senior wellness center in Ward 8. I would like clarification on this item to determine whether it is a true removal or buried somewhere. I want to hear the details about how all of this additional money will be spent on programs and services, including the continued funding support for special needs housing. And most importantly, I want to hear the why for the $3.5 million in reduction of programs that many of our seniors have really depended on over the years. I'd like to note that I'm very interested to hear the proposed operational changes with lead agencies and transportation that ensures the district's elderly residents, its caregivers, and individuals with disabilities are not negatively impacted. And additionally, we are on the way to lifting the public health emergency. Individuals will begin to return to more active lives and may be needing assistance with various aspects of services to help them get back on track, such as identifying housing, work training, and navigating through the system. So we have a lot that we want to hear from the agency on today. And we look forward to discussing all these measures with the department. But first, we want to hear from the public witness who have been so patient and waited through a few hours this morning with our other important agency, the Office of the City Administrator. And so with that, we will hear from our public witnesses. And I think, Amelia, are you going to bring them into the room? I think I see two. I see Miss White and Miss Holmes.
Yes, they are in the room ready to go. We have the first panel. We have Ms. Rhonda Cunningham Holmes from Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Mr. Mark Miller, DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman, Sally White, the Executive Director of Iona Services, Mr. Peter Edelin, who's going to be testifying under the name Randy Smith, and then also Mr. Randy Thomas, who will be shown under Wendy Bloom, and then Mr. George Kerr, Coordinator for DC Senior Advisory Coalition.
All right. Well, welcome everyone and good afternoon. And Ms. Holmes, you can begin when you're ready.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. I'm very happy to be here. I am Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly, commonly referred to as LCE. LCE is the only organization in the district exclusively providing legal support to our seniors. LCE also manages the Office of the DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman, charged with advocating for those in need of long-term care services and supports. I am pleased to speak of the Department of Aging and Community Living's grant support of LCE's work, particularly for those in or near poverty, and why the budget for legal services is needed more now than ever. My colleague, Mark Miller, the DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman, will specifically address the need for ombudsman support. With respect to legal work, DACL partly funds LCE's legal hotline, our self-help office project, and our pro bono access to justice work, which provides hundreds of seniors with life planning documents, including wills, that ensure wealth accumulated in families is properly passed down. As we emerge from this pandemic and the public health emergency ends and the moratoria are lifted, you will see a different and greater need for LCE's legal services. Time permits me to share only a fragment of LCE's work supported by DACL, so please refer to my written testimony. Today, I focus on LCE's hotline, which is composed of a manager, 5 staff attorneys, an outreach attorney, 3 intake specialists, and a receptionist who handles emergency calls. Hotline provides legal advice, brief services, and referrals to hundreds of older DC residents each year. With the generous support of DACL, LCE operates one of a few legal hotlines in the country that serves seniors aged 60 and older. Our hotline operates to help all seniors, regardless of income. Hotline is the first stop for the vast majority of older adults seeking assistance from LCE. Clients calling first speak with an intake specialist who verifies eligibility to receive our services, opens a case for their initial issue, and schedules an appointment with a hotline attorney. Most of our low-income clients receive initial advice from a hotline attorney before meeting with an attorney for extended representation, if one is needed. About 1/2 of the legal matters older adults bring to LCE are handled solely by hotline and attorney outreach. During 2020, hotline attorney outreach served 3,146 clients, and intake staff opened 2,020 initial cases. Many clients have more than one case. We expect a dramatic increase in demand for services once the pandemic moratoria lift, and seniors who were able to avoid eviction, foreclosure, or termination of benefits immediately seek LCE for assistance all at the same time. During the pandemic, Hotline stayed abreast of procedural and substantive changes in almost every judicial forum as the court closed and moved to remote operations so that they could assist pro se litigants. Additionally, Hotline now handles previously uncovered legal issue areas in addition to its priority areas. As domestic violence has increased, so has the demand for legal assistance. LCE expanded services to assist survivors of domestic violence who need help filing petitions for civil protective orders. Some of this work is handled by Hotline attorneys. Hotline's attorney outreach, also funded by DACL, provides in-person legal assistance primarily through lead social work agencies as a means of reducing barriers for older adults who cannot or do not wish to be served over the phone. During the pandemic, of course, we have resorted to phone meetings, but as pandemic restrictions continue to ease, we anticipate an even greater demand for outreach as we are able to resume in-person meetings. In conclusion, DACL funding is vital to our work, and we're extremely grateful for the generous support. Unfortunately, the slightly more than $360,000 we receive for our legal work of more than 12 attorneys and 4 staff support does not cover the cost of the services provided to this rapidly growing population. DACL has increased grant funding to LCE by only $716 since 2016. I urge the council to increase DACL's funding for legal services by $100,000, just so that we can hire another intake specialist, as we are going to severely see a crisis when all of the moratoria end and we see more clients coming to our doors for assistance. The need for legal support, as well as long-term care advocacy, which will be addressed by Mr. Miller, is great, and the consequences of our inability to serve our client community will be grave. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do have just a few questions. You have indicated that the hotline operates through the lead agencies, is that correct?
For the attorney outreach, we do. So we have a team who goes to various of the lead agencies that has office hours, and we'll see people when they come in because they have legal issues. And these people tend to prefer to meet in person or, as opposed to on the phone. Of course, while we have been shut down, we have not been meeting with them in person, but we have been working with social workers to make sure that we are still able to provide them with assistance. So we continue to work with the lead agency.
Okay, so your attorneys actually conduct office hours at the various lead agency offices?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm sure you're aware of the proposal where the lead agencies will be doing recruitment primarily, as opposed to actually providing the service content. So how would that affect what your agency does?
I'm not exactly sure how it's going to impact us. We will continue to work with the social workers so that we are able to provide service to those who need it. Of course, they will be able to provide the phone number to us, as well as DACL if they're coming directly to DACL. That happens today, and we will continue doing that. So we will be able to still provide that service. The outreach attorney is only a small portion of what we do as far as the hotline. And what we've seen is that people find us by calling us directly or through other resources, word of mouth, some of the advertising that we have made available during this time and that we always make available. And so they do reach us in that fashion as well.
All right. And your ask is only $100,000?
my ask is $100,000 for the legal services. We're asking for another $100,000 for our ombudsman program. I understand it is a modest amount. We could ask for much more, but I am telling you that it is not a padded number. We need this. We will obviously take more because what we are receiving today is not sufficient to cover all of the work that we do. And we have, we do fundraising to make sure that we're able to provide the legal services that are needed. But if we could get that amount, that would be a great step in the right direction. Of course, I will always take more.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And Mr. Miller?
Good afternoon.
Oh, I
Chairwoman
see you now.
Bonds.
All right.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's good to see you again.
You too, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Mark Miller. I'm the DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman with Legal Counsel for the Elderly, and I'm testifying today as an advocate for the nearly 7,000 residents in the district that are receiving long-term care services and supports in nursing homes, assisted living, community residence facilities, and those that are receiving services in their home through the Elderly and Persons with Physical Disabilities waiver. As a Department on Aging and Community Living senior network provider, the Ombudsman program has federal and local responsibility for representing the interests of some of the district's most vulnerable residents. A strong Ombudsman program is critical to monitoring and ensuring quality care and the protection of resident rights. In 2020, even with COVID-19 restrictions on in-facility visits, the Ombudsman program investigated more than 370 complaints, resolving 82% of those to the satisfaction of the care recipient or the complainant. And that's a pretty high number on average compared to other programs around the country. Issues included quality of care, quality of life, and resident rights. In addition, we helped more than 700 individuals that called for information and consultation to help them navigate the long-term care system. We support a DACL budget, DACL budget that keeps pace with the growing number of seniors and family caregivers needing services and supports to allow seniors to maintain their autonomy, independence, and dignity. Ultimately, their work saves the district millions of dollars in Medicaid dollars required for long-term care in congregate settings. The Office of the DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman appreciates the funding we receive from DACL, and we're encouraged that this support is not reduced in the 2021 budget. Their support of our program is critical. However, as Ms. Holmes mentioned, it is at this point not totally sufficient. More resources are needed, and we respectfully request at a minimum an additional $100,000 to be added for the Ombudsman program so we can adequately respond to complaints and protect residents from abuse, neglect, exploitation, and violation of their rights. The DC Ombudsman program only receives $75,000 a year of federal funds under Title VII of the Older Americans Act, and this amount has remained flat for many years, making DACL's fiscal support critical for our effective operation. In order to provide a regular presence in facilities, which the federal government defines as one non-complaint related visit to every facility per quarter, we need resources for additional staff. A regular presence helps us establish a trust relationship with residents and allows us to get to know the facility administration so we can more easily address issues. A regular presence means we're able to more quickly identify and address resident issues, and in some cases prevent abuse and neglect. Prior to the pandemic, staff and volunteers were able to provide a regular presence in all our nursing homes. However, the program was only able to do so in about 25 to 30% of our assisted living and community residence facilities. It's particularly difficult because of the large number of community residence facilities that we have in the district, close to 100. It should also be noted that the DC Ombudsman program is one of only 13 in the country that serves persons receiving long-term care services in the community, in our case specifically the EPD waiver clients. This additional responsibility has put a further strain on our resources as that waiver program has grown over the years, and we are not allowed to use the federal Older Americans Act funds under Title VII for that because it is not part of our federal authority. Finally, I just want to take an opportunity to say thank you, Councilwoman Bonds, for your interest in and support of those issues that recognize and promote the dignity, autonomy, and well-being of DC's older adults and persons with disabilities. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. I do have a few questions. Just want to make sure that I understand your service clientele number 7,000. Is that correct?
That's an approximate number, yes.
Okay. And these are persons who are in nursing homes, assisted living, and those that receive in-home care or
Correct.
aid. Okay. All right. So it's just those three categories. And you did also mention 700 you've shared information with them, I guess, through telephone calls.
Correct.
Or the internet. Do you have an internet website?
We do have people can contact us through an email or through our website. Our website is connected to Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Okay. Okay.
If you go to their website, you can see information on the ombudsman.
We will find you. Exactly. Okay. And you said that there are over 100 community residential care facilities that you and your staff monitor.
Correct. And those are the toughest ones to get to because they're smaller homes. They're throughout the district. These are homes that are monitored, and the oversight is through the Department of Behavioral Health. To gain access to one of those homes, you have to have a primary mental health diagnosis. So it's a unique population, but it is exceptionally hard to serve. Those are not the sort of residents that are going to pick up the phone and call us if they need help. So our regular presence in those facilities is critical. And it's the same, quite frankly, for nursing homes and assisted living. While many people can do some self-advocacy and reach out to us, many people are afraid to do that. They might not have a phone or some way to communicate with us. So that regular presence is really important. But we just don't have the staff right now to be in a facility on a regular basis, particularly those smaller community residential facilities.
So how many nursing homes do we have?
Right now we're at, I want to say 17. We lost a couple last year. You know, UMC, their facility closed. We helped monitor that to make sure everybody had reasonable choices and preferences to where they wanted to relocate to. And then we lost a smaller facility at Thomas Circle that had about 27 nursing facility beds. So I believe that leaves us with 17.
Okay. And how many assisted living facilities do we have?
We've got at the moment 12. 12 assisted living, with one that is just coming online on Southern Avenue, or Georgia Avenue.
Okay, is this the Livingston?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So my understanding from my staff is they already have one person, which is good, and because it really does provide in that assisted living niche, affordable assisted living, which the district, quite frankly, does not have.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. We get inquiries every now and then from the public that are trying to understand the difference between a nursing facility,
right,
an assisted living facility, and how do I get in? You know, right, that kind of question. So
we field those all the time.
Okay.
Along with the connected questions of, you know, where are they and how do I pay for the care? Yes,
that is always the bottom line. Thank you very much on that. You're indicating that are you also requesting $100,000 for additional staff?
Yes, at a minimum. Okay. And as Ms. Cunningham Holmes indicated, we'll certainly take more. The ombudsman program right now, we're trying a multi-pronged approach. We're attempting through our National Association of State Ombudsmen, of which I'm currently the president, we're trying to secure additional federal funds as well. That would be distributed obviously on a formula. Our portion though is relatively small because just because of our size and the fact that we're not a state yet. We get a minimum portion out of whatever the formula is. But if we can get some federal dollars, link that with some additional local dollars, that'll put us in a better place.
All right. And so this money that you're requesting, how would it be used?
We would specifically use for at least one additional staff, and that person would be assigned to these CRFs and also to the assisted living, because that's really where we need more coverage.
All right. And can you describe what services you provide, what you do when you go to an assisted living facility?
Sure. A lot of our primary work is resolving complaints that come up. And so we've got care-related complaints. We've got quality of life issues that come up. Had a lot of those this last year in terms of people not being able to visit with families, and families being very concerned about is my loved one in decline. I can't physically see them. So we had a lot of those sorts of issues. Our biggest issue has been discharge and eviction. And that's true across the country. That's the single largest issue that we handle. So we do complaint resolution. We will represent people at the Office of Administrative Hearings in a discharge case if they request it. We do a lot of community education, just as we were talking about people that need information about, well, what services are available, how do I access them, how do I pay for them? We do a lot of community education and outreach with regards to that as well. We do training for staff on resident rights and just a lot of outreach.
So what are the issues with discharge? What does that really mean?
Well, generally what happens is there's several categories. It might be a behavioral issue where the facility is claiming the person is, unmanageable or a threat to themselves or others. There might be non-payment. Oftentimes those are the cases that involve financial exploitation by a family member or even a guardian, where they're not making the co-payment, and so the facility is issuing a discharge for non-payment. It can be that the facility may wish to say, well, your level of care has changed, and so we want to discharge you, and a person can certainly contest that if they wish.
Okay. All right. Well, you've given us some understanding of how this additional resource would be used. Thank you very much.
The last thing I'd want to say though is having a regular presence in facilities, talking with residents, making sure they're comfortable and they know who we are, makes a huge difference, because then they're much more likely to approach us with an issue. We do a lot of help with empowering for self-advocacy, because we can't be everywhere all the time, even if we had all the staff I think we need. You just can't be everywhere. So and I think most people want to handle problems themselves, but they just need encouragement. They need to know what their rights are. And, if we can give that to them, a lot of times they can self-advocate.
So does your team work independent of the Department on Aging and Community Living? I'm really asking, do you have your own client base, or do you receive referrals from the department?
Yes.
You do receive referrals.
We do receive referrals from the department, and that's relatively common. And then we'll follow up with the resident. But we're an independent entity, in which we have to be by law. But we do referrals back and forth, and we work with them quite closely on those issues of transition. When someone wants to leave a nursing home, transition back to the community, they have a transition coordinator that we work with. Oftentimes those are people that are going to be eligible, Councilwoman Bonds, for the EPD waiver program.
Okay.
And so we do work pretty closely with DACL on those. As you probably know, we had a seminar earlier this spring on housing issues and challenges for persons with disabilities. And, you know, that was one of the things that came up. It was the housing was the biggest challenge for transitioning back into the community.
And so when individuals leave a nursing home, you're informing that they do not necessarily go back to their original home.
Correct.
Back into whatever their family unit may be.
Correct, because it may no longer
Where do
be
they
there.
go? Where do they go?
Well, that's the challenge. There are a few facilities, assisted living, that accept the EPD waiver, the Medicaid rate, but there's only about 40, maybe 50 beds total. So that's generally not an option. So it's people that maybe have a housing voucher. They're on a list for housing somewhere. It truly is the toughest challenge, I think, to transition out, because many of these people could make it on their own with supports. It's just, and they're eligible for the waiver service or for other DACL services, home delivered meals, whatever it might happen to be, that would allow them to live independently. It's the housing piece that's just really tough.
So you're suggesting that there is a very strong need for a quasi-assisted housing need developing with our senior population in
Right.
the city.
And you know, thanks to the council, a couple of years ago, we got the long-term care services and support study, which the Department of Health is currently working on, that will look at current and future needs for district residents. And one of the gaps they're going to find, I mean, I think it'll just confirm what we already know, is there's not sufficient affordable assisted living in the district. So if you can't stay at home, your only other option is going to be a nursing home, and they're not, you know, sufficient numbers there. We have hundreds, literally hundreds of district residents that are living in Maryland nursing homes, and DC Medicaid is paying for them. And those are people that spent their life here, contributed to the community here, and now are having to live away from family and friends and neighbors.
And it also is our tax dollars infusing those communities, because most likely their employment base actually lives in Maryland or Virginia. Correct. And not in the district. So we don't see those dollars again.
No, we do not. We do not.
So we got a drain.
Yeah. So it's, but I think that missing link, that piece that really needs to be filled, is the affordable assisted living. And the new facility, Livingston, you know, I think is a good start. That type of facility, there's a need for that. Okay,
great. I've heard it from many of our seniors, and so it's good to hear it from the advocate as well. So thank you very much for your testimony.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Miss White. I know she's in the house. Miss Sally White.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Good afternoon to you and to the members of the committee. I am Sally White, Executive Director of Iona Senior Services. Since the 1980s, case management and home delivered meals have been core services of the lead agencies for the DC Department of Aging and Community Living. Lead agencies are the anchor nonprofit grantee organizations providing support to older adults in each ward of the city. Case management is a critical social work service providing assessment, ongoing care coordination, and advocacy to help many of the most vulnerable older adults in the district who have multiple long-term challenges maintain functionality and independence to prevent institutionalization. Home delivered meals provide a vital service to support isolated, nutritionally vulnerable seniors in DC, which is #1 in the US for senior hunger and food insecurity. Now, DACL has made the unilateral decision to pull case management out of the community-based grants and bring it in-house, in-house at DACL, with fewer than half the number of social workers now working in the lead agencies. In addition, DACL has decided to pull home delivered meal services out of the lead agencies in the second quarter of the 2022 fiscal year and bring it all in-house with no clear staffing or operational plan to date. We've also been notified that Seabury Connector Group Transportation, supported by DACL, which has been so important for members of the community to get to and from senior wellness centers, adult day health care, the grocery store, and other trips, is being completely cut out of the FY22 budget plan. Instead, older adults are expected to sign up for Connector Card or MedExpress to get to and from programming. Director Newland did say they are bidding out a contract for some group transportation, but we do not know the scope, and she does not expect it to be ready to go by October 1st. We do know it will not include transportation for adult day health care. She did say she would consider some reimbursement for transportation for adult day health, but we must develop our own transportation system, which is a very challenging task. And we must be sure the reimbursement from DACL will be adequate to make it feasible. We are extremely concerned about the impact these changes will have on the most vulnerable older adults in Washington, D.C., including the timing. We have just been through a pandemic, a traumatizing experience for many. This is not the time to disrupt longstanding clinical relationships. Vulnerable older adults need consistency. The professional relationships are critical to ensuring that these individuals, many of whom have memory loss or mental health challenges and no social support, receive the services that they need. The movement to a short-term model of case management service is also a concern. Setting and meeting client goals and discharging clients who no longer need our services has always been part of our practice, but we are concerned that DACL does not value or truly understand the need for ongoing case management for socially isolated people who continue to be at risk of institutionalization without that support. Home delivered meals involve more than intakes and assessments. Program management and coordination is a complex process that includes an evaluation of the health, mental health, and social support needs of vulnerable older adults, an understanding of the individual barriers to food access, and the ability to link meal recipients with the appropriate services and programs for food and other needs. These decisions are not based on local data or national best practices that emphasize place-based care. DACL asserts that the changes in case management and home delivered meals stem from inconsistencies and inequities across the wards. Instead of improving the current system by significantly bolstering the clinical social work staff and home delivered meals coordination capacity and salary levels in the lead agencies who serve the larger, most vulnerable populations of older adults in the city, DACL is removing critical services from neighborhood providers. And it is our understanding that the change in transportation options is a cost-cutting measure. With only a few months before the FY22 budget goes into effect, we fear the decisions to pull these services, along with the new charge for lead agencies to create new programming for socialization hubs, is too rushed. It takes time to solicit input, plan for client transitions, hire and train staff, and implement new models of care. Our case management services help people address social isolation by coordinating services. We are unclear how removing case management services from a community-based lead agency helps reduce social isolation. It will make it more difficult for us to coordinate care. We believe these proposed changes should be tabled and monies restored for case management and home delivered meals in lead agency budgets for FY22, and that Seabury Connector be funded to provide group transportation. We ask that DACL engage in a public planning process with lead agencies and other stakeholders. DACL should be required to lay out a clear transition plan and articulate the objectives, how these changes will improve care delivery, promote equity and consistency, and meet the goals of an age-friendly city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. White, for your testimony. Somewhat a little disturbing, as you can imagine, because these are programs that I know are very important to our senior community. Let me ask you, you said that you feel that the changes are too rushed. How would you do it if you had to do changes? how would you do this? And you also wanted a transition period. What's the timeline for a transition period from your perspective?
I really think you could take most of 2022 and make it a transition year if that's the essential plan, rather than trying to do in less than 4 months from now, the transition would take place for the case management clients. As far as I know, DACL hasn't started advertising or hiring anybody. I'm unclear how they're going to do a smooth transition in a short amount of time. And I think that is the most challenging transition, is for case management, because the relationships between clients and caregivers, social workers, case managers is so critical.
Okay. When we talk about the social workers, each lead agency has social workers on staff now, right?
Yes.
So the plan, the transition, really, does it involve those social workers now working from central office or from the headquarters?
No. As far as we know, there are 22 social work positions in the lead agencies right now. DACL is planning to hire 10 social workers to do the work of the 22, and they have not, there's certainly no guarantee that they would hire any of the current social workers.
Okay. And so in the hiring process, is it your understanding that there would be a merit system? In other words, those that have been outstanding in their tasks would be, based on some evaluation that the lead agencies have put forth? Could that be what is being identified? I don't know. I'm just, trying to figure it out myself.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be a question for Director Newland.
Okay, we will reserve that for the director. As you mentioned that limiting food access was a term that you used. I thought during the height of the pandemic, we were delivering meals from Central, not from the lead agencies. Is that correct?
The delivery itself has always been provided by a company and an organization. So Seabury Connector has been doing a great job, as far as we know, delivering the meals through the pandemic. And the Department on Aging was very generous in offering those meals to anybody who needed and wanted them. We're now in the process of trying to reopen the congregate community dining programs so that people who feel safe can come back to that important community. That will reduce the number of people already or still getting those frozen meals. And then I believe by this fall, the goal is to, to stop the emergency meals and just determine who needs what kind of food going forward. So there's a lot of people, thousands of people that will need assessments and evaluation and careful consideration for what they need. And it's unclear how DACL would build in the capacity in their own, in their teams to do all of those assessments. And we are concerned they don't truly understand the ongoing work that's required. It's not just a matter of signing somebody up for meals and then saying, we'll see you in 6 months. There's a lot of back and forth that goes on during the course of those 6 months. People needing nutrition counseling and also, logistical assistance if they're going to a doctor's appointment when their meals are usually delivered, or they're in the hospital and they have to, be put on hold until they get back, and lots of different things to manage.
Well, I said we're going to, we have the opportunity to speak with the director a little later, and we're going to try and drill down on some of on all of this, quite honestly. And let's see where we come out as we move forward. But thank you so very much for what you do each and every day. Thank you for Iona House, as I call it. I know it's just the Iona program, but many people say, I'm going to Iona House. So there is a kinship there with the community. And so I want to make sure that whatever cost savings or efficiencies that are put in place, that they do engage persons like yourself to have a clear understanding of how we move forward. So thank you very, very much. And I'm sure you'll be listening as we get a little further down. It may be another hour or so, but we'll endeavor to get through it. So thank you very, very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Always. And now I think I have Randy Smith.
It's actually Mr. Peter Edelin.
Okay.
He's on the screen.
Okay.
You're on.
All right. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bunn. My name is Peter Edelin, and I live in Foggy Bottom, Ward 2. For the last 5 years, I have been the beneficiary of social work assistance from Iona Senior Services. The help I have received from Iona has literally saved and transformed my life. When I first met case manager Randy Smith, my finances had just fallen through the floor. I could no longer afford my apartment in Glover Park, and I had no idea where I would find affordable housing in Washington, D.C. Over the next 2 years, Randy sustained me through frequent periods of despair. He enrolled me in government assistance programs I didn't even know existed, and he also added about $400 to my monthly Social Security check of $1,400, so by increasing the funds available to me by 1/3. Randy has also fought off debt collectors, enrolled me in a free medical taxi ride program, and drove me to the DMV to get a new photo ID. Most importantly, he found a subsidized apartment for me in a senior building in Foggy Bottom. He even found a company to help me downsize and move my furniture. I was very happy with my new apartment for 2.5 years or thereabouts. But this past December, bed bugs were discovered in my apartment, and I went through a protracted remediation ordeal to exterminate the pests. A process that should have taken 1 month dragged on for 4. When the bed bugs were finally discovered, building management demanded that I prepare my apartment for spraying in just 4 days. I had 500 books, many of them rare and special to me, and I didn't know how I could possibly box up and stack all of my belongings in the center of my room. It was an overwhelming task, and especially in such a short time. I am 79 years old. I've had 4 heart attacks, and I had a heart transplant 10 years ago, and I take 14 different medications each day to maintain my health. Each week that my apartment was not ready, I received a form letter from management that I found downright threatening. I found my situation more and more hopeless, and I spiraled into another profound depression. I had dizzy spells, sleepless nights, and physical illness that put me in the hospital for several days. 3 weeks into this ordeal, Randy called, and I explained my inability to pack up the books and prepare my apartment for the extermination. I disclosed my depressed thoughts and my sense of hopelessness. Randy immediately took over. He arranged for a mover to pack my books and move them into storage, and he called my brother as well and got him to put up the $800 cost for the moving and storage, and also got him to replace my box spring. Randy also packed up most of my clothes, took them to the cleaners and others to his own home to wash himself to make sure that they were bed bug free. And each week he returned the clothes to me and took dirty clothes away for washing because he recognized that I was too overwhelmed to do laundry. He was here every Wednesday to support me during this pest spraying, which was a pretty tough time. In the midst of all of this, Randy also arranged for COVID vaccinations at a time when it was difficult to get them. He drove me to and fro Howard University each time. Randy stuck with me until my apartment was finally declared bed bug free in mid-April, and then helped me to reshelve my books, which had been in storage for 3 long months. Now I understand that our Office on Aging wants to get rid of case managers like Randy Smith and replace them with city social workers who would provide only limited help to seniors like me. Their assistance could not possibly include being with me every Wednesday for 3 months or doing my laundry as Randy did. And as I understand it, they would simply contact me when I asked for help. I would also question how effective this short-term help model could be for seniors. What is most important is the long-term relationship I've had with Iona, and especially with Randy. An important level of trust develops when someone helps you regularly over 5 years, and I could never have reached out and accepted the help I needed without that trust. Such trust could never exist with a stranger calling on the phone or showing up once or twice. I needed more intensive help, genuine concern, and caring support Iona provided, because frankly, I had lost all hope. Long-term relationships are central to the way Iona provides case management to seniors like me. Trust only develops with a personal relationship which extends over years. Trust cannot develop in an impersonal short-term help model. I can say without exaggeration, I do not know what I have done, without the assistance of Iona, and I beg you, please don't fire my social workers. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And
you're quite welcome.
Very moving. And I can see some of your book collection behind you.
Oh, well, those are ones that Randy helped me put back.
All right. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you for your testimony. And as I said earlier, we will be examining this transition plan with the director when she comes on.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your listening.
Yes, definitely. Then I think we have Mr. Randy Thomas. Is that correct? And George Kerr. Okay, next up.
Okay.
Is Mr. Thomas here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, Mr. Thomas, go right ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
We lost your camera.
I know.
Okay.
All right, now we have you.
I'm afraid you're on mute again, though.
All right, now we have you. All right.
Yes. How you doing, Ms. Bunce? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I'm just wanting to express myself about Iona and how wonderful job they did for me. You know, me being on the streets for 18 years, and didn't know where to go, been victimized several times and all those things. And they helped me out to get my housing, and I'm able to live in Ward 3, and they helped me to get food and clothing, new furniture, all the things like that. I just have to express myself like that. And, you know, they have me where I go to food banks to get food, but mostly, you know, because I have a walking problem and stuff like that. So mostly the food comes to my door, and that helps me out. And then Ms. Rose, she does a lot of service for me also. And then Mr. Trevor, he does an excellent job to make sure that I'm on top of everything as far as responsibilities and all that. But I just want to express myself that I really thank this program, our owner, because I didn't know what to do when I had a place and who to depend on. I had to go out in the streets and beg people for food and all that. But now I don't have to do none of that. I can just have enough confidence in myself to feel like a human being. And I was on the streets for 18 years, tried to commit suicide twice because I was just tired. But it was the Lord God that kept me through. So I'm really grateful for them and Miss White, everybody, just to give me that support that I need. But I just want to be sincere. This program had worked out for me so well. And I almost got tears ready to come out my eyes, but I just thank God for it.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. I really appreciate it. And I'm sure that Iona House could have thousands of people speaking with us today, but I'm glad that we got to meet you. So
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thomas.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Kerr, George Kerr III.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. It's great to see you again.
You too.
As you said, I'm Elder George Kerr III. I'm a Ward 6 resident and community advocate for seniors and the LGBTQ community. Today, I'm here in my capacity as coordinator of the DC Senior Advisory Coalition, where I lead seniors and providers across the district in advocating for improving quality of life for DC seniors. I've also added written testimony for G3 LLC and Mary's House for Older Adults. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony here today. As you know, our coalition engages seniors and providers in all 8 wards by hosting virtual meetings and being in regular communication with villages and lead agencies. We gather feedback throughout the year and consolidate the input to provide informed guidance to the mayor's administration and to the council regarding budgetary needs. Today, I'm briefly highlighting some areas of service delivery for our older population to the attention of the Department of Aging and Community Living. DACL has decided to transition case management from community-based grants and bring management in-house, with fewer than half the number of social workers now working in the lead agencies. I have been hearing great concerns across the district about this change. This move will have a great impact on our seniors living in our poorer communities. The next area of concern is nutrition, specifically access to healthy food for older adults. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic affected our city in tremendous ways, but has disproportionately affected African-American communities in neighborhoods also considered to be food deserts. Today, we are asking that DACL continue supporting seniors through this unprecedented time by, upon the district's reopening, shifting from 100% home delivery meals to a tiered nutrition progress, where some seniors continue receiving home delivery meals and some receive home delivery groceries. The remaining seniors would receive grocery store/farmer market vouchers to help offset the rising cost of food. Such a tiered process acknowledges that many seniors will be hesitant and/or unable to venture outdoors for months after the general population begins to do so. The increase in food costs that customers already see due to the effect of COVID-19 will last for some time. More seniors than ever need healthy food to build vitality and to combat chronic disease, but have limited resources to access it. In addition, DACL has decided to pull home delivery meal service out of the lead agency in the second quarter of FY22 fiscal year, bringing it all in-house and no clear staffing or operation plan. Our last areas of concern involve transportation. Our older DC residents need options other than mass transit in order to attend medical appointments, access grocery stores, adult day healthcare, and other trips safely after the district reopens. We understand that our Seabury transportation services. Instead, older adults are being expected to sign up for the connector card or Med Express for their transportation needs. Because of the digital divide, we believe this will place a burden on our older residents who may have difficulty navigating the technology required. During this challenging time of trying to maximize district resources, we recognize that your committee must make difficult decisions. Our coalition supports DACL in its task of serving seniors across the district. To summarize, we believe that a tiered nutrition program, the recovery of support to vital community partners, and further investment in transportation options for seniors. Our mutual goals can be realized in our older DC residents can receive the services they need and deserve. Our vision of an age-friendly, inclusive district community can be realized in our government and citizenry work together as partners. Thank you for your opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kerr, for your testimony. I just have one question about the tiered process you're proposing for food security. You're suggesting that, explain to me how that would work. We live in the same building, so, and I'm more mobile than you are, so how would it work?
Well, depending on this is where the case management really comes into play and why we need them to stay with the lead agency to help this process. And because you can't do case management where just one time and then you fill out the paperwork and then go away, because the person's needs will change. So if the person's mobile and can go to the grocery store, then we give them a gift card or a voucher to use. And, you know, farmer markets are becoming more popular. So we need to be able to, for the seniors to have that opportunity to get fresh produce and vegetables. And if they're completely not able to, then that's when the home delivery meals would come into play. So it really is the job to the person, the case manager, to look at the whole person and can continue that relationship so that we can get the needs of our seniors.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm real clear. Thank you so much. And thank you to this panel. We're going to, of course, examine these issues with the executive director when she comes up a little later. Our next panel.
Let me move them in.
All right.
Okay. So we should have panel number 2, Ms. Lynn O'Connor. She is not able to join us today. We have Bunty Kencham who's a resident at Ingleside at Rock Creek Park. Krishna Roy joining us, also sharing a computer with Bunty Kencham, also a resident at Ingleside, Rock Creek Park. Ms. Jones Williams, senior director at So Others May Eat. Winnie Huston, food policy strategist at DC Greens, and Melissa Jensen, anti-hunger program and policy analyst, DC Hunger Solutions.
All right, well, thank you. We'll start with Ms. Ketchum and I believe Ms. Roy. So Ms. Ketchum, we're ready for your testimony when you're ready.
You're back to muted now. There you go.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Ketchum. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm here whether you can see me or not.
All right.
Good
hear you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
To Chairperson Vaughn. My name is Bunty Ketchum, and I am a long-term resident of Ingleside at Rock Creek, where I serve on its Social Outreach Committee. Because we are a not-for-profit organization, this committee supports Ingleside's mission to use its resources, quote, for the benefit of its residents and of the larger community. For this purpose, many years ago, Ingleside sent 5 residents across the river to explore with key staff members of Keener House in Anacostia possible ways in which we might support this residential home for low-income elderly DC residents. And ever since that time, until COVID intervened, we have held monthly Ingleside Keener House events. These have included informal craft workshops at Keener House and hosting Keener House Senior Center participants for lunch here with Ingleside residents. And these outings have included walks on our campus and movies and crafts and sing-alongs and activities which have been highly enjoyable for both groups of senior residents. My understanding is that DCAL has provided transportation for these activities and many other services for Keener House, such as bringing 16 or 18 or 20 members of the community to Keener House for the senior center lunch and program every day. And overall, DCAL enables Keener House to offer reasonable homes for low-income elderly residents, as well as emergency housing for abused and neglected elderly residents. Rather than cut back on budgeting for such services, I urge DCAL to consider increasing your financial support for institutions serving the aging in our community on the basis of the added expenses all these agencies have undergone from the COVID epidemic. There are those among our citizens, and I include myself, who would willingly accept a reasonable, slight tax increase for this worthy purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ketchum, for your testimony. Is Ms. Roy with you?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Roy, you're on.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify in front of such an august committee. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I'm not able to read my 3-minute testimony. So I am requesting my friend and mentor, Ms. Ketchum, to kindly read my testimony. Here she is.
All right, thank you.
Krishna Roy's testimony. After I retired from my professional job, I volunteered for over 18 years in community nonprofit primary healthcare clinic and other agencies which provide social, nutritional, housing, and related services to the most neglected sector of the population of DC, namely immigrant elderly from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. If services provided by these agencies, such as So Others May Eat and Bread for the City, are taken away, the condition of this population will be worse than it already is. The most indispensable social safety net is provided by such agencies from their limited incomes and whatever assistance they receive from the administration of DC. The income of these agencies is never adequate for the amount of cash flow required to sustain these services. Since the majority of this population is uninsured, the agencies cannot depend on income from third-party insurers. A good part of the private charities and handouts from the public that help them are not dependable for sustainable cash flow. Therefore, the only sustainable income to meet their cash flow has to come from the government sector. I have personally witnessed the plight of this sector of the population in their community and family environments. Together with the social workers of these agencies, I have visited dozens of homes with elderly members to seek with them and help with them and interview them. Given the traditional cultural backgrounds they come from, they are used to having their needs take a back seat. This translates into their arrival at the agencies that provide them the care they need. It's so delayed that the agencies have to rush to help them and use all the meager resources at their disposal. If the current assistance these agencies receive from the government is cut back, it will be a hard blow to this community's well-being and even the current social safety net that these agents provide will be lost. Therefore, any budget cut in assistance to the elderly population of DC must be carefully and critically examined. Please do not take away their helping hand. Thank you.
Of course, thank you again, Ms. Ketchum, for your testimony on behalf of Ms. Roy. We're going to examine these issues with the executive director in a little later today, but thank you very much for your testimony. And now I think I see Ms. Joan Williams will receive your testimony now.
Okay, thank you. So, greetings, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Joan Williams, and I'm Senior Director of Senior Services at SUM, also known as So Others Might Need. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony to the committee. SUM is an interfaith nonprofit organization that for 50 years has provided comprehensive services to our district neighbors who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. In 1983, SUM began offering essential senior programs specifically for isolated, at-risk, and low-income seniors. SUM Senior Services' goal of providing programs that meet the needs of the city's most vulnerable is helped made possible with funding received from DACL. These services include SUM Senior Center, which offers daily wellness activities, health literacy programming, and monthly food delivery. The Homebound Senior Program, which provides case management to isolated seniors in wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. And Keener Place, the district's only temporary housing placement for abused, neglected, and exploited seniors. In addition to DACL-funded programs, SUM Senior Services operates Keener House, which provides 42 permanent affordable housing units to low-income seniors. SUM is also excited to be opening its second permanent housing building for seniors called Caron House in September of 2021. Located on the historic Walter Reed campus, Caron House will provide efficient apartments to 40 low-income district seniors. Hi. This building will serve older adults who have chronic and persistent mental illness, a history of substance use disorder, and or who are managing multiple chronic health conditions. Current House will be occupied by some senior services most vulnerable clients who not only meet the criteria for all senior service programs, but who have experienced homelessness and are in need of intensive case management and stabilization. Current House program staff will provide hands-on assistance to the vulnerable group by offering coordination of care for behavioral and physical health needs, escorting to medical appointments for advocacy, medication oversight and education, and linkage to community resources, both internal and external to some. We would like to thank DACL for their support and ongoing dialogue, but we would like to highlight some major concerns in the proposed budget. Proposed changes to senior transportation will likely increase senior isolation. First, some has strongly recommended that reliable, free, safe transportation for seniors not be eliminated from this budget. The Seabury Connector bus that provides group transportation has been so important for the members of SUM's community to get to and from the senior center, attend field trips, take safe trips to the grocery store and other essential locations. We understand that the mayor has invested $1 million in expanding the connector card. However, this is not a viable substitution for the Seabury Connector van. Seniors are also expected to complete that application and wait up to 30 days to see whether they qualify for the program. Moving all non-medical transportation to sliding scale cost connector card means seniors will have to pay for the transportation that has been free and reliable for them. When we surveyed our SUM senior participants, most expressed that this change would force them to come to the senior center less due to mobility issues and the inability to take the train or bus. The seniors also said they had concerns about the cost of taking a ride share or a cab. They also expressed fear of navigating the city alone due to concerns about crime, the conditions of the sidewalks, and being unable to cross the streets due to fast and dangerous traffic. Like all DC residents, the pandemic has forced them into their homes for the last year. And now that centers are reopening, seniors are fearful that inaccessible transportation will keep them in isolation. SUM strongly recommends that the transportation dollars be restored, at that free group transportation be made available as quickly as possible. Increased funding for case management is vital to effectively serve seniors. The emphasis that SUM senior services places on community-based intensive case management is what makes our program so effective. Because our case management is more long-term, we often receive referrals from lead agencies once they are no longer able to serve a senior, but are not eligible for EPD waiver. As a result, we share the concern of the lead agencies and other senior providers regarding DACL's decision to remove case management from the community-based grants and move it in-house, especially because DACL has fewer than half the number of social workers now working in the lead agencies. Though SUM's case management will not be impacted at this time, we are deeply invested in the entire ecosystem that works together to serve DC's most vulnerable seniors. Movement to a short-term model of case management services may leave our most vulnerable seniors without the supports they need. We understand DACL's desire to ensure that case management and senior services are implemented equitably throughout the city, and some would like to partner together to figure out how to make sure all seniors have a fair shot at getting the services they need. So we recommend that case management dollars not be reduced and that DACL collaborates with the providers and the aging community to address concerns of inequities and disparities before making decisions that could have unintended negative impacts on our seniors. We also make the same recommendation regarding proposed changes around home delivered meals. I did submit a written testimony with some additional detail, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Now we will hear from Ms. Huston.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 22 budget on the Department of Aging and Community Development. My name is Winnie Houston. I am a Ward 4 resident. It's spelled H-U-S-T-O-N. People often make the mistake.
Right. I want to put a new twang on your name. That's just the way we are. You know that.
That's right. That's right. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and I am the food policy strategist at DC Greens, a food policy and health equity organization. DACL proposes to make major operational changes in fiscal year 22, including centralizing case management services and changing the delivery system for home delivered meals. I agree that DACL should be looking at how best to provide equitable, consistent, and quality services. However, it is not clear how the outline approach will accomplish these goals. Moreover, the programming does not address how to increase services to combat the unprecedented senior food insecurity crisis facing thousands of DC seniors. DC has the highest rate of senior food insecurity in the nation at 14.3%, and that is based on pre-COVID numbers. A portion of DACL's fiscal year 22 budget should be devoted to strategic plans to lower the rate of senior food insecurity faced by so many of our most vulnerable citizens. Speaking directly to the proposed changes, I have the following questions and comments. Why is DACL proposing to centralize case management and the delivery of home delivered meals? What efforts has ACL instituted to improve the current neighborhood-based service delivery systems? What's the research or best practices that suggest that centralization of services leads to better service delivery to seniors? Were seniors asked for their input on how these changes would impact them or what type of services could better meet their needs? Were the lead agencies a part of the planning process? And finally, what are the specific staffing and transition plans to implement the new system? While I commend DACL for reviewing its programming, I believe leadership requires strategic planning that looks at and addresses all of the critical issues facing seniors. Senior food insecurity will not be reduced without dramatically increasing the number of seniors who receive access to food, nutrition, education, and transportation services. Additionally, changes to current programming must be developed in partnership with community-based organizations, lead agencies, and seniors themselves. I recommend that any proposed changes to current service delivery be postponed until a public planning process is completed that includes a clear transition plan that identifies how the changes will improve care delivery and promote equitable and consistent access to services. Further, DACL must identify how these proposed changes fit into its overall strategic plan to combat senior food insecurity. Thank you for the opportunity to present these comments, and I will answer any questions that I can.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Unfortunately, the connection wasn't very good when you were giving your list of questions. So if you would be so kind as to repeat them again for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
My questions were, why is DACL proposing to centralize case management and the delivery of home delivered meals? What efforts has the agency instituted to improve the current neighborhood-based service delivery program, working with their lead agencies? And what's the research or best practices that suggests that centralization of services leads to better service delivery? Were seniors asked for their input on how these changes will impact them, or on what type of services could better meet their needs? Were the lead agencies a part of this planning process? And clearly, based on what I'm hearing so far, that lead agencies were not a part of this process. And then specifically, what is the specific training and, staffing and transition plans in place to implement the system?
All right, well, we have some questions to pose. Thank you very much. And thank you for the work that your agency in particular does as it relates to trying to get a handle on this food insecurity situation that we're faced. It just seems so difficult in a very centralized community such as Washington, D.C., 65 square miles, and that we would have this problem.
Yes, ma'am. It is a difficult process, problem, but I believe that if we work together and show leadership, we can solve this. This problem has been increasing over the last 10 years. And now that we lead the nation, it's unconscionable. I'm passionate. I am almost 66 years old, council member, but for the grace of God, I could need these services. And I think that we in DC can be doing better. And I thank you for your leadership. And I defer to my colleagues who are doing the direct work. I know my colleague, Melissa Jensen, who's gonna come up in a minute, will talk about some of the specifics around food insecurity and give you some statistics. But we've got a lot of work to do, and I want DACL to do its part. And let me be clear, I believe that they are doing good work. People that I've met in the agency are working really hard at what they're doing. I'm looking for my government to show leadership across the board. This agency has the responsibility for addressing the needs of seniors. Senior food insecurity is a primary need. And this budget does nothing to address that. And thank you for allowing me to make that extemporaneous comment.
Well, I appreciate it very much. And as you were speaking, my thoughts went to whether or not we're at sometimes when you want to change such an outstanding statistic, it calls for drastic, I guess, activity. I'll call it activity. And I wondered if there is a way to identify all of our seniors and those that, as they are identified, we just have an automatic system where there is a food card that you receive, which would be acceptable to any of our markets, any of our food services, even our restaurants, on a annual basis. You lose your card, we will replace it, that kind of, so that we can get a handle on this issue.
Yes,
it doesn't
ma'am.
have to be permanent, but certainly it ought to be in place for at least a year so that we can, I don't know what this will cost. Melissa is going to tell us, I'm sure, when she comes up, but it just seems to me if we're serious about this, this is how we would proceed. And for persons who spoke previously, like Ms. Roy and Ms. Kitchum, who already have their food situation straight, they would not necessarily accept their card. Of course, I believe in that approach to life, but you get what I mean.
Yes,
I'm just
ma'am.
wondering if we reach that point where we really have to do something drastic.
I believe we do need to make some systemic changes. And I will say that there is a working group, and DACL is a part of that working group, that are looking at ways to combat senior insecurity. And we hope to be able to come up with some recommendations soon. But I'm also wanting DACL to show its leadership around this issue and be I'll leave it there.
And
but
so
certainly
how
this
long-
budget does not, I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, how long has this group been working on the issue?
We had our first meeting in February and we've been meeting monthly. We are at the point where we're looking at the lay of the land. And part of what concerned me so much when I heard about DACL's FY22 budget, as I said, they participate in this working group. At no point did they suggest to this working group, hey, next year we're planning to change we were just learning what DACL does and how it's doing it. And then to find out in their budget, they're planning to change things without notifying the group that they're a part of. And again, I say that it doesn't strategically move the needle. It seems short-sighted, but.
Okay. Well, let's in fairness, let's listen to the executive director about her rationale and what her real plans are. It was my understanding that we have throughout the pandemic moved food delivery to Central, and the deliveries were from there. And you heard from Iona House that that is in fact what has been going on. So I'm not understanding yet how continuing that process would somehow limit the ability for our seniors to access food. Sounds like we need additional programs.
Yes.
More than, just that. But
Yes,
we'll go through the discovery process.
It's broader than.
Yes, we will, Ms. Houston.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. Oh, and now we will hear from Ms. Jensen.
I cannot wait to hear you advocate for this card, council member. I think that's a fantastic idea.
I get in trouble, just trying to think about what would really work. So forgive me for that, but
it's brilliant. All right. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson Pons and the committee for convening this hearing, the opportunity to testify. My name is Melissa Jensen. I am the program and policy analyst at DC Hunger Solutions. And as Winnie just testified, DC is #1 in the nation for older adult, and that's ages 60 plus food insecurity and very low food security. So these numbers have been on the rise for the last several years. In 2015, we were not even in the top 10 states in terms of this threat. And now we're #1. So to break it down a little bit, 14.3% of DC's nearly 120,000 older adults are now currently food insecure, meaning they cannot afford enough to eat, as opposed to 11.1% in 2017. And 6.2% have very low food security, meaning they're not quite food insecure by the USDA standard, but they're very close. By sharp contract, in the DMV region, only 4.1% of older adults are food insecure, and that's declining. So this is very much a DC issue, not a MoCo or Fairfax County issue. And we can see that it's probably due to these increasing income disparities and the rising cost of living within the district. And it should also be noted that these numbers all predate COVID-19, so they could be far worse. Also, in addition to that, 17% of older adults are living in poverty. And so I have more statistics in my written testimony, as well as some of the health effects felt by this food insecurity. But one thing I do want to note in particular that is on top of the other health effects and health disparities we see with food insecurity, older adults do not make up the majority of infections of COVID-19 in the district. They do make up the majority of deaths. We know age does play into this to some degree, but also the high rates of food insecurity are certainly not helping. So with this context, we were pleased to see the additional $2 million for home delivered meals in the mayor's budget. However, this also came with a cut of $20,000 for community dining. We know that community dining is down significantly due to the pandemic. However, this is a pretty significant cut, and it feels reactionary and not in line with the significant investments we need in meals for older adults. Community dining plays a crucial role not only for nutritional needs, but also social and emotional needs. So we would ask for that to be restored. In addition, we would like to add our cause of alarm about the future of home delivered meals. Many people have testified to this now, so I don't feel the need to totally rehash it. Only to add that since the 1980s, home delivered meals have been managed for DACL by the senior lead agencies, and that in addition to providing the actual service of home delivered meals, they provide the case management. They answer the questions, they accommodate services, and they're a trusted partner for those in needs. Any of us who help with service of senior older adults know that sometimes you have that person that calls you every day to make sure that things are in line. Sometimes you have people who will never call you and suddenly need, they're on the cusp of a huge emergency and need your help. Sometimes you have people like the gentleman who testified earlier who just have an ongoing relationship with these case managers, and that those are really crucial, not just the physical delivery of the food, but these relationships. And that when DCL wants to make this change, they have fewer than half the number of social workers that are now working in the lead agencies with no clear staffing or operational plans to replace them. This change is based on the assertion that it will improve inequities in services provided across the district. We think this is super important, and we're dedicated to fixing such inequities as well. However, we think DACL is unprepared to make a dramatic change so quickly. It's so much more than intake and assessments. It's the program management and coordination. It's a complex process that includes an evaluation of health, mental health, and social support needs of vulnerable older adults, an understanding of individual barriers to food access, and the ability to link meal recipients with appropriate services and programs for food and other needs. We work with these senior agencies, for example, of them connecting seniors who need SNAP to us so we can help them apply. And the decision to make these changes is not based on any shared local data or national best practices that emphasize place-based care. We're concerned about the timing as we enter this new normal after the pandemic. The pandemic is waning, but it's still affecting our daily lives, especially older adults, and they really need a trusted advisor at this time. We think these changes will absolutely result in a disruption of meals and that older adults will go hungry during this time, which they absolutely cannot. Any changes made to the home delivered meals should wait until after the pandemic has ended and further discussion between DACL and the lead agencies. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I really don't have any questions, but your perspective will be shared with the executive director, so we will look forward to getting some answers. Thank you. Thank you so much for that additional data, 17% living in poverty. I can tell you when I came on the council almost 8 years ago, the statistic was that poverty was going down in our nation, but it was going up amongst our seniors. So this is not a statistic that I'm, enjoying learning about today.
Yeah, it's not one that any of us are proud of. That's for certain.
Not at all. Not at all. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we're able to go to panel 3.
Panel
Amelia?
3, we have Ms. Marla Lahat, Executive Director of Home Care Partners. Dolores Satterfield, a member of LGBTQ Senior Advisory Committee. Ms. Olivia O'Neill is not here with us. We have Ms. Carolyn Casey, Program Manager of Mary Center. Doris Taylor, a public witness. And lastly, Ms. Queenie Featherstone, Community Organizer of People for Fairness Coalition.
All right, we'll start with Ms. Lahat.
I'm not sure if you have my my video, but can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. My name is Marla Lahat, and I'm the Executive Director of Home Care Partners. Home Care Partners is a nonprofit organization that provides 3 services through generous funding from the DC Department of Aging and Community Living. The Homemaker program provides certified home health aides. The DC Caregivers Institute supports unpaid family caregivers, and the Safe at Home program provides occupational therapy assessments and home modifications. We are very appreciative of the support from Director Newland and the staff of DACL. Usually I would come before you to discuss the 3 programs that I just mentioned and any budget concerns for the new fiscal year. However, this year I'd like to discuss the impact of the citywide changes that DACL's FY22 budget proposes for the lead agencies, even though these changes don't have a direct impact on Home Care Partners' budget. As you know, in FY22, case management will no longer be part of the community-based lead agencies and instead will be brought into DACL with fewer social workers. Home delivered meal services and group transportation will also no longer be part of the lead agency's budgets. Although I am extremely concerned about all of these changes, I want to focus this testimony specifically on the change in case management and the ripple effect that a change of this magnitude will have on the community. Home Care Partners Home Health Aid services are available to all DC seniors who need non-medical assistance in their homes. This includes seniors who live alone, seniors who are disabled, some with dementia, Alzheimer's, mental health challenges, and others that have impaired judgment and impaired decision-making. We serve seniors who are hoarders, seniors who are at risk for abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and seniors who are isolated and have very limited social supports. Even with the support of our certified home health aides, the role of lead agency case managers is critical for many of our high-need clients. These clients are often referred to Home Care Partners by the lead agency case managers who are in the community, and they know their clients, their neighborhoods, and the supports that are available. In other instances, the client may be referred to Home Care Partners directly through a property manager or an out-of-town relative, but Home Care Partners will in turn refer to the lead agency case managers for help in meeting other long-term needs that may surface. Although some of our clients need only short-term lead agency case management, many clients continue to require support as their needs change, their dementia increases, or their family support diminishes over time. We have relied on the expertise and relationships built by these lead agency case managers. I'd like to give you an example of how lead agency case management benefits our district seniors. As an essential service, Home Care Partners remained open to provide in-person home health aid service throughout the public health emergency. Even during the most challenging of times, the lead agency case managers were also there to offer support. During December 2020, during one of the pandemic surge periods, a lead agency case manager referred a very high priority client to Home Care Partners who urgently needed assistance of an aide. Knowing that the client was likely to reject the aide and refuse services, which is not unusual, the lead agency case manager met the aide at the client's apartment with proper COVID precautions, of course, and helped ease the transition. The case manager also knew the building and the parking limitations and helped make sure that the aide could find parking and wouldn't be towed. The lead agency case manager checked in with the client and aide periodically after that first day to ensure that the service continued to be successful. This partnership has led to a safer and healthier situation for a client who might have slipped between the cracks. I am very concerned that dismantling this type of service will have a ripple effect impacting a host of essential services. The monumental shift not just impacts the lead agencies, but other providers as well, and of course, the seniors themselves. I fear this will have a destabilizing effect on countless seniors just as they are getting back to normal after a global pandemic. The past year has been traumatic for everybody, but particularly for vulnerable seniors who may not have the same ability to rebound. At this time, more so than ever, the consistency of their long-term relationships with lead agency case managers is critical to their well-being. For over 40 years, DACL has been a model in demonstrating how government can effectively partner with community-based agencies to serve DC seniors. I am urging that these changes, particularly in lead agency case management, be set aside until there is adequate time to engage the community partner agencies and the seniors themselves in developing a transition plan that will move DC forward toward being an age-friendly city for all. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Lahat, I wanted to inquire a little bit about the services that your agency provides. Where are they primarily located?
They're in the homes of seniors. They're all in their homes.
Oh, okay. And do you service any particular quadrant of the city or?
We serve the whole city,
The whole city.
All 8 wards, yes.
All 8 wards. Okay. Oh, great. And so have you, can you share with me anecdotally where you see an increase in service needs? What part of the city would that be?
I can tell you that certainly our population comes from some of the same wards that have the highest percentage of seniors. Seniors with lower incomes are going to be our target population, particularly those who are above the income level or don't have the level of needs for Medicaid waiver services, but still don't have the financial resources to pay for home care services on their own. So we certainly have a large population in wards 7 and 8. We also have wards 4 and 5 because they have large populations of seniors, but truly we have clients all over the city.
Okay, I was just trying to get a handle on this, this issue of case management and social workers, and how does it really work? Of course, we're going to examine this issue the best that we can with the executive director as she's thinking about, the need for change in the service. Is there any particular question you want me to pose to the executive director when she comes on later?
No, I think you've heard it all. I think the question is, certainly why these changes need to be done now without more input from the community, and how they will impact the seniors going forward.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And we're going to explore that. So stay tuned now. All right. Okay. So our next witness is Ms. Satterfield. Is she? I see her name. All right. Ms. Satterfield.
Yes.
Please go ahead. We're anxious to hear from you.
Well, thank you. I was waiting for my video to start.
All right.
Good afternoon to you, Chairman Bonds, and members of your committee and the District of Columbia residents. My name is Dolores Satterfield. I reside in Ward 6, and I have lived in the city for over 5 decades. My family is proud of having a long history of advocating for residents of this great city. By way of beginning or background, I'm a semi-retired attorney, a veteran, and an advocate for seniors, particularly LGBTQ seniors. Today, I will be testifying as a proud member of the LGBTQ Senior Advisory Committee, and I'm saying I will keep my testimony very positive and upbeat. Our primary purpose and goal is to create a space for connection for LGBTQ older adults, including those with disability. Our program helps us to navigate difficult issues and continue to have us live and prosper with our community peers. But my testimony today will focus on CBER resources for the Aging Out and About program and the impact on the community at large and the LGBTQ specifically. This program connects LGBTQ older adults through wellness programs, cultural events, and conversations designed to address the concerns within the community. Therefore, these programs create an environment to better understand the growing needs of the LGBTQ adults through listening, creating, and delivering programs with sensitivity, knowledge, and pride. I support full funding of CBER resources for Aging Out and About program and possible expansion as well. But I want to share with you my experiences, which have been very rewarding through the lens of the LGBT Senior Advisory Committee. Now, these are just observations. Now, we have the wellness program that engages us at the body, mind, and soul level for self-care. Now, that word self-care may be well known to many, but to seniors, it's not as well known. I mean, things like taking a vacation from the news, listening to something positive, taking a nap, start your day with a glass of water. We go over those, and so not we, but the program, so that that is done at a level where it's understood and can be implemented. We have interactive discussion for overall health, eating for well-being, games to include bingo, Jeopardy, hangman, and mind games that help balance the body, mind, and soul. Now, these activities are all virtual, of course, because of the pandemic. They may change in the future, but they help everyone there to engage socially to prevent isolation, and they're scheduled throughout the weeks. Now, as far as cultural events, we have things like lunch concert. We don't serve the lunch. You can bring your lunch with you, but the concerts have all types of entertainers, from Michael Jackson, Sweet Honey and a Rock, or whatever is popular and the seniors like to listen to and enjoy. Now, we also have movies on Wednesdays, and these movies are from documentary to the latest box office hits that make you laugh, cry, and get angry at times. But they include all types of culture all over the world. So we get a full understanding what others are going through also. We get to discuss those movies. We have armchair travels to visit beautiful places without leaving the comfort of our home. We have paint and sip with instruction-led artists to assist us to express the painter within us. We have virtual museum tours that feature the Legacy Project in Chicago, which is a wonderful opportunity to see some of our legacies, I should say. We have more activities like these coming up in the summer months to include trolley rides, which I hope we all get to enjoy, drive-in type movie nights, food trucks with food tasting for different countries, poetry and comedy night, drag show brunch. We anticipate these activities to have far reach for diversity, inclusion, and equity. Now, as far as conversation are had to really to address concerns within the communities, we've had people like executive producers, Sydney and Monique Hicks. Maybe you don't know the name Hicks, but Monique, she's a comedian, but she's also an executive producer. And they have produced a movie. It was called Blackbird. And they visited us, of course, virtually, and they had a Q&A. There were a lot of interest in that movie and the kind of question that was asked. And basically it came down to this, the answer, love is love. During our book reviews, we included subjects like All Boys Aren't Blue and Why Do We Go to Bars? We had active discussion that helped us to connect on many levels with compassion and understanding. On Friday, lunch and dinner, we always engage on a positive vibe with current subjects happening that week or day, with a perspective for navigating the difficult issues with solutions designed to address those concerns or agree to disagree. Thus, with the activities indicated and discussion we have, we believe that understanding and growth are occurring. I thank you for allowing me an opportunity to share my observation about the need for full funding of the Out and Out program, because it truly is positive in bringing us together. We're getting understanding and we are sharing with compassion. And this program, of course, comes under the DACL budget, so we hope it is supported wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Satterfield. I think I recorded 23 different activities that you pointed out to us, including the climate control discussion. So thank you very much for that. Sounds very exciting. I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our
Sir,
next.
we have Ms. Olivia O'Neill joined us by phone.
Okay. Oh, all right, Miss O'Neill.
O'Neill, if you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Olivia O'Neill, and I'm here in full support of the DACL Department of Aging and Community Living 2022 budget request. The needs of the LGBTQ senior resident is growing, and the programs offered by CBER Resources for the Aging through DACL play a major role in the health and well-being of our community. The needs are great, especially as it relates to issues of LGBTQ senior isolation, food insecurity, lack of major grocery stores, the need to increase and maintain current funding levels of home-delivered meals, and other programs that provide a safe and encouraging environment that allows for positive socialization and other interactions. We are hoping for continued expansion in consideration of the following issues that impact the LGBTQ senior community: more transportation options, especially after 5 p.m. and weekends, more staff to address family-related matters such as finance and family, medical needs, daily care, and other medical needs, additional sensitivity training in dealing with our seniors, low-income housing with accessibility features. You have already heard about the outstanding work and support we get from the Out and About program. We appreciate the staff and the overall direction of the program. CBER Resources for the Aging continues to play a vital role in making the program a success. In closing, I appreciate the opportunity to share my views about the challenges facing the LGBTQ senior community. We are confident through the continued hard work of both DACL and the CBER Resources for Aging, we'll be able to move forward and enhance our already existing and well thought out programs. Thank you for allowing me to share this information with you.
Thank you very much, Ms. O'Neill, for your testimony.
You're welcome.
We'll now hear from, is Ms. Casey in the room?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Ms. Casey.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. My name is Caroline Casey, and I'm the manager of the Eat Well, Live Better Senior Nutrition Program at Mary Center. I'm also a resident of Ward 1 in DC. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to discuss the program's success in providing fresh produce to seniors throughout the district. Through funding from the Department of Aging and Community Living, Mary Center launched the Eat Well, Live Better program in September of 2020. In alignment with the Mary Center integrated model of care, which encompasses healthcare, education, and social services, the program aims to go beyond food delivery by supporting participants' overall health and well-being. Eat Well, Live Better delivers supplemental food boxes containing fresh fruits and vegetables, whole grains, and proteins to seniors' homes twice per month. The boxes include educational packets with recipes for utilizing the box ingredients. Each participant is connected to a nutritionist at Mary Center for further education about a healthy lifestyle. Additionally, we conduct comprehensive health and wellness screeners in order to connect participants to other Mary Center programs and community resources. COVID-19 has caused economic uncertainty and left many seniors confined to their homes, limiting their ability to access fresh, healthy foods. Eat Well, Live Better has helped to bridge that gap by delivering fresh food right to their doors. COVID-19 has also increased the need for mental and behavioral health support. Our screeners are an opportunity for us to understand the needs of participants and connect them with other programs and services. In addition, by calling seniors to complete the questionnaires, we are providing a means of social connection during a time when many seniors were feeling isolated at home. The Eat Well, Live Better pilot program launched in September of 2020 with 23 participants. It has rapidly grown, and as of June 18th, we have served 368 seniors around the district, with the goal of serving 500 seniors by the end of the year. What sets our program apart and draws the most positive feedback from participants is our focus on fresh produce. One of the most common remarks is that the seniors wish they could receive the food boxes more often. I want to share a few other comments from participants to help illustrate the impact that the program has made. The best thing about Mary Center is that there's a real human resource and a real person on the phone, which is comforting. It's nice to have a human connection during these COVID times. Another woman said, "I've had so much fun. I love making the recipes. It's like Christmas. This is the best program they could have for seniors in DC. I send pictures to my friends of each box after I receive them." Another said, "I got my box and I thought, Jean, you are really blessed. This is such a nice package. The box, the way it's presented, it's like I'm a queen." She continued on about spinach. "It forces me to look at it and make sure I don't let it spoil. So I'm learning to do different recipes. I'm honored and grateful for the boxes." And my favorite comment came from a woman when I called for one of her check-ins. She answered the phone and said, "I am just tickled to death that you called me today." After completing 3-month check-ins with participants, we learned that Eat Well, Live Better has provided access to fresh fruits and vegetables that many seniors did not previously have, and that participants are eating more fresh fruits and vegetables because of this program. Eat Well, Live Better has allowed Mary Center to support the health and well-being of seniors in the district during these challenging times. We are grateful to the Department of Aging and Community Living for their support of this program and the seniors of Washington, D.C. This is a pilot program, and we are coming to the end of our first year, and we request that this funding is continued for fiscal year 2022 and beyond, so we can continue this work in support of our older adult community. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Casey, for this. I do have a few questions about the program. You say it's a pilot. It's going to come to the end. Is that September 30th or is it December 31st?
September 30th.
Okay, September. Okay, and may I ask the level of funding you receive from DACL?
To be honest, I am not privy to that information. That would be on my director who knows that information.
All right, could you get back to me with that, please? And if, and you say you deliver the food citywide, 368 deliveries citywide. You'd like to go to 500. Do you have a criteria that you use to select the households?
So to be eligible for the program, senior has to be over the age of 60, a DC resident, and have a chronic health condition. I think when they started the program, they really wanted to target seniors that do have a health condition, and we're targeting low-income seniors. And so kind of some of our current outreach efforts, we've gone to community events around the city, different Grocery Plus pickup sites, and then we're also functioned by word of mouth. Some of it is when one senior hears about it, they share the information with their friends and they call in to join as well and see if they're eligible. And it's across all wards. Yeah, so we are.
So it's age and income restricted. Okay. All right. And yeah, if you could get that information to me, and let's see how reasonable your pilot has been and how it can be expanded.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very, very much for your testimony. And now do we have Ms. Taylor, Doris Taylor with us?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Taylor, we'll take your testimony.
I'm here. My picture's not there. It was there the whole time. I've been here all morning listening to these wonderful testimonies. It's my pleasure, Councilmember Barnes, to come on and testify with you and your committee. I am so happy to testify about this program. I found out about this program through the mayor's letter on aging, the aging letter that she sends out every month. And I saw this program, Eat Well, Live Better. And I said, oh, that's what I want to do. That's what I'm trying to do. So I called and I got the information, and I had to fill out a form. Like Caroline said, you have to give your information, which a lot of seniors don't like to do. They don't have access to a computer or anything like that. So it's kind of hard for them to do that. But I just want to thank the Department of Aging for having this program. And also I want to thank Caroline Casey for being a good program manager. She's very exciting, and I can call her at any time and she will always answer my questions. This is such a wonderful program for senior citizens. I just could not believe that the mayor had such a wonderful program. Like Caroline said, it's a supplementary program, but I call it a gift of love. It's like, I was the person, I guess, that told her, it's like receiving a Christmas present. It's like when you get one of those fruit baskets or one of those when you're sick and someone sends you a nice fruit basket. That's what it's like for me. I am so excited over this program. I have told so many friends about this program. It comes every first and third Thursday. And I'm just like a little child anticipating to get my box and open it up to see what's in there this week. And usually every week is fresh vegetables and fresh fruit. And then you have a choice whether you want to use canned fish or you use grains. So I use grains because I try to cut back on a lot of meat. But it's just, I just can't express how this program has made me look at myself and turn my eating habits around. And also the way that it's presented, it comes in a box. And inside the box, they have the shredded paper and they place the items in the box, and they have an educational pamphlet in there, and it tells you the nutritional value of each thing that you receive. And also it gives you the recipes. That's the most exciting part for me because I love to cook. And the recipes are wonderful because they're usually everything in the box, the recipes are there for you. And most of the time you have the staples at your house, so you don't have to go out and buy anything new. And I remember the first box I received, it was broccoli, and cauliflower. And they taught me a new way to do it. So I mixed the two together. As soon as I get my box, I cook. I get the recipes and I'm so excited I cook. And sometimes I call Caroline and I say, oh, I guess so-and-so and I cooked so-and-so and I changed a little bit around. But I just love this program. I hope that we can continue to keep it. I like the fact that they bring it out to your door. They call you before they come. The people that bring it out, the young ladies and young men, they're very polite. They're very nice. I just love the whole program. It's really run very well. And I just want to say, I hope we keep this program because it's different. It's just a different program. It's teaching you how to have good eating habits, and you have all these fresh vegetables. So I just want to thank you for allowing me to tell you about this wonderful program. And I thank you all.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. It sounds wonderful. I'm envisioning a box coming to me and all these great things. So thank you very much, Ms. Taylor, for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
And now we will hear from Miss Queenie Featherstone. Is Miss Featherstone?
Yes.
Okay, Miss.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
A pleasure to see you, Councilman Bond. Of course, my name is Queenie Featherstone, and I am a native Washingtonian, as well as a community organizer. And
and an advocacy specialist for PFFC, People for Fairness Coalition. I am very happy to tell you that just on last evening, we, the PFFC organizers, celebrated its 13th year anniversary of existence. We started off with a live stream broadcast at the John A. Wilson Building. And then once this was over, we proceeded to McPherson Square, where we provided a well-balanced evening lunch and water for all who received this meal. This was especially geared to and catered to the homeless population surrounding the park. Councilwoman Bond, I will even add and say to you, we missed you and your staff there and other officials among the crowd. So I may ask next year, will you please put our anniversary in your schedule and join us if that's okay with you? We'll
You
try
can
to
certainly
remind
ask.
you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes. Of course, I do certainly want to thank you and your staff of Housing and Executive Administration for hearing my testimony today. And I will begin. I come before you this day as an advocate for myself as well as others who do face homelessness. And let me start off by saying that I do advocate mainly for senior citizens, Ms. Bond, and many are of the age of 62, 69, 70, and even older. There are two that are even over the age of 80 years old, still to this day facing homelessness, sleeping on the streets of DC. Now, for over a year, as we have served the homeless population in encampments, since this COVID outbreak started, the staff and team of PFFC members, mutual aid volunteers, Serve Your City staff and volunteers, some Gonzaga High School students, and several other people who volunteer on their own have served in this outreach to the homeless population as well as the homeless seniors. I must say, Ms. Bond, per week and mainly over the weekend, we do serve over 200 people, give or take. Councilwoman Bonds, this is not serving enough as I see. And in talking with them, more and more are homeless senior citizens who always seem, however, to be grateful in receiving the much needed products, personal products, food, clothes, salads, and things of that nature that we give them. With this being said, allow me to get right to the point in asking just how the housing vouchers distributions work. This is my point. Councilwoman Bond, I would even volunteer my busy schedule and time with you and your staff in working on a project of housing vouchers and getting, especially me, a senior citizen home, a decent place to live, as well as others. I want to be able to help myself, and then I know I can reach out and do more for others in having a place to live. I would surely say that I do hear that these vouchers do exist, Ms. Bond. So my question would be that as I ask, and as I pound the pavements weekly, with many times a saddened heart, what is the holdup of the vouchers? Why? 2, why is it taking so long? 3, again, who can I work with to help in any way? I believe the money is there, and again, the vouchers are from what I hear. Please, let's get more housing, especially for us vibrant senior citizens, which I feel should be a top priority to house, please. With a voucher awarded to me, this would allow me to be
Ms. Featherstone, Ms. Featherstone. Ms. Featherstone, we've lost you. Ms. Featherstone. Ms. Featherstone?
Remember, I sent her a chat. She might be able to see
Okay,
it.
you sent her a chat. All right, okay. We lost the ending of her testimony. My apologies for the delay. We're just trying to see if we can get the audio back.
Need to leave and come back in.
Yes, and would you ask her to be sure to submit her written testimony, please? Yes, it's still a problem. So we'll move to the next panel. So Amelia, who do we have on the next panel?
We have Dr. Daryl Freely, public witness, Dr. Katrina Polk, executive counsel of ARPDC, Mr. Charles McCullough, but I don't think he's here, from Greater Brooklyn Intergenerational Village, Ms. Susan Sedgwick, chair of Capitol Hill Village, and then Ms. Kathy Pointer, director of Kingdom Care Village.
All right, is Dr. Freely in the room yet? All
He's
right.
here.
Yes, they spelled my name wrong. This is Reverend Dr. Daryl Freeman. Reverend Dr. Daryl
Freeman. Okay, Dr. Freeman. All right.
Freeman, right?
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, committee members and Chairman Bonds and members of the LGBTQ community. Again, my name is Reverend Dr. Daryl Freeman, and it's with great pride and respect I come before this committee to share my views and experience with the Out and About program. Now, I'm in Ward 6, so I get an opportunity to be a part of a lot of the programs. Let me first thank the folks at Seabury Resources for the aging and for their firm commitment to enhancing and maintaining these vital programs, Out and About community programs. Let's take a moment to outline the basic goals of the program and continue needs for funding. Both the Department of Aging and Community Living and Seabury Resources for the Aging provide a variety of programs, this is already explained, and activities that help with the social, educational, and isolation issues that impact our communities. These programs help with the overall mental and physical wellness of our residents. The program provides cultural, social, and learning engagement activities. The importance of peer-led support groups twice a month has been very rewarding. Additionally, we like to encourage the council to fully support the Department of Aging and Community Living proposed for 2022 budget request and continue to provide the much needed services to the LGBTQIA community. We are very much appreciate all the hard work of Seabury Resources for the aging in this endeavor as well. Thank you for the opportunity to share my observation for your continued support of the senior LGBTQIA community.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Thank you so much for testifying with us today. And I know this program is great because others have testified that it's a lot of fun. So thank you for that too.
It really is very engaging.
All right, okay. Now we will hear from Dr. Polk with the Executive Council of AARP.
Here we go. I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilwoman Bonds and other members of the council. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today on the behalf of AARP regarding the Department of Aging and Community Living fiscal year 2022 budget. But before I jump into my testimony, I wanted to give kudos to Sally White and Winnie Houston, I guess that was her name, because as I was listening today, they gave great informative testimonies and potential solutions, and they demonstrate that quality of leadership. I just love that. And the more I had time to listen, I'm loving the seniors being out in the forefront, because so many times it's just the organizations, and I've noticed in the last couple of years how you have had this groundswell of people coming out to testify about their services. So that is awesome. But allow me to reintroduce myself to some and make introductions to others. I am Dr. Katrina Polk. I am a geriatrician rooted in community development and the former Vice President of Community Preservation and Development Corporation and Enterprise Community Partners. Currently, I am the owner and CEO of Dynamic Solutions for the Aging, the first woman minority-owned CBE community development social enterprise with a specialization in gerontology in the District of Columbia. We have over 30 years of expertise. But I also serve as the co-chair of the housing domain on the Age-Friendly Task Force and the interim director for the Legacy Collaborative Senior Village in Ward 8. And as you know, Council Member Bonds, I am a longtime advocate for seniors and caregivers in the district. So today I'm representing the AARP Executive Council and the people we serve. So we appreciate this time to share our thoughts pertaining to the proposed budget. We want to commend the efforts of DACL and its community-based grantees, meaning the lead agencies and other collaborative partners for the work during the pandemic by bringing stability and comfort to as many older adults and caregivers as they could within their reach. Every entity should be applauded and honored for their ability to expeditiously adjust the services from in-person to home-based to virtual services, for the seniors during this national crisis. However, now as the district emerges from the pandemic, it is our expectation that DACL will remain vigilant and supported in meeting the demands of older adults and their caregivers, and will use strategic analysis and methodologies in the considerations for changes to their current service delivery model. Additionally, we want to encourage DACL to invite more input from community members and vested stakeholders about how services are delivered and what programs and services implemented during this pandemic are successful in helping out seniors the most. We are entrusting that DACL will include this data in its process to maintain a high level of services and research and implement best practices and evidence-based modeling that is supportive of the new normal and the resiliency and recovery work necessary for our seniors, our community providers, and our age-friendly city to get back to aging forward. I remember my great-great-grandmother would say, when you know better, do better. So with this data, I'm hoping we're going to be able to do better. AARP supports all of the funding increases in Mayor Bowser's proposed budget to key to key services and programs for the district. Specifically, we support the additional 2 million plus for the home delivery meals. We know these meals are nutritional food to our most vulnerable population. The demand for the meals have increased during the pandemic. However, many people will remain needing this lifeline, and their increased funding will help maintain the current heightened level of services. We also support the additional 2 million plus for the home and community-based services. We know this encompasses a wide range of programs and services that includes access to assisted technology and assistance to our family caregivers, which we know that all this is a value add that helps seniors delay and defer the likelihood of having nursing home placement. In contrast, though, without clarifying information, unfortunately, we cannot at this time support a few proposed changes, which include changing the service delivery model for home delivered meals, ending the current free transportation offered by the Seaberry Connector, and moving case management from a person-centered, community-based model back to an institutional centered, centralized delivery system that the former District of Columbia Office on Aging moved away from several years ago. Because I actually remember being in meetings with Dr. Clarence Brown as well as John Thompson when they went through a whole decentralization of these particular services based on the same reason now that DACL wants to bring them back in-house. So I'm confused a little bit, and I know others are as well. That keeps up in terms of historical content. So the proposed service delivery model changes put at risk the coordination between people receiving the services and the community-based service provider. We are uncertain that the re-centralization of services back into the organization will alleviate disparities or inequities in quality of service delivery across the district. What we understand is that DACL proposes serving the same number of individuals without a reduction in service quality, yet with fewer professional case management staff. So we, AARP, are skeptical if this task can be completely effective. So at present, we support the continuity and the continuous work of the current service delivery model using the experienced and trusted lead agencies. Councilwoman Bonds, let me just be frank. There hasn't been a lot of transparency regarding the aforementioned changes, which has made the district's senior residents concerned because they know they add value in terms of their input. And they see these as drastic deviations in terms of service delivery. So as the city reopens, older adults demand support, not to be disruptive, as we are asking them to re-engage into activities. So accordingly, AARP is requesting that significant changes to the delivery model in terms of the vital services be vetted with the public. Not just vetted, but also there needs to be a disclosure of data collection and results that will, that has impacted this decision, what type of cited evidence models are being used to inform these proposed changes, things that would actually help, I would say, credit the public trust. I want to say lastly, AARP asked the council to verify whether cuts proposed in the mayor budget are actually cuts in spending or if they were federal dollars allocated through COVID-19 relief. AARP is particularly concerned with the following: a proposed cut of $23,000 in terms of caregiving support services, 397,000 in terms of cuts for transportation services, and there was a slight $19,000 cut to community dining. There's also a flat funding for nutritional supplement and commodity and farmer market programs. So that's some of the information in terms of AARP. But I also want to let you know that I had a meeting with Council Member Robert White's office, and they're looking to reintroduce the senior co-living bill. And we want to ensure that funding will be available if passed on this upcoming cycle. So once again, thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we look forward to submitting written testimony before the record close. Bam.
All right. Thank you very, very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. I think I got everything. You had 23,000 of the CARE. Your last statement about those figures. I want to make sure I recorded it correctly.
Okay, so there was a $233,000 cut to caregiver support services. There was also a $397,000 cut to transportation services. And there was a proposed $19,000 cut to community dining. Mm-hmm. And lastly, there was a flat funding for nutritional supplement and community and farmer market program. I don't know what is in terms of the flat funding and dollar amount, but there was some kind of decrease there as well.
Or flat. I got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I'm recording. Okay.
I see you taking copious notes. I got it. Thank you so much for the opportunity, as always.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And do we have Mr. McCullough?
He's here.
All right, Mr. McCullough, you're next. We want to hear from you.
Councilmember Bonds and members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. My name again is Charles McCullough, and I'm the Executive Director of the Greater Brookland Intergenerational Village, GBIV. Our president, Dr. Amani Woody, sends her regards and regrets that she is unable to attend this hearing. GBIV rises in support of the proposed FY 2022 budget for the Department of Aging and Community Living, which includes increased grant funding for the 13 DC villages, of which GBIV is the only one operating in Ward 5. The pandemic has shown us all the pain of social isolation, how difficult life can be when friends and family aren't around when we need household assistance or emotional support. It's an unfortunate truth that for many of our seniors, social isolation is a challenge that existed before COVID and will exist after. As our most valued residents live longer lives, many find themselves without partners, family, or a strong social network. Several studies indicate that social isolation and loneliness significantly increase risk for premature mortality. And the magnitude of the risk exceeds that of many leading health indicators. Greater Brookland Intergenerational Village recognizes that seniors today are more active and independent and want to age in place on their own terms. As a village, we provide a community-based solution to senior social isolation. Our network of volunteers and local businesses in Brookland, Langdon, University Heights, and Woodridge coordinate the delivery of services, wellness programs, and social events that make staying in the home safe and healthy for our seniors. Mayor Bowser's FY 2022 budget proposal will provide increased grant funding to GBIV and the 12 other villages operating in the District of Columbia. These additional funds will allow Greater Brookland Intergenerational Village to run regular social and wellness activities like yoga and Zumba for seniors, as well as plan educational workshops ranging from estate planning to poetry. Using these funds, GBIV will be able to increase its bandwidth to better reach seniors in communities of color, lower income communities, and LGBT same-gender loving communities. With these funds, even more seniors in Ward 5 will have access to workshops on aging-related topics like avoiding falls and job searching in the digital age. Moreover, GBIV plans to use these funds to expand our volunteer neighbor-to-neighbor assistance program, which provides seniors with, among other things, minor household repairs, computer assistance, and friendly conversation. Again, we thank the mayor for our FY 2022 Department of Aging and Community Living budget proposal and hope you will join her by supporting its proposed increase in grant funding to Greater Brookland Intergenerational Village and other villages in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCullough, and my regards, please give my regards to Dr. Woody.
Indeed.
And just so you know, when I came on the council, one of the first, I guess I could say, one of the first decisions I made was to make sure that we funded our villages. Okay, so
thank you. We are
right.
Definitely grateful.
Okay. So, and I believe that should continue.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think we have Ms. Sedgwick and Ms. Pointer. Are they here? I see Ms. Sedgwick. Yes, of course.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of your committee. My name is Susan Sedgwick, and I'm here on behalf of Capitol Hill Village, one of the 13 grassroots villages here in DC, whose members have banded together to help each other age in community. You've heard some really terrific people today, and we're all very excited to be here. Thank you, Madam Chair, for being an active champion of neighborhood-based organizations and the model of neighbors helping neighbors. We are most appreciative of your leadership and also of your time to meet with us to listen to our concerns, especially surrounding long-term care. Capitol Hill Village has a small paid staff and relies on volunteers to carry out its full program to help us cope with growing older, to provide us with intellectual stimulation, personal growth, and perhaps even more importantly, fun, and perhaps and to reach out to those who are mostly homebound due to their own issues or their partners. The village depends on volunteers, and by volunteering, the individual grows social connections and gains a sense of purpose. The village is a community builder for retirees, many of whom relied on the workplace for most of their social interactions. Now, ask me how the village served the community during the COVID lockdown. We were able to mobilize volunteers to check in with others, especially those living alone. Volunteers for CHV made over 6,000 contacts during the first several months of the lockdown. DACL deserves kudos for their efforts over the extraordinary period of the pandemic. Director Newland rightfully should take pride in her staff's flexibility, willingness, and energy to shift their operation on such short notice so their clients could receive critical services such as delivered meals for the extended public health emergency. As for the FY22 budget, DC's senior villages are pleased to receive a vote of confidence in the way of increased funding support. Speaking for Capitol Hill Village, we are ready to use the funds to expand our ability to help others in either creating their own village or reach out to individuals who could benefit from our programs. We are pleased to be collaborating with DACL on these efforts, especially those addressing social isolation. We also value the EACL model of funding lead agencies for each ward because of the opportunities it creates for sustainable relationships and partnerships. We appreciate the current priority of ensuring that quality service should not depend on which ward you live in. With that said, we have some questions about DACL's proposed shift in responsibilities from lead agencies to DACL's in-house employees. You've heard a lot of questions, and I've got a few more to add to your list. First, we are ensure the transition plan, as is it seems like a number of people, for moving responsibilities to DACL. Case managers know their clients and build trusting relationships with them. With this move of responsibility, who will ensure the clients are comfortable and don't lose ground with this new arrangement? Will the DACL and the lead agencies have enough time to conduct effective handoffs? How do we make sure that no one falls through the cracks? Second, the focus of the proposed style of doing business appears to be on those cases where clients' situations can improve relatively quickly, short term, so to speak. The reality is that at some point in our lives, we're not going to get better. We may have dementia, or will just be declining, or may need help simply to maintain the status quo. Where will we and our families turn for help? Will DACL have the capacity to support us over the long term? Third, on a more practical note, a more parochial note, Capitol Hill Village case managers rely on its lead agency, Seabury, for services for more complex cases, many of which have a longer time frame and require more intensive support than others. How will that type of support change? Will the expectations for what the villages need to do change as well? We urge you to request a hearing on this proposed change and transition plan. Our last concern. We think that the issue of how the city agencies use their resources to support the growing older adult population is the key question to be addressed in the City Council's 2018 mandated 10-year senior strategic plan. Post-COVID, we think this holistic, comprehensive plan to be even more important to guide investments in programs for older adults, especially those who will need some assistance and/or long-term care. This goes beyond providing grab bars. To meet a pending budget deficit due to the public health emergency, the 3 FTEs in the 2020 budget were cut. We are disappointed given DC's rosier financial situation, resources for undertaking this plan were not included in this budget proposal. We urge the committee to amend the budget to include these resources, this 3 FTE, and request DACL provide to the committee, 1, their work plan for completing the strategic plan, and 2, quarterly progress reports. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And yes, I have at least 2 more questions to add to our list. Thank you very, very much. Let me just quickly inquire as it relates to the long-term care issues. You mentioned that, and I see it as a part of the questions about the case management system, as has been articulated by many of our witnesses today. They seem to go hand in hand. And I just wondered, what are you finding, particularly in the Capitol Hill community, the need to be? And if you could sort of describe what happens as a person has a need to reach out for some services, you know, how does that situation progress, which would then ultimately take them, let's say, to a nursing home?
I can address that with a specific anecdote type thing. I'm a volunteer with Capitol Hill Village, and I want the village to be there when I need the case management services. But I've helped 2 people who help hold people's hands and help them walk through this process. One was a gentleman who lived in senior housing and subsidized housing. He's gay. His partner had died. In fact, his husband had died several years beforehand. And he was kind of at loose ends, but they had a membership in Capitol Hill Village. But he let it lapse. And this story gets more involved. But anyway, I get a phone call one night from Howard University Hospital asking me to make a decision about him. He had identified me as a next of kin. And I hadn't seen him in a long time. In fact, some people had gone to his apartment looking for him, and he wasn't there. But it turns out that he was at Howard. He'd been taken there at an emergency, and they needed a decision to do a CT scan. And I was just, I was floored by this request, but I decided if it were me, I would have a CT scan. So I decided to say, okay, we can move ahead on this. But the next step I did is I called up Capitol Hill Village social worker, and I said, help. And we quickly got him back on the membership rolls. And she went with me to Howard Hospital to be able to talk to the doctors and to talk to the social worker there. She had all the right questions. And she had the follow-up for me. And that was giving me support and helping care for my friend. And so that's one story. The other story is, and this happened several years ago, a friend, her son lived on the West Coast, and her cancer came back. Okay, this is a bad story. Okay, and she's got and eventually she needs to go into hospice. Her son is on the West Coast. He came back here to make sure everything was good for his mom, and the Capitol Hill Village case managers managed with him to set up her in-house care, her schedule, just the whole indeed program to help her, to help the son in California, to help his mother go through this process. And they had a weekly conference with him. That was the social worker, the head of the organization that was providing the caregiver service, and I think there was a doctor involved as well. And the Capitol Hill Village coordinated that. So that's my other firsthand knowledge.
Thank you so very much for those situations and helping us. I think it helps us to understand the value of having that continuum of care and relationships where you build trust. I see Mr. McCullen shaking his head too. I mean, it really makes a big difference. You know, I'm one of you, so, you know, I can say this. It is very, very important to have that. Well, thank you very much for your testimony, so that we have a lot to share with Ms. Newland when she comes up in, I guess, in the maybe 30 minutes or so. We do have another public witness. Am I correct, Amelia? All right. Ms. Pointer, who is the director of Kingdom Care Village.
Yes, yes. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds and your committee. Thank you all for this opportunity to just share this afternoon. I am the director of the Kingdom Care Senior Village in Ward 8. And I just wanted to take a few minutes this afternoon to thank the mayor, Director Newland, you, Councilmember Bonds, and all involved in recognizing, as you just said, the value that villages bring to the senior support system of our city. We see ourselves as a part of the overall support system, providing augmented or additional services and some first-hand services to seniors in our city. And we just appreciate that. Councilmember Bonds, I was there at that meeting in your office back in 2018 when you made the commitment to help fund village activities. And we want to say, I say on behalf of all of my colleagues, thank you so very much for being an advocate and really seeing the value of villages. And we certainly see it. You were also a part of a celebration we had in May, where we recognize that it takes all of us to support the seniors, the wellness centers and the lead agencies and the AARPs and Age Friendly DC and council and the mayor and Director Newland. It just takes all of us to provide the services and the safety net that our seniors need to thrive. And as I heard Ms. McCullough say earlier, we always keep this in mind and in the front of our minds that we want to help them to age in place as comfortably as possible, to keep them out of institutions, to keep them engaged, to keep them active and those kinds of things. And that's what the villages offer. So again, we recognized again back in May, we had an event, DC Strong, and we consider ourselves to be DC Strong, where we recognize our communities collective response to helping older American thrive as we celebrated Older Americans Month. So we just wanted to take a few minutes to say thank you. I know there are a number of villages across the city. We only have the one in Ward 8. I just talked to someone today who's interested in maybe looking at helping us to expand a little bit. We are masters at doing a lot with little. But we appreciate the additional funding that helps us to just do more. And that's the way I look at funding. It helps us to reach more and do more. And we want to do that. Our challenge in Ward 8, there are about 12 communities. There's no way we can service all those communities because we're talking about 15,000 or so seniors. We just can't do that with the capacity that we have. So the additional funding really helps us. One of the things that we are doing with some of our additional funding is bringing awareness to the village concept in many communities of color, Councilmember Bonds. we're not aware that the village concept even exists. So we're using some of our funding to do some partnering with some organizations to really just share with seniors that this is a resource that they can tap into in their communities. So in 2020, collectively, we served over 2,200 members, about over 1,000 volunteers, and just over 3,000 events we were able to offer, 17,000 or more volunteer services, and the volunteers are certainly critical to our ability to do what we do. So we are just, again, really pleased to be a part and to be thought about during this budgeting process. And we appreciate all of that. So I just wanted to, again, just take a few minutes to say thank you, let you know that the dollars, the funding is being used in a great way to help our seniors stay strong, be strong. I know I heard a couple stories today. I got a call just this morning. The villages do provide that one-on-one relationships, and we can kind of move on a dime. I got a call this morning from a senior. We have a pantry we open every Tuesday morning. She couldn't get there today. Ms. Pointer, can you get someone to deliver my food today? To be able to say to her yes and have that there in 2 hours was major for her. And we're able to do that. We get calls often about all kinds of things, and where we can. We're not social workers. I heard Sister Cedric say we don't even have social workers on our team. We don't have a staff. Most of our team are volunteers, but we do know we can refer them to the lead agency. We do know there are other organizations that we can refer to, and that's where we see ourselves as a part of all that we do. I do want to just read something real quickly as I wrap up my time. This person says, I've been a proud member for about 4 years now, and I only have great things to say about our program and our members. It has afforded me many opportunities to meet, mingle, and develop lasting friendships with other seniors. And I've only experienced growth within the village, and equally as much individually, I'm challenged physically, as well as my mind, to stay focused on arts and games and activities and outings. And also, we published a book, and they say there are many are just first-time authors. But she goes on to say, in closing, I would like to say, had it not been for the KCSB Kingdom Care Senior Village, my life would be a lot less busy, but not nearly as much fun. Thank you so much for all the extras, the small gifts, the delivery of food when needed, checking on us. And I just think, look back at some of our numbers before I'm on today, just looking at the things we have done in April alone, just reaching out, 99 contact calls we made and 11 referrals, 10 of those to Grocery Plus, and just different things of that nature. So I just wanted to say thank you this afternoon on behalf of all the EDs of the villages in DC. We appreciate the additional funding that you've afforded us to continue to do what we do to help seniors age in place in the Washington, DC area. Thank you so very much.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I do have a question. I heard you say, but I didn't write it down, the number of members that you have in your village.
Well, collectively, we did something. We had the event back in May. We shared some of our numbers, and I can send those back. But collectively, over 2,200 members in our villages. Collectively, 1,100 or so volunteers in the villages as well. And for us, our numbers have actually increased since COVID. I think I heard someone say friends tell friends once they find something good and that's working for them. So we are slowly growing. We're one of the newest villages, and certainly we're looking forward to continue to serve in our area.
Okay, that is important to know that you have grown during the pandemic. To you and to Mr. McCullum and to Ms. Sedgwick, I see Ms. Sedgwick is still with us, I believe. My question is, the model that we have of the villages, if we were able to expand the village concept, grow it in such a manner that like I think I heard Ms. Sedgwick say that there's been some thought about maybe helping another part of Ward 6, have or grow a village. Do you see that model being a viable process for engaging social workers or more importantly, case management. Should case management be an integral part of this growing these villages? Because you have the opportunity to provide more hands-on services.
Someone answer that. Go ahead.
Ms. Pointer might have something to say more on that. I can say something else as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that it would help. We've been actually talking about how we can get additional services to support the villages, because we are, as you just said, Councilmember Bonds, kind of on the front line, even if it's not able to support everyone on an ongoing basis, that initial contact to then refer them or get additional support, it would certainly help. I know it would help us in a great way, because we're not equipped to do some of those things, but we'll get that first call. And to be able to make that connection and then refer them to whatever other services are needed would be greatly, I think, greatly it could help.
As a citizen, as a street person, I suppose, I'm not a professional social worker, but we're helping neighbors, and to know that we can call up and talk to a professional and get that type of guidance, and knowing how to handle situations. That we're amateurs. We know how to reach out and be friendly, but there's sometimes you need some professional backing. And that's where our case managers really fit in and help really leverage us volunteers to do better and to do
okay. Well. So you see the case management really being a system of certified social workers.
We have several on our staff.
Okay. Mr. McCullen, you want to join in this discussion?
Yeah, I agree with both Ms. Pointer and Ms. Sedgwick. Much like Ms. Pointer, the GBIV doesn't have case management on staff, but both of us can see that, in villages that do, it's just a great help to being able to be, again, more of that one-stop shop, that first handoff, and to be able to provide even stronger first point of contact when folks do come to us for support and help.
Okay.
And I would like to add to what we're saying, we as the villages too, we've collaborated a number of times, and actually a couple of the villages actually shared a social worker for that reason. We can't afford it individually, but collectively, we look at how can we bring the services we need together and still provide the support. So that's an option. We've been talking about that in ways. And again, we want to certainly thank the mayor and Director Newland for additional funding that we can, and you too, Councilman Bonds, to help us do those types of things.
All right. Well, I appreciate your comments today, and I recognize that we're now at 3:09 p.m. and we have not yet heard from our government witness, Director Newland. If we could take maybe a 10-minute break, you think, staff?
Yes.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break, and when we return, we'll hear from Director Newland. Thank you.
Tanya, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I've already enabled the screen share, so it's ready when you are.
Okay.
Not now though, Tanya, because the council member has to swear in the director.
Sorry.
I was trying to adjust my lighting, but I don't think I've done any better.
Looks fine from here.
Oh, it does. It doesn't look like it's all of this is in the dark.
Oh, no, it's not dark.
Oh, okay. Here it looks like I'm in smoke. So I've been trying to figure out how to get out of that. But anyway, it is, oh yes, 3:26 now.
Before we reconvene, I think my colleague is trying to reach you.
Yeah, no, I was trying to reach you, council member. We are pushing back our next hearing until this one ends, basically. If you are inclined to just push through, that's the current status.
Yeah, I'm planning on pushing through. Remember, I've done a hearing that went till 4:25 a.m.
Right.
The question is, can you handle it?
Well, we will see.
All right. We know that Polly will be beside herself since she's the last, witness, but I think it's important that we take time with these questions. As you can see, there are a number of issues, and it's the nature of our beast. Okay.
Yes, council member.
All right. So do we have Miss Newland? Is she available now? I see that Tanya is. How are you doing, Laura? Nice to see you.
Hi, Chairwoman. Good to see you.
Lots of questions, kiddo.
I hear. I'm ready.
All right. Okay. And I think I will move forward and we'll do a hearing just so that everything's on the up and up. But we'll have to arrange it so that we get something from the hearing and not just, barrage of just comments. So we want it to be useful, so that we actually learn something from it and can possibly implement something. I see it as correlation to what you're trying to do, but you're going to explain that to us today, right?
I'd love to.
All righty. Okay. So team, may I begin now, or?
You would have to swear her in, council member.
Yes, I know, but it's okay to start. Okay.
Yeah, it's ready. All
right. I don't know those particulars. All right. Well, we are reconvening and we have with us Laura Newland, the Executive Director of the Department on Aging and Community Living. I want to thank you for being here today. And if you will raise your right hand, we'll swear you in so we can have your testimony. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All righty. Thank you so much. And I have, I see I have a colleague here with me, and I will pause to give my colleague an opportunity to make a statement if she so chooses. Councilwoman Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman Bonds. I don't have an official statement to give. As you know, we've heard from numerous of Ward 4 residents about the investments in seniors pertaining to transportation, pertaining to the ability to have in-home services and support, and concern that the budget isn't making a necessary large enough investment in our seniors in our community. And so I want to take the opportunity to hear Director Newland, what we're doing and how we can do a better job within this budget to make sure that our seniors are taken care of, that they have the resources they need, and that our senior services agencies and nonprofits that we've worked with in the past also continue to have the relationship they've had. So I look forward to this conversation. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. So, Ms. Newland, we will move forward with your statement if you're ready to make it.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration staff, and members of the community. My name is Laura Newland, and I'm the Director of the Department of Aging and Community Living, or DACL. I'm pleased to testify today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to discuss the fiscal year 2022 budget for the agency. Before I get started, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible leadership of Mayor Bowser, who has led DC through unprecedented challenges. Last month, Mayor Muriel Bowser presented her fiscal year 2022 budget and financial plan to the council, a budget that is guided by equity. The mayor's budget is committed to investing in what we know will be the pillars of equitable recovery from the financial impacts we all felt from the COVID-19 pandemic. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2022 Fair Shot budget is one that honors the sacrifices of our residents during COVID-19 by setting our community up for a strong economic recovery and a strong recovery of our community's physical and mental health. Our response over the past 15 months has been unprecedented, and we have much to be proud of. DACL staff have shown over and over again their dedication, adaptability, and creativity. And our grant and contract partners have partnered with us as we've had to quickly meet the changing needs of our community. Together, we've delivered more than 2 million meals to more than 6,600 older adults since the start of the public health emergency, launched a senior tech program connecting 500 qualifying older district residents, launched a call and talk line engaging nearly 100 residents with friendly calls and conversations. We've hosted 2 virtual mayor's annual senior symposiums on Channel 16, which included special meal deliveries. And we've hosted the first ever virtual Miss Senior DC, which is going to air on June 29th on Channel 16. So please tune in and find out who's crowned our 2021 Miss Senior DC and who will represent us on the national stage in October. Madam Chair, a year ago, we had no idea when we'd get back to seeing each other again in person. We've spent the last 15 months working from home as much as possible, social distancing, all the while encouraging our community to do the same. What we thought would be a week, a couple weeks, a month of really tough sacrifices continued to drag on and slowly became our new normal. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted all of us in ways that are difficult to fully grasp. Perhaps the most urgent lesson for all of us is that we need each other. We are not meant to live in isolation. When we talk about equitable recovery, we're talking about building back stronger and doing it together, creating stronger community bonds, more ties with each other, and creating a system that is built for all who need us when they need us. While the past 15 months have been incredibly challenging, I can't help but feel optimistic for what's in store for us as we move forward together. So let's talk about that. I'd like to share a brief presentation with you to tell you more about some of the ways we're responding to the mayor's charge to build back better and stronger in the upcoming fiscal year. So as you've heard today, in fiscal year 2022, DACL is going to be centralizing some of our core services. This includes case management, intake, and assessment. We'll be using a multidisciplinary approach to serve more complex needs at the front door. And thanks to the mayor's FY22 investments, we'll be working closely with our grantee partners to create neighborhood-based socialization hubs to help combat senior isolation and senior hunger. We've heard a lot of testimony today about how important meeting the needs of our seniors is. I could not agree more. We are making these changes because we want to make sure seniors don't fall through the cracks. By bringing these services into the agency, we're focused on creating a system that is easier to access for all district residents. Currently, a resident can call us at 202-724-5626. If they require case management support, we'll refer them out to one of our lead agencies depending on their ward. When the referral is received, the lead agency will conduct their initial intake, which is specific to each agency. If the referral is urgent, the grantee should call the client within 24 hours or the next business day. If it's not urgent, the grantee should follow up within 5 working days of receipt of the referral, if staff are available. If staff are not available, the client's going to be placed on a wait list until a staff member is available to follow up. When a staff member is available, client will go through another intake, determine whether case management is an appropriate service. If so, the grantee will conduct a comprehensive assessment. Then the grantee is going to develop a plan of care, the timing and content of which is also specific to each grantee. When the client begins to receive case management, the level of service and type of support will be determined by the grantee that is operating in the ward. Each of these agencies have their own specific intake processes and their own specific case management service. The system, although it was created many years ago, and you heard earlier from the 1980s, with the best of intentions, it is quite complex, and residents may wait up to 30 days from the time of their first call to being enrolled in a service. When we talk about centralizing this model, we mean bringing in these core services to operate within DACL and removing some of this complexity. I think we can all agree that an ideal customer service model is one where a client will call one number and our staff will either resolve the issue immediately through providing information directly, refer urgent matters of potential abuse, neglect, or exploitation directly to our Adult Protective Services unit, or assign complex matters to a multidisciplinary team for more in-depth follow-up. Whether a client is calling for connection to social activities or for more complex needs that require a multidisciplinary team approach, we're simplifying the system, shortening wait times, minimizing the need to wait for a return call, and providing the best quality of customer service the moment a resident enters our system. Our staff will work with each client to determine the best options and how to achieve their goals. Depending on need, residents will have access to a team that may include social workers, nutritionists, and Medicaid specialists working to provide the necessary supports. We're creating a more streamlined system and a stronger continuum of services for our residents, where one call will open the door to a comprehensive network of programs and supports across the district. Let me be very clear. DACL's FY22 budget is about doing better and doing more. The mayor has added $4.5 million in enhancements to DACL's FY22 budget. So let me describe how these funds will be used. In FY22, the mayor is investing $2.5 million in neighborhood-based socialization hubs to reach more seniors and combat senior isolation and senior hunger in all 8 wards. As DACL centralizes core services to create more equity, consistency, and quality, we're asking our lead agencies to develop new and innovative senior programming that reflects the needs and asks from the communities they serve. Programs might include opportunities for peer-to-peer learning, senior employment and volunteerism, or intergenerational connections. This community-driven, hyper-local model of engagement will focus on reaching more seniors and strengthening community throughout the city. Again, our lead agencies will have the opportunity to keep their current grant funding levels if they choose to partner with us in meeting the urgent challenges we face in combating senior isolation and senior hunger that we've all heard about today. We value our relationships with our community-based partners and believe they're particularly well-positioned to build and strengthen community bonds, which we have all seen are so critical. The mayor is also adding $500,000 for senior villages to expand innovative programming and provide technical assistance to modify the membership-based village model for low-income neighborhoods. What we have seen over the past 15 months is that the neighbor-to-neighbor connection is critical to creating resilient communities where our older residents can thrive. In fiscal year 22, the mayor is also growing our Connector Card program by $1 million. This program provides a cost-shared debit card based on a sliding scale for qualifying seniors to use on transportation of their choice to get to and from any destination in the city, whether through Metro, including Metro Access, cabs, or rideshare services. This $1 million enhancement will allow us to provide transportation flexibility and choice to around 1,000 more seniors. This is entirely separate from our group trip commitment, which I know you will have a lot of questions about, and I'm happy to speak to after my formal testimony. Finally, we've consistently heard from seniors during this past year and a half that they've really enjoyed virtual programming. So the mayor has invested $500,000 to develop and grow citywide virtual wellness programs in fiscal year 22. In fiscal year 2022, Thanks to the mayor's investments, we have a real opportunity. We have an opportunity to create a stronger, more responsive system of support for our residents that strengthens community bonds, provides ease of access, uses a more comprehensive, multidisciplinary approach at the front door, and responds to the most up-to-date science on loneliness and social isolation. This is an opportunity to provide the broadest array of senior programs that we have ever provided in the city's history. I'm looking forward to working with our grantee partners, the community, and you, Madam Chair, to see all that we can accomplish together. Madam Chair, the mayor is committed to an equitable recovery and building back stronger and better for all district residents. For DACL, this means a robust system of services and supports that are easy to access, consistent no matter who you are, where you live, and of the highest quality. I'm so proud of the way our agency and network has responded to the pandemic and how we're working together towards what's next for our residents. Our work is not done. I'm excited that the mayor is committed to continued investments in our community-based organizations so that they can do the important work of meeting more seniors where they are as we continue to recover from the pandemic. Thanks to the leadership from our mayor and your support, we continue to prove that DC is truly the best city in the world to age. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I very much look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Newland. I think let's start with the proposed 22 funds that are being removed from your budget. These services that they currently provide. This is the $3.5 million, including $3 million for Safe at Home, which is the mobility, grab bars, etc. And then the $215,000 that was supporting the, I guess, the memory circles that we have supported in the past. And then the 100,000 for the community dining for the LGBTQ community. I believe that was up at the Reeves Center at one time, or that was where it was some proposed that it be set up in that manner. And then the 200,000 for our participants who speak a language other than English. Can you please tell me, how are we going to provide these services without it being these dollars in your FY22 budget?
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to clarify what's in the budget book. So I do want to be very clear. Our Safe at Home funding for fiscal year 22 will be $5 million. That actually is similar to what our current funding level is. The $3 million was one-time funding, but we transferred it from one-time funds into recurring funds. So it's not a net loss. It's just so we don't have to talk about it every budget cycle, which is great. And then the 200 and some thousand that you mentioned relating to Club Memory, that was, again, those were one-time funds that were put in the budget, and that was removed as part of the formulation process. And again, the $200,000 that supported VITA programs, that was also in the budget as one-time funds in fiscal year 21 and was removed going into 22. So I have been in touch with Sally White of Iona. She has not mentioned a need for the additional funds for the Club Memory, and the funds for VITA. I also have not had an opportunity to discuss this with the grantee about what their plans are for fiscal year 22.
And the 100,000 for the community dining?
Yes, so that was placed in our budget by you, council member, for last year for a community dining site at Reeves Center through the DC Center, and that was never set up. And so we are currently using those funds because of the pandemic. All of our dining sites have been shut down. And so we're currently using those funds for in-person activities and supporting meals with those activities. But we are continuing to support LGBTQ programming like Seaberry's Out and About program that you have heard so much about today. But that funding is separate from this $100,000 one-time fund.
Okay, so then I have to really ask this question. As you pointed out, it was one-time monies. And so you're saying that through the one-time appointment of these dollars, that you did not see the need to continue these dollars in these pots as we originally placed them. In other words, you don't see a need for senior center programming for participants who speak a language other than English. And primarily that program, if any population is growing in our city, it is the those who speak a language other than English.
Yes, I absolutely, and I would say I definitely wouldn't characterize it that way. If you look at our funding for VITA throughout my tenure, you've seen that we've actually increased their funding, and they're funded like a senior wellness center, which they kind of operate as a senior wellness center. And so the one-time funds that you put in their budget for this fiscal year would put them above the funding levels of a lot of, I think most, if not all of our other wellness centers. But it supports, the funding supports the VITA Senior Center at Calvert, which is their primary location. And it fully supports that location. And so I would not consider, I think it's a little bit of a mischaracterization to say we don't support those services, because we certainly do.
Well, it's not a mischaracterization when we know that population is growing in our city, and we have chosen to just say, well, one time it was a great idea. It was a pilot, perhaps. It was, and we don't really need to continue that. But I know what to do, okay, for our growing population. And I don't think any of us wants the growing population to, particularly a population that feels, not really connected as we would like everyone who is a resident in the city to feel. So, we can talk further about this, but that was a great concern of mine, that we chose to not continue the additional dollars. And I hear you when you say, well, we were treating it as a wellness center. Well, not really, because we were treating it as a citywide program. And citywide, if we combine the wellness center budgets, it would be much greater than this little $200,000. So we'll just work on this. You said you haven't had an opportunity to talk with the leadership at VITA and their board. I look forward to getting your feedback on that, so we can see what we really need to do to make the adjustment. I believe an adjustment would be in order. So I'm gonna stick with that at the moment, unless you prove me wrong. Okay.
I'd be happy to have that conversation. And truthfully, we've been working with them over the past several weeks as we talk about reopening. Their director, Dr. McPhail, has been a great partner and a great advocate for the seniors. And so they had a budget plan for reopen that was very reasonable. We have worked with them on that. And so we will continue to do what we do with all the grantees, which is work with them on, if you can identify reasonable needs that we can help support, that we want to be able to support that.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And we'll talk about a couple of other things. I think I'm running out of time, and I see another colleague, in fact, a member of our committee, Councilmember Robert White. So I will turn to you, Councilmember White. I think Councilmember Louis George is first in the lineup, if you don't mind, even though you're a member of the committee. Okay, so let's go.
If Robert could go first, that would actually be great because I'm finishing up one thing over here.
Okay, all right. Okay, multitasking. All right, very good. Councilmember Robert White.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. We have a collegial group here, luckily. So Director Newland, and you and your team, thanks for being with us and for the work that you all do on behalf of seniors. I regret that I wasn't able to make the public testimonies earlier. We are all balancing a number of hearings. And so I don't know if this issue came up, but obviously I've heard concerns that case management services and home delivered meal services are being moved from other lead agencies to in-house at DACL. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And what's the reasoning for that move?
Well, there's a lot of reasons. This is now in November, this will be my 6th year as the director. I'm fortunate enough to be able to lead this agency. And during my tenure, we have worked very closely with our lead agencies. We work very closely with all of our nonprofit partners. And, I've heard a lot of people say today, we need a little time. We need you to work with us a little bit more. We need a little bit, more, let's just keep waiting. Well, I think for us, the big lesson over the past year and a half was, what are we waiting for? What's the next emergency that we have to wait for us to decide that things need to change? So if you look at, if you hear the testimony that people had, you could hear the urgency. We're #1 in senior hunger, #1. So what are we waiting for? Why are we all just content with a system that is not working?
What do you expect to see change from this sort of realignment?
So what I want to do is I want to focus on making sure that we can provide consistent, equitable quality services, which we can centralize, and have our lead agencies and community partners work on reaching more seniors. That's what we need to do. We need to reach more people. And so we have the funding and the budget. The mayor has an enhancement of $2.5 million to create socialization hubs in the community. We're keeping lead agencies at their current funding levels. We're not cutting anything. And we're saying we're improving services. And so if you ask me, why are we doing this? I mean, we're making things better. We're going to serve more people. We're going to reach more people. We're asking our grant partners to create better programming that seniors will want to leave their house for. Mm-hmm. We need to make urgent improvements in combating senior isolation and combating senior hunger, the two major challenges that we have before us. And just doing more of the same is not going to get us where we need to go.
So are you going to be working with outside providers or really doing these things like in-house?
Oh, we're going to be working with our lead agencies, with our current community providers, but I have a clinical director, Dr. Heather Stowe. She leads our current clinical team right now, which includes adult protective services and a nursing home transition team and some community social work. And we'll be expanding our clinical practice to provide the entire continuum of case management services. And we'll be able to know with certainty that case management is happening within our system. And we'll have our nonprofits focus on the socialization piece. If you listen to some of the testimony today, I'm afraid that you might think that we were just going to drop people and just say, we're not going to offer that as a service, or God forbid, people think that my team aren't capable, that they're not compassionate, that they are not good social workers. So let me disabuse people of that notion. I have an incredibly capable, competent, caring staff.
So and I apologize for kind of pushing along. This will be the only round I'm able to be here. What will be the difference in what our seniors see of their services? Will they see different providers, different timelines, what will be the difference in what they see?
They really wouldn't see much of a difference at all. It's going to be quality services. If they see anything, it's going to be a quicker response. It's going to be better customer service when they call in and ask for service. And then in the community, they will actually see more of their nonprofit community-based organizations. That's what I want them to see. I want them to see more of our lead agencies than what they're seeing right now. And so that's the difference when it comes to actually getting the core services of a home delivered meal or case management services. You're really not going to notice that much of a difference. We're going to hire good people to do it. We'll train them up. We'll have quality control. And in the community, you are going to see more of the nonprofits that are based in the community, and you will see more programs that you might be interested in actually attending and participating.
Is there any data that's publicly available or available to the council that kind of illustrates the reasoning behind the decision?
I'd be happy to have a meeting with you. I mean, if you look at what we have done and what we have experienced over the past several years, whether it was a response to Arthur Keeper or response to the public health emergency, when we had to move quickly, we had to figure out who's on our participation list. We had to figure out, what's happening with our seniors. The data that we saw or didn't see is what created the urgency for us to make this move.
Right. And I have heard concern that there'll be FTE cuts to case management teams once they're moved in-house. So will there be FTE cuts or changes in staffing structure?
So I think there'll definitely will be staffing structure changes for the lead agencies, and we don't dictate the staffing structures for our nonprofits, but we'll be hiring internally, and so we want the best of our social workers. We want to keep them, and so there'll be opportunities internally. And I've told all the lead agencies that they're creating new programs, and so I expect them to keep their best people as well. And so yes, there's going to be a shift in focus away from case management into a new socialization model, but there will be more opportunities that are created. So I don't actually see there being a net loss there, because the funding levels will be the same if our nonprofit partners continue to, choose to partner with us in this.
Okay. And for case management, what will be the change in FTEs from fiscal year 21 to 22?
So I believe that the current FTEs that we have, and there's some vacancies, but our lead agencies have about 20 positions. I don't know that they're all filled, and we'll have 10 created internally. And part of that difference is because I already have social work teams internally as well, that we will be providing there'll be some efficiencies by bringing this in, and there'll be kind of greater continuity as we shift services in-house.
Would you be able to send the FTE count to the committee?
Absolutely, we'd be happy to do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Director, thank you very much again to you and your team. Chairperson Bonds, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember White. You moved into the arena that I thought we would go into next. But I think I now have to give time to Councilwoman Lewis George.
Thank you. Director Newland, I want to start with transportation. I know that the mayor's has an investment of $1 million in fiscal year 22 to expand the connector card program. Can you explain what that expansion would look like? Are we changing the scale that it currently exists, and how much are we changing that sliding scale with that new investment?
Sure. So the connector card program is a debit card program, and it's a cost share. But if you're very low income, your share is zero. So you can get up to $50. You get up to $100 a month to use on any transportation mode of your choice that accepts a debit card. And if you are a little bit higher income, you contribute up to 50%. So for every $50 investment, you get $50 on the card that's matched. So with this program, with expansion, we would be able to serve about an additional 1,000 seniors through the Connector Card program.
Okay, so what? So that means that you're not necessarily changing the base amount.
No.
That's not going up to like
No.
$50. Okay, it's just that more people will be able to apply for the Connector Card program. Is that what that looks
Right.
like?
Yeah.
Okay. And then is there any ability to change sort of the base funding amount? I'm hearing from seniors that what's considered low income is extremely low, and there's this missing, I guess, middle piece there. What's the current low income threshold for it?
You know, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to follow up with you and definitely have a conversation with you about what you're hearing.
Okay. Yeah, because I was hoping, because I saw the 1 million, I was like, okay, this is great. I was wondering if that would be used to push the number of eligibility up higher for seniors.
Yeah, that wasn't part of the plan, but I'm definitely happy to chat with you about it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I want to talk about the senior villages. I do think, I know there's $500,000 going into our senior villages to expand programming and technical assistance. We have 2 senior villages in Ward 4 that do really great work. And you're right, during COVID, they really stepped in there and did phenomenal work. What is, how you sort of determine how that additional funding is given out? Is it going to be for existing senior villages and then newer senior villages? And how will you determine how it's dispersed?
So over the past several years, we've worked very collaboratively with the senior villages. All the senior villages have decided to work together on accessing funds, and currently they access, each of them access a similar same amount of funds per village. And then what we do is we work with one village that kind of acts as an administrator and helps us in kind of making sure that the funds are used for appropriate purposes. And that's it. We don't, in the first year we competed it, the villages didn't like that. They didn't want to compete against each other. And so this is really just about saying, okay, now you have $300,000 plus this $500,000. How can we meet our combined goals? So that's what we plan on.
Okay, I think that's what I wanted to hear. I think my senior villages wanted to make sure we weren't going to revert back to the old strategy.
I heard that.
So, perfect. That is great. That is great to hear. I want to talk a little bit about these neighborhood-based socialization hubs. There we go. Say it 5 times to combat the senior isolation. What would those actually look like? Can you describe that?
Yeah, you know, we're going to have some core goals that we want met, which is we want more outreach in the communities. We want them to reach more people. And I think we have, you know, we have different models throughout the city of our grantee partners working very well in the neighborhoods. Villages, I think, is one model. I think our brick and mortar wellness centers are another model. But I have told the lead agencies that our top 2 goals for fiscal year 22 and beyond, they have to be combating isolation and combating senior hunger. Everything that we do, we need to have in mind these 2 goals. We have to make some movement on that. And so we want to work with our lead agencies and being able to not just reach more people, but also come up with creative programming to meet the needs of people who are at nutritional risk in our community. And so those are the types of things that we really want them to focus on.
Okay. Okay. I'm so excited to see this roll out, and it has such great potential. I want to move over to technology for a second.
Yeah.
Fun area, as we've learned. Not having technology has, during the pandemic and figuring out how to access services through technology has been one of the difficulties that we've seen constantly come up. I know there's an expansion for your technology program to get more seniors technology. Could you expand on what that will look like and sort of what the threshold will be to in-home technology for our seniors?
Sure. So there, what I mentioned in my testimony was an enhancement that we have in our budget to support citywide virtual programs. And so that was actually one of the silver linings of the pandemic, is what I would say, is that we were really missing an opportunity. We didn't even know it, that seniors really had an appetite for online programs. So they love the online fitness, the online book conversations, you know, all that online connectivity. But then the other piece that I think that you might be kind of talking about is like, what about the seniors you can't connect yet? Yeah, and so we're going to be partnering with OCA, and I have a meeting with them actually set up just next week to talk more details about their program. They are launching a citywide effort to bring technology to people. And so they have 38,000 tablets that they're going to be distributing and supportive services. And so we're going to be working with them as one of their city partners to reach more seniors. And we're really, really excited about it. OCA has been a great partner for us just over the past year and a half. We couldn't have done our work without them. And so we really look forward to working with them as they kind of move the city as a whole into the future with this big effort.
Yeah. I think that's going to be crucial. And one thing I've been seeing, and sometimes seniors don't even have email addresses set up. And I was wondering if you all were thinking about having some type of like IT support within your agency, where like seniors are, you know, that someone can go out and sort of assist them. Some people don't have families. My family will call us and we will go, and it'll be like, oh my God, you just had to quick refresh, whatever, it's okay. But some people don't have that. So is that something you're thinking about, innovating some type of branch that can be like almost there? Like we have IT services at the council, IT services where they can actually go and like help troubleshoot, not just giving them the iPad, but like actually being there to show them how to make things happen.
I think you're absolutely right. That it's not enough just to get the technology, right? You need to provide a comfort level and a supportive structure. And so we actually have done that with a small pilot with a grantee partner, WildTech, over this past year with 500 iPads and senior specific tech support, and that's been wildly successful. And so that's part of, and OCA actually encouraged us to work with WildTech to build the system. And so that's going to be part of our conversation as OCA moves into kind of their big citywide launch, is how do we provide the same supportive structure so that, you know, people get the little extra added support that they need to feel more comfortable with bridging that gap. Yeah,
that's what they need. So if we can expand that WildTech program, and then there's a way to do it, I'm down to support that 100%.
Okay,
my time is up. Thank you, Chairman.
You are welcome. Thank you. Ms. Newland, I wanted to talk a little bit about the villages in particular. You kind of touched on how the villages plan to distribute and utilize the added 500,000, which more than doubles the current budget. Are you providing the villages with any guidance as to how this money might be used? You know, we just had a pretty robust discussion, you and Councilmember Lewis George, as it relates to IT needs, you know, the whole arena of technology. But I'm wondering if you thought about how we might, what kind of guidance we can give to the villages.
Yes, we've already had a couple of conversations. And one thing I'll say is that I think the villages are really fantastic about understanding their members and what their members are looking for and asking. And so they do actually have very robust programming around IT and things like that. And, but they are going to be coming up with some ideas for how they want to use that spending. They've already come up with ideas. We have asked them to think very seriously around just a couple of areas. One is to kind of make their data collection more robust so that they can better tell the story of the villages and the work that they're doing. I think it would benefit all of us. Two is to figure out how can we use some of those funds to provide technical assistance and support for growing the village concept in areas where villages are not currently in the city. And so, we identified as an agency those two areas as priority areas for us that we would really care about, and they're already there with us. And then, the normal funding uses that pre-pandemic they would have used would be to support village activities, socialization activities and things like that, low-income membership, and then also technical assistance to support the operations of their village as well. So those are all the areas in which we have discussed. And then one of the things that the villages, I know the last time I spoke with them, we speak on a regular basis on at least once a month. And so the last time we spoke, they mentioned interest in kind of figuring out how can we work together on combating food, senior hunger. And so I really look forward to working with them on that. I think they provide a great example of willingness to try new things. And to really listen to their members and saying, how can we meet that need in new and creative ways? And so we've really enjoyed working with them during the pandemic, and look forward to seeing how they propose using these additional funds.
Well, I personally am delighted at the growth of understanding between the administration and the senior villages. When I first met with them, it seemed like a terrific resource. And so we're blossoming now. And so I see nothing but, keep moving, open up the whole garden, so to speak, because I think that villages give us the opportunity of really working directly in a neighborhood. And as you say, they know the clientele far better than some group that's over here and is trying to do the expansion. And so that brings me to a big question. As we talk about socialization hubs, what role do you see the villages playing in that? I know that the goal is to utilize the existing lead agency process for this expanded outreach so that we can crack open this isolation, nut, so to speak, that's been, I guess, rolling down the hills for some time. And so how do you see the villages helping in that, or do you see them?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So, and I've already had conversations with the villages and our lead agencies about this. I really see this as an opportunity for productive conversation around what works and what doesn't work and reaching people. And the reality is that everyone is different. Right? Just because you turn 60 doesn't mean all of a sudden you become like everyone else who turned 60. We have a very diverse community. And so, the way that we think about it is that we have some seniors who are going to be really into the idea of villages. They love villages. They are like in 100% on the concept. But then there might be other seniors who are just kind of like, this isn't for me. I don't really want to do this thing, but I still want that person to be reached. Right. And so we need to have different models to reach the diversity of our senior population. And so I think there's a lot of things that we can learn from each other in this conversation because we all share the same goal. We need to make sure that we're creating a robust network of services for our community that really does focus on equity, consistency, and quality. We want to make sure that no senior, no adult with a disability, no caregiver, that no one falls through the cracks, right? And I think that's, the things that I know kept you up at night during the pandemic, right? We want to make sure that people don't fall through the cracks. And so we need a system that is nimble enough to be able to catch everybody and creating kind of this network where we can have neighbors checking on neighbors. We can have community-based organizations knocking on the door and saying, hey, we're going to do this fun thing. Do you want to come join us? That sort of thing. And so I'm really excited. I think this is an amazing opportunity for us to do more, to think bigger than we have ever thought about what we can provide for our community.
Has the department identified the number of, I would say, extremely low income seniors I know the old report that said approximately 15% of our seniors had incomes at $18,000 annual. So I'm wondering, do we have data that really could identify our extremely poor seniors? Because it seems to me that those individuals, if they're in a village, I guess boundaries, I'll call it that their membership fee should not be an issue, that we should be
Right.
able to help them with that fee.
Yeah, I think we have great census data, and the census, and we're still kind of going through the census data ourselves and like trying to understand what it means for us and how can it help us. And all the villages would agree with you that if someone is low income, they do not want membership fees to get in the way of joining a village. And so that's partly why our support has been so critical, to allow them to kind of maintain the model and allow subsidized members to join and become a part of the village structure. And so we'll continue working with the villages. We've been having some conversations around how do we get more granular data? Do we use Board of Election data? Do we use census data? And so I know it's something that they're all very interested in. And so we'll be working together on trying to figure out how do we better identify where people are at, we can reach out to. And they actually are working on improving their outreach efforts as well. So individually, yes, but also together as a collective, they have been working together on kind of a bigger communication effort to get the word out about the villages.
Well, I think if we're really serious about trying to put brakes on this isolation, which is, I mean, it's a health issue. I mean, let's face it. Then I think we are probably moving very close to the point where we need to have a seniors database that is descriptive of who may not be partaking of services that are available, but may need it based on what the income data may say at this time. So I'd like to work with you to think through how we might get to that point. I see it almost as critical as the database that we are looking forward to finally receiving on housing. It seems to me our city should have such information available. And it's one way of knowing that a isolated person lives over there in that apartment, but we're not hearing from them. They're not doing, so maybe it's a way to try and reach out and provide services to that individual. But, give us some thought, please.
Yeah, I'd love talking with you about that. I think there are some real privacy concerns that people have. And I agree with you that isolation is it's a public health issue. So, there is urgency around it. We need to come up with a good solution for trying to figure out how do we balance the privacy concerns and also just reaching more people. So we'd be happy to have that conversation with you.
All right, we can talk a little bit about housing. Now, in number 10 of your response regarding housing, can you discuss the group homes in Ward 5 that you're referencing? This is from your pre-hearing responses.
Yes, there's a cluster of 3 small homes offering 20 units of housing for seniors in Ward 5. And they are all owned by the district. So they are DGS owned properties, and they are operated by Seabury Resources for the Aging.
All right. And how do you get to be a member of that household, these 20 units? How do you do that?
So this is operated by Seabury, and so they have their own kind of intake process. I will say that this vacancies do not occur very often. This is during my tenure, there have been very few vacancies that have come up, but they work within our network to fill available vacancies when they occur.
Okay, maybe you could describe for us the model, because if what you're saying is correct in that there's seldom vacancies and the living arrangements have been ongoing for some time, perhaps it's a good thing and it's a way to manage certain types of situations or clients. And so do you have a sense of what that model is? I know you said that Seabury actually operates them, but they're owned by the city government, correct?
Yeah, so, you know, one of the homes is for people who need more assistance. And so it's really more of a community residential facility. And the other two homes are more independent. So these are independent group homes where people come and go, a lot of people work, that kind of thing. So it's not that's how they're set up. One is for people who need more care, and then the other two for who are independent, and there's people pay what they can. So it's a range of kind of subsidies that Seabury manages.
Okay, as I said, my curiosity is really designed to discover whether or not we need more of this type of housing. I'm hearing that our senior population has a variety of housing needs and the spectrum is very broad. And so trying to think through as we talk about, oh, we want senior housing, what does that really mean? And what does the need indicate we should be looking towards? So I'm very curious about that. The shallow subsidy, which is what some call the partial voucher, the rental assistance for unsubsidized seniors. And those are for individuals who do not live in subsidized housing. They're in private sector housing. Do you have any indication as to the extent of what that need might be?
I don't. I couldn't tell you the extent of that need, but I will tell you that I'm very excited about our new colleague over at DC Housing Authority, Brenda Donald, and working with her on this program and others, and trying to figure out how can we partner better, more creatively. I've already had a couple conversations with her. What she is planning and how she's thinking about it, I think is so exciting. Looking at, which really is not surprising for those who know Director Donald, but looking at things holistically and trying to put things together and saying, let's put the pieces together. Let's see what's available. Let's make sure our programs work and what are the supports that we need in order to move people through these much needed programs. So I'm definitely really looking forward to her hearing this week and working with her in her new role.
Yes, no, so am I, just so you know. She and I touched on it very briefly the other day, but I know that this is an area which can provide a tremendous amount of relief. And it's life-saving for many. And so but we don't know the extent of the need. And that again is, you know, where you have been trying to collect some data that would be more informative. And this data is so important because, well, this is what's going on. Do you have any indication yet from the data that is being collected for Stay DC as to how many seniors are involved in the need for rental assistance?
You know, I have not looked at it, but I am happy to talk with my colleagues about it and provide you that information.
Okay, that's very important. We had a couple of witnesses today that sort of pointed out the what seems to be an expansion of homelessness among senior population. I know as a government, we kind of have a handle on family homelessness. And so now I think we're working on seniors, or at least on individuals. And so just trying to see where your office would be in this discussion about how we try and bring more people who are senior age into suitable housing.
Yeah, I know that this is at the forefront of Director Zeilinger's mind, people who are aging within the homelessness system. And, we've had a lot of conversations with Director Greenwald, who was the former director of the Interagency Council on Homelessness. I agree with you that I think this is going to be an upcoming challenge that is only going to get harder for us within our system. And that is definitely at the top of Director Zeilinger's mind. And as she plans and thinks about the shelter system and the use of vouchers and things like that. So we'll continue to partner with her, just like we have over the past year and a half with people at the PEP-V shelters, and we'll continue working with her team to help, bring people out of the system into more stable long-term housing.
Well, we're putting money, the mayor is putting money into housing, affordable housing. And some say, well, it's coming kind of late, but nevertheless, it's robust and we're going to use it and we're going to show, the difference that it makes. And I'm one that believes that. But when we talk about homelessness amongst our seniors, it just feels like we want to get a handle on this. The federal government years ago decided that homelessness among veterans was very important, and many of the urban centers became involved in that, as well as other parts of the country. And I'm just wondering, what will it take for us to really try to get ahead of this situation, which is slowly developing, because I understand that 65% of homeless individuals are women. And women will tend to live longer if we're lucky, but live longer than the male. And I'm just wondering if this is something that we can do something about now, and therefore sort of short circuit where we may be 5 or 6 years from now.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the right approach. And, that's where all of the agency directors and the health and human services area is really focused on, which is, can we catch people before this really becomes a problem? And so that's why the focus has been on making sure that our services are robust, that our front door is good, that our customer service is good, so we don't lose people throughout the system, so situations don't deteriorate into something worse. And so that's what we're focused on, is to really say, how can we improve our system so that we can try to catch people before they have to enter the system, and help them kind of, help provide a more robust supportive structure around them now. And so that's what we are focused on as an agency. And I know that my colleagues at DHS and at Healthcare Finance and now at DC Housing Authority, we're all having this conversation together about, how do we meet the needs of people at the different stages, and how do we definitely provide more robust support for people who might be kind of on the edge and at risk.
Okay, so in the conversations, are we at a point where maybe we need some infusion of resources so that we can have some of the experts to look at this and help draft a plan? Is that something that would help spur the solution forward faster?
Well, I think a really great place to start is where you just kind of started this conversation, is around the shallow subsidies, to say, you know, let's actually figure out how can we get this program to work effectively and get people to work, to believe in it, right? Because you can have a great program, but if it doesn't work, then people won't believe in it and they're not going to sign up for it. And so if we can get the program designed so people believe in it and they can see, oh, that worked for my friend, that worked for my neighbor, then maybe I'll try. Then we can see how many people are actually moving into that program and can we divert those folks. And so I think that we have good program ideas. We need to just really focus on saying, okay, if the participation isn't what we expected, then why? And how can we adjust, and how can we make some changes to see if it's really the right program idea?
Well, I know a little bit about that shallow subsidy program, and I believe we only have 29 participants. We have funding for maybe up to 100. I'd like to see it expanded. But what I have learned is that very few, if any, of our seniors even know about it. And so the question becomes, how do we communicate with those in our community in general? And as you know, historically, that's been one of my concerns about, is DACL the center of all senior being in our city, or is it for the frail, those in need, those are incapacitated? You know, it's all in how one looks at it, of course, but you know, how do we really reach the population so that they know about it and so that they can do what in some communities is done very well, and that is referring, you know, information or transferring information to friends and those that they think may need it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think with this program in particular, it's also about belief. Do we, you know, what happens to the referrals we make? Because we have a commitment to the people who come to us that when we make a referral, we're gonna be with you, right? And this program has had a lot of challenges, and so I really look forward to working with Director Donald on kind of working out some of the challenges in the process of how do we access shallow subsidies so that we can understand it better, so that we can communicate better, and we can become a credible messenger to our community about what a great program it is. You know something about the program because you created it, right? And I think the idea is so fantastic, but the execution hasn't been where it needs to be. And so that kind of confusion has prevented us from really being able to talk about it with confidence and knowing who would be a good candidate for it and knowing how to target our outreach specifically about that program. I think we do a fantastic job doing outreach for other programs. I just look at Safe at Home and how wildly effective that has been. And then, you know, of course, I know that looking into the future, the way that we combat isolation, the way that we combat senior hunger, it is through more effective outreach. It is through more effective trusting connections. And so that's really why we are pushing this socialization hub model. And we're really hoping that our lead agencies are going to be willing to shift with us, because that's where the need is in the community.
So that leads me to, have you considered, are you doing a citywide mailing to every household, irrespective of what we think are the age categories of the residents? Can something go out that speaks to just a list of all kinds of programs and services that may be available, and asking, just give us a call, get on the internet, reach out to us. If you know anyone who might need this or who might want to just participate, some of it is fun. I mean, have we thought about actually getting that kind of communicate out to all of the households in the city?
So I will tell you, we've done 2 major mass mailings, 80,000 plus residents. But to your point, they were targeted towards 60 plus residents here in the district.
I didn't get one.
You didn't get one?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, so we partnered with the Board of Elections to do two major mailings. One was a partnership around adult protective services, child protective services, and the Office of Protective Services and Justice and Grants. And so we worked with the Board of Elections list of registered voters who are 60 plus. So I'm sure you're a registered voter. We're going to have to look back.
And vote every time.
And
Yes,
figure out
indeedy.
what happened with that mailing list. But we have done some major mailings, and we didn't really get that much increase in call volume or anything like that from what we could tell in the data. But we will continue to using efforts like that. Because again, we have to use a diversity of tools to reach everybody. And so I'll make sure we get an updated list from the Board of Elections. I will look for your name personally, make sure it's on there. The next time we do a citywide effort, I'll definitely let you know.
Well, that would be very helpful to just know what we're doing, what are the strives to really connect to people, and perhaps through the socialization hubs, they will also use registered voters lists, something that is very public so that they can reach people. I think it's a requirement, quite honestly, to reach out to the neighborhoods. I'm very interested in learning, having you back in a few months to learn how the socialization hubs are progressing. I think it is a great idea, and I'm really looking forward to it bearing fruit. Most definitely. So I have a zillion other questions, and I know that time is of value to everyone, but please tell me, what is the thinking about the club memory and why it's not an integral part of the budget now?
So club memory is still part of the budget. This was an enhancement, and it was an enhancement from, well, I had a conversation with Sally White about this from Iona just either this week or last week, where she said, hey, I just want to confirm what the funding levels are for the citywide Alzheimer's programming. And we were on the same page. She was not including this additional $200 and some thousand in her budget projection either. So I would be surprised. She didn't mention it in her testimony either. It was an enhancement that I know that it's not in their budget this year either for their current budget projection, because I had my team pull it. So I think it really was just a realistic look at how they're spending and what their budget planning is for the year.
Yes, when I put it in the budget a few years ago, it was with the understanding that the memory circles were going to expand. And it was through the work they were doing at Sibley Hospital.
Right.
And so I guess I have to go to the source and find out why it hasn't taken on, because the data that they presented us with indicated that there was a great need. Of course, now there's the potential for a medicine that will really address this issue. So maybe we won't need it in the same way, but I was just very curious about that. Safe at home. We're okay with safe at home?
We're great.
We're great. All right. And we're showing results. We have the data, so I won't, go through all of that. That would be somewhat unfair. Transportation for these special programs, including those that have to be transported because of memory loss, as an example. You heard from some of the public witnesses about their concern, where they had the exchange program between long distance, I would say long distance, Ward 8 to Ward 3, well, 4, that seems long distance. Wondered, are those trips still going to take place as it relates to a budget item?
Yes, and thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to clarify that. I think there's a lot of misconceptions and kind of, frankly, I think some messaging that really just is not accurate. We are enhancing Connector Card by $1 million. That enhancement is separate from group trips. Right, when the pandemic started in mid-March, we shut down all of our sites, all of them. And so we didn't have any sites open. We weren't doing group trips. Well, you, the mayor, would not let me pay for a service that we were not having, right? So group trips ended when we shut down the sites because group trips are related to those sites. We worked with Seabury Connector to kind of like wind up that program. We transferred a lot of their drivers to help us home deliver meals on top of Yellow Cab. And so, we did what we could to support that program. But the reality is that we stopped funding group trips because they weren't there anymore. Well, now we're focused on reopen. So anyone who's watching this right now, get out of the house, come join us at our sites. We are open, we're ready. Our senior wellness centers will be fully open by the end of this month. By mid-July, our meal sites will be open. And so, we'll be working on getting people back to those sites. Well, because we wrapped up that grant, we don't have a ready solution right now for group trips. And so what we're doing is we're working individually with all the grantees and saying, look, if transportation is a barrier, we want to get people out. And so let's get people connected. Let's get them on Connector Card. Let's get them on MedExpress. And just a couple of weeks ago, I found out that that the transportation for adult day programs wasn't great for our current programmatic offerings. And so what I offered to our 2 adult day providers was help me come up with a solution for your participants. We want to meet the need, so help me figure out what that is. And so we have a couple of different options on the table. And, we want to work with the grantees directly providing the service to say, you tell me what it is that would be best for your participants, and we will try to work with you to meet that need in the interim because we don't want any gaps in service. When I talked to Sally White about the group trips and kind of long-term what the plan was. And I said, listen, because we're doing the socialization hub model, I don't want to just put a group trip RFA, request for proposal, on the streets right now because our socialization model is kind of changing. And I think there'll be some interesting changes that you guys might want to make. And we want to really work with you guys to help us inform how group trips work, right? Do you want more flexibility individually? Do you want to be able to just kind of work on your own? How do you want to do this? And so we really want to work with the lead agencies as they develop their socialization hub model and make group trips an integral part of their socialization model. And so that's what we're doing. The funding is there. And for me, it's just about, this is really, for us, we want to work with the providers and with the community to provide this benefit to people in a way that makes sense for them right now. But it's only not happening now because nothing was happening over the past year and a half, right? So we use those funds to help support our home delivered meal program. And so, we've been working very closely with the grantees, and I don't want people to think, oh no, Laura is taking away all this stuff. Like, I want to repeat, we're doing more, we're doing better, and we're doing more into fiscal year 22.
Well, that's music to my ears because I believe that the agency needs to do as much as it can, obviously. Just a few more questions, and thank you for, excuse me, clearing that up. As it relates to IT services, and I'm thinking specifically about the wiring for the internet. I know you mentioned that Octo is working, has all these 38,000 tablets I guess some would be available to seniors is what I'm assuming. But the wiring for internet is not the same across the city. So is that something that is also being worked on?
Yes, I think we need to be realistic and clear-eyed about what's available to people no matter where they live. And so through our program, our small program, Senior Tech Connect, we connected 500 people over this past year. That program actually worked on phone service. And so that was, we didn't have to deal with wiring in people's houses. And so we'll be working with OCA. I know OCA has a lot of great ideas. We've expanded our wireless capability at our wellness centers as well. And so there's a real infrastructure effort on top of that. But yes, we want to make sure that people just don't have the technology that they can actually access it, which means having access to the internet. And there are just multiple ways now that you can do that. And so we'll be working with OCA to make sure that our seniors not just have the tablet, but can get online.
Okay, so with the tablet may come a hotspot because I understand from the student community that that's sometimes needed in order to get on the internet. Schools distribute the tablets or laptops and then they can't get on, and maybe the quality also has something to do with it. I understand that there's one form of internet access which really you have to be directly in a hub area in order for it to really work. So I think you know what I'm speaking of, and so we want to make sure that whatever we're doing as a government with our residents, that we give them what they need and not just something.
Right.
Is what I'm
You'll
saying.
find that commitment from us, of course, and our Chief Technology Officer, Lindsay Parker, shares that same level of commitment. And so, we will make sure that people have what they need in order to actually connect.
All right, so we'll come back and talk with you about that at a later date. I guess the last horizon is the one that probably is most concerned, given the statistics that now place us #1 in the nation. Not only are we escalating in poverty amongst our seniors, but now we're #1 in food disparity. That's what I call it. And so wondering what are your thoughts about how you're going to attack that and utilize this budget that's proposed for FY22?
Yeah, I think if the solution was easy, we'd already have solved it. I think that this is a challenge for us that will take all of our collective energies, our best ideas, and our best efforts. So for us, when we think about this is also one of the reasons why we decide to centralize services, so we could have some consistency in the way that we actually do even an intake and assessment, so we can think about the questions that we ask people. So if someone calls and asks about case management, we're also asking about their access to nutrition. If someone calls and asks for a home delivered meal, that we're also asking them some questions about other supportive services that they might need. This is a citywide multidisciplinary approach that we need to take, and we need to use all of our available resources. So that's why you also hear me when we talk about socialization hubs, we're talking about not just combating isolation, we're talking about combating senior hunger, that there has to be community-based programs combating hunger. We cannot just rely on our primary programs that we've always relied on, like home delivered meals, which have been great and life-saving through the pandemic, but now we need to have more options. During my tenure, we've had congregate meals, home delivered meals, and then we partnered with DC Health on their commodity program for very low income seniors. Well, year after year, our numbers just get worse. And so we have to try something different and dramatically different. And so that's why we're pushing a new model. You've seen testimony today about Mary Center, about the Live Well, Eat Well program. We went to Mary Center and we said, look, we're really concerned about senior hunger, but we need to tie it to public health. And so can you help us come up with a program that will help us measure public health outcomes if we improve nutritional access? And so that's what Live Well, Eat Well is. It's really positive. We're going to be funding that into 22, but those are the types of things that we need to think about, create, try, see if it works, see if we can move the needle. And I think that it's not, we can try these citywide things, but the reason why we're pushing our lead agencies is because I want them to know their neighborhoods. I want them to know the seniors who live in the areas where they work, and what works for a senior who lives down the street from me might not work for a senior who lives down the street from you, right? And so let's have those conversations in the community with our nonprofits and saying, okay, what would really make you eat healthier? What is it that you really need right now? Is it about money? Is it about transportation? What is it? What is getting in the way of you actually getting the good nutritional food that you need to live well, not just survive? And so those are the conversations that we need to be having. And I just, I want to go back to the testimony because there's so much urgency in there and so much passion. And I'd say we need it. We need that passion. We need the urgency to meet the challenge that we have before us. We need to change dramatically our ranking. We want to go from #1 in senior hunger to #1 and actually meeting the nutritional needs of our seniors. And so in order to do that, we need all of our best ideas to do this. And we need to figure it out instead of just sitting there and saying, hey, we need to get more slots on home delivered meals. Well, we've tried that. It doesn't work. Right? And so let's come up with things that work. And let's come up with things just to try. Let's try it, right? Let's not be afraid. And I know it's not comfortable. But that is not our job. Our job is not to be comfortable. Our job is to solve these problems. And that's what I'm asking of our partners.
Well, I love the idea of finding solutions. I just want us to find them soon. I think you have a good model in Mary Center. It seems to me that it was, as a pilot program, we should not only refund them, but they certainly should get more money. And we should be able to expand that kind of concept in other parts of the city. Also, I really think maybe if we did have for our very low income or extremely low income seniors a grocery card or something that is renewable or recharged every month, something that would give them as well the flexibility of just getting whatever they need without having to worry about where the dollars come from. I think that could be a good pilot program. And maybe we even need another type of card, one where you can use it at restaurants. If you don't prepare your meals or you can't prepare your meals, or maybe you can get friends that will group together and go in and have a meal together so you get the socialization. But I really think we've got to move quickly on this issue. We can't get ahead of it. It's in front of us now, but we certainly can do a full court press to see if we can't make some changes, bring that percentage down. I think it's very important. So I'm going to look to you figuring out how you're going to spend your money and seeing if we can't get more money into that particular program. I think it's what we may have to do. But we need some data that gives us some indication of the results. Ms. Casey, who was here from Mary Center, indicated she would provide some indication, and I'm sure she's providing a full-blown report to you. But we really need to, I think, work on that.
Yeah, I agree.
100%. Is there any part of your testimony or those outstanding things that you're planning on doing that we have not touched on in this budget review? Because I'm moving to the final 2 areas, and I just wanted to know.
Oh, there are final 2 areas. I feel like we have covered just about everything that I have heard during the testimony today, and I was able to respond to some of the comments that were most concerning to me. So I'm happy to continue following your
All
lead.
right. Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about in-home health. And I won't, yeah, we'll talk about in-home health. That's a big area. And almost anyone, you can talk to anyone who has a home care aide, who uses the waiver system, there will be some complaints. And so what do we do about that? I mean, why does the system take so long to get the care for people who are elderly and who are not getting younger every minute?
Well, you know, what I'll say is when I first started with district government, that was in 2014, before this job, I actually worked with healthcare finance on the waiver program when I was in the Deputy Mayor's Office for Health and Human Services. So I came in specifically, I was asked to look at that waiver program, and I am so proud to say that our partnership with the Department of Healthcare Finance and with the Department of Aging, created the Medicaid enrollment team. This is a specialized team. That's all they do is help people apply for the waiver. Part of the time, and I know, and trust me, if it was my mom, I'd have the same concerns. I definitely understand it, but part of the concern is that these are Medicaid dollars or federal dollars. And so a lot of the requirements in terms of what paper needs to be there and who needs to look at it when, those are Medicaid requirements, those are CMS requirements. And so it's not like DC can just change everything and say, okay, let's have a system where if you call for a service, you can get it set up the next day. Now, I think we made dramatic improvements to the system, and the Medicaid enrollment team has really done incredible work. There is no team like this anywhere else in the country, I guarantee you. Where, it used to be a process where it could take you months. It could take you a year. It was a mystery, right? And now it's going to be 30 to 45 days. So I know that still sounds like a long time, but again, remember that this is federal funding, and that they have these very specific requirements. During the pandemic, they've been able to enroll people in 20 days or less, which I think is really significant. And so, part of the work that we do is helping make sure that people have the supports that they need in the interim before they are eligible for the Medicaid service that they might need. But, I think unfortunately, because of the funding source, DC has a lot of limitations as to, how do we make improvements. I think DC has made all the improvements that we really can make in order to move this as quickly as possible, but we can't get rid of the CMS requirements in order to enroll in the program. Otherwise, we put Medicaid funding at risk for everybody.
Okay, well, that's very helpful. I haven't asked you about adult protective services. How is that going these days? It's somewhat a new program for you from last year.
Yeah, it's somewhat new, although, now it's been, this is our second fiscal year. So at the end of this, they came in to us October of 2019. And I think the integration has been awesome. the team really has integrated well with us, and they spent their first year, they had just a few months with us before the pandemic hit and everyone went remote. And so it's a real credit to everyone on the APS team and the managers that they've been able to shift so seamlessly during a public health emergency. I had that team, they were still going out and investigating cases where they needed to investigate. They dropped off countless meals to people who were hungry, who didn't have meals, who weren't able to get meals anywhere else. And so I can't say enough about the work that they have done and that they continue to do. I'm very proud to have them as part of our agency and representing the work of the Department of Aging and Community Living.
Okay, thank you. We have, these divisions of labor that we need to just, review to get on the record. So that's what we're doing now. Just wanted to inquire about the food contract. I know at one point that was a big issue. Have you put it out to bid again, or is it going to happen, or what?
We will, yes. So right now it's under emergency contract. And so it's the same vendor, but we're working right now as we speak on a request for proposal that will be pushing through to the Office of Contract and Procurement. And so that will be a big normal contract citywide for home delivered meals and for our congregate sites that are reopening. And so we hope to have it available for review next month. And at the beginning of fiscal year 22, I'm hoping that we'll be able to do, it's quite complex to do this a scale like this. And we like to involve seniors as well. So there'll be taste testing, there'll be testing of delivery, testing of sites and different menus and things like that. And so that does take some time, but I hope to be able to issue a new contract sometime at the beginning of fiscal year 22.
Let me ask you something that you moved us to think this way. Is it possible that you continue the current service that not with the current vendor, I'm not suggesting that, but the service of home delivered meals? I think they come now once a week. Is that correct? And I think as one of the witnesses testified earlier, frozen meals once a week, and enough meals, I guess, for 2 servings per day or something like that?
It's 7 meal packs, so it's one
7 meal pack. Okay, all right. If it's a 7 meal pack, is there a way to add to that delivery maybe some fruits and vegetables, so perishables, so that as a snack we encourage the consumption of nutritious food, as opposed to some other kinds of things that people eat, like cookies, things like that.
Well, so they are required, we follow federal guidelines. They are required to have fruit as part of that meal. And so depending on what the menu is, might be an apple, might be a banana, or, cut up fruit in fruit juice. So it's no sugar added. And so that certainly is part of what we expect in the delivery process. To your point, I think you're pushing me a little bit to deliver a little bit more in terms of healthful snacks, maybe that people can have for the week. And that's certainly something that we can talk about and we can think about putting in our next proposal.
Okay, I think that would be worthwhile. And when you put this proposal on the street, would any one or organization be able to bid, or is it going to be restricted to certain kinds of bidders?
So our restrictions are going to be just on making sure that they have the right certifications. So, we want to make sure that somebody actually has the capacity to make meals in a safe way, right? So that requires a commercial kitchen. It requires certain licenses for food handling and things like that. But we encourage anyone and everyone who can meet the requirements of the request to apply. I mean, we would love to have choices when we are looking at these proposals. And, I think we've been very interested during the past year and a half. We've seen restaurants kind of shifting focus and doing some kind of dipping their toes in more of the catering world, if you will. And so we would love to know. We would love to have more people reach out to us, and we've talked with our partners at the Office of Contract and Procurement to say, how do we expand our reach and how do we get word out to people that we are interested in kind of hearing and that this opportunity is here and it's a good opportunity. It's a great opportunity. So come work with us. So, OCP will work with us as we get ready to issue it to try to let people know and encourage applicants.
Okay, and would the request for proposal also perhaps include an opportunity for the vendors to maybe create ethnic type meals? Just wondered if that would be a part of it.
Yes, so that's always part of our requirement that there be culturally appropriate meals. We have some sites where we offer different meals, kosher meals or other types of meals, for example. And so we need to have vendors that are either capable of providing that meal directly or working with partners who can. And so that is always our expectation.
Okay, and so would you be selecting one, or is there room to select 2 or 3? I'm just thinking about trying to get those meals across the city.
Yeah, so we'll be working with the Office of Contract and Procurement to see, who bids on it and what's available. So right now, the way our contract is structured is that we're working with two different food companies to provide our home delivered meals. And so I'm not sure what the next contract will look like, but, we're happy to work with, if one entity can do it and do it really well, that's fine with me. If it takes 2 or 3, I'm happy with that. So we'll just see what the competition looks like.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, I guess I'm thinking we just went through, well, I don't even want to mention it, another department of government where there does seem to be some interest to sort of spread our dollars around, giving more than one vendor an opportunity to make money. I mean, let's just face it. I mean, we're talking about coming out of the pandemic. And so I certainly would think if we had 2 or 3 vendors, it would make sense. And, it might be fun at the mayor's annual holiday party to have folk to vote as to who they thought was the best vendor, the meals that they enjoyed or something. I don't know, trying to think of ways to really address some of the concerns that people have about making sure our dollars get in the hands of vendors in the city, as well as, making it fun for those who consume the products. So
hey, those are great ideas. And we'll have to think about, we actually did that the last time we competed at our senior symposium. One of our senior symposiums, we had tasting. And so that won't be available now, but we'll have to think of if there's an opportunity for us to do some sort of maybe end of summer event or something like that, where we can get people together and do something. But you have me thinking about creating different opportunities in the next contract about how we might structure it and think about that a little bit differently.
Yep, that was the idea. Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you very much for that. And so, believe it or not, I think we're at the conclusion of your time with us, and thank you so very much. I know it's been a long time, but I certainly appreciate it. And so I will thank you, Director Newland, to you and your staff, and for all that you do to make programs and services to maintain a healthy life and for us to live boldly, as your agency's logo reflects. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
So we are going to take a 5-minute break and come right back to a part of our hearing today, which we thought would start around 3, no later than 4 p.m. It's been a long day, and so I am assuming that we have our government witnesses still available. And so we will mush on, but we'll just take a few minutes.
Councilmember,
have some update, or Sam?
yeah. Rom, go ahead. I was just going to say it's a new hearing, council member. So there's a new Zoom link. And
All right. So you want me to conclude this hearing?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. The committee's next hearing will be today, June 22nd, 2021. And we will be conducting a hearing on the Department of Housing and Community Development, the Housing Production Trust Fund, the Housing Finance Agency, the Rental Housing Commission, and the Office of Tenant Advocate. With that, we will begin our next hearing at 5:25 p.m. today. With that, the current time is 5:12 p.m. And this first hearing for today is concluded, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.